Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku joined my Harem Academia? Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
It looks like a typical day at the playground, but then there's a tiny explosion and some mean laughter. Izuku, a 5-year-old boy, winced and whimpered. Stop that. Kachan. Pointing to some scraped skin on his body. With a sniffle, he looked up and stared at a 5-year-old girl with ash blonde, curly hair. She just looked down at him while two boys behind her giggled. Bakugo Katsuki, the girl, smirked cruelly and raised two small explosives from her hands. Why should I? She asked. It's the hero's duty to take out weak-ass villains, and what makes a best weakest villain is you, useless Deku. BB, but I want to be a hero, not a villain, Izuku sniffed and then cried out as Katsuki kicked him back. Katsuki knocked him down with a sly laugh. You, a hero. Don't be so dumb. There's no quirkless hero. Just as she was about to punch her childhood friend again, a massive fist struck her in the face, sending her flying back into her sobbing lackeys. Hey, leave him alone, exclaims the boy with green hair as he looks up and notices a girl with frown on her face, short orange hair tied up in a tiny ponytail, and green eyes. Who the fuck are you? The ash blonde girl exclaims as she stands up, her eyes narrowed in a deep scowl. And why do you care about this loser? He's quirkless. The orange-haired girl blinks, glancing over her shoulder at Izuku, who still seems to be troubled by the fact that he lacks a quirk. That's right, he doesn't have a quirk. And the orange-haired girl's hands suddenly grow larger and she pushes Katsuki down, saying, who care? Katsuki lunges at her, saying, why you? As they begin to fight, her lackeys quickly flee to avoid the explosives. Stop. Izuku tried to separate them, but the glowering girl with the explosive quirk blew him away before the orange-haired girl punched her again. Izuku tries his hardest not to cry, but he already fails, so he covers his eyes with his forearm. Then the unkempt orange-haired girl walks ahead of him and pulls him by his other arm. She grabbed Izuku as she was leaving the park and swatted Katsuki away before Katsuki could react. As a result, they left the area. When the girl turned to face the boy, who was still crying behind his forearm, he simply nodded. You alright? She asked. What's your name? Mine's Kendo Itsuka. The boy sniffled back, Midoriya Izuku, then turned to face her. Why did you help me? I'm quirkless, he said. Itsuka answered, staring straight ahead, because it's the right thing to do. Quirkless or not, I will help anyone no matter what. I'm going to be a hero like All Might and Metal Tiger. With a broad smile, she turned to face Metal Tiger and All Might, who are two of my favorite heroes. He's my favorite hero too. Izuku sniffed. Why you like All Might? On this day, Midoriya Izuku makes a new childhood friend who spends the majority of their childhood shielding him from Katsuki and his tormentors. A teenage girl, her expression somewhere between worried and enraged, marches down the street. She snorted to herself, pushing her orange side ponytail over her shoulder and looking at her phone with her right hand, which showed a video of a boy with green hair hurling himself at a slime villain as the explosives went off at random. Itsuka happens to be this girl. She sighed once more and stepped up her paces until she ran into someone who made her frown deeply and narrow her eyes. He's lucky that he don't get hurt, Bakugo. Katsuki, who stood at approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall with unmanageable, spiky, ash blonde hair, scowled deeply and said, handy bitch. She was dressed in a black Sailor Fuku uniform with red ribbon and a black biker short underskirt. She has a modest B-cup bust and seems slender with some muscle tone. What the fuck are you doing here? Kendo responded bluntly, none of your business. She hadn't been friends with the girl in front of her since the first day. Itsuka finds it upsetting that this girl has been bullying Izuku since they were young and even into their final year of middle school. She has repeatedly tried to get Izuku to break up with the bully, but Izuku won't because he still views the girl as a childhood friend, even though she is to blame for his shyness and social anxiety. This boy is too good, really, she thought to herself. The aggressive girl scowled. You're going to see useless Deku? Didn't I tell you to stay the fuck away from this fucker? Itsuka glared back, walking past her. Last time I checked, I don't need permission to see my best friend. Katsuki simply scowled at her back. Hey, did you know what this stupid fucker did today? Katsuki screamed as Kendo stopped. It's all because you fucking bitch fed him some fucking delusions that he can be a damn hero without a quirk. Then he just went and did something so fucking stupid. fucking useless Deku just. Itsuka abruptly stopped her and walked away, saying, "Save you from a slime villain." She could hear the violent girl stomping away behind her with a snarl, but she chose to ignore it. The girl with orange hair turned around, passed through a couple valleys, and continued down the path. Itsuka claimed to have seen blood trickle down the extremely thin man's chin as he walked past her. As soon as she spotted her childhood friend, it swiftly left her mind, and she marched quickly and sternly toward him. Midoriya Izuku. KK Kendo. WW what's wrong? Izuku asked, turning around with a smile on his face. His best friend then played a clip of him fighting the slime villain on her phone, saying, "Oh, I can explain. It better be a good excuse." Itsuka raised her arms. "That was reckless of you. You know better than to race into something dangerous. You're so lucky that the slime villain didn't hit you with Bakugo's quirk and that All Might jump in to save you too. Do you have any idea how much worried your mother were when she called me? I was really worried when you don't answer my text. That was so stupid." And Izuku stared at the ground and scratched his head, saying, I'm sorry BBB, but I can't stand by and do nothing WW when it happening in front of me." Itsuka should have noticed his smile, but she was too busy berating him for his careless behavior to notice it. Since All Might came to him and assured him that he could inherit his quirk and become a hero, nothing can defeat him. "It's unbelievable that I'm here." Midoriya Izuku is staring at UA High School in disbelief, feeling as though he is currently in a dream. Just a few months have passed since he received his exam results, and he is eager to get started in his heroic courses. "Izuku, come on over here," the boy exclaimed, turning to see Itsuka smiling and waving at him. "Kendo." Izuku ran over to his childhood pal. "I can't believe we're finally in same school, but not just any schools. It's UA, one of the best heroic schools in the world and where All Might went to among the pro heroes like Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Midnight, Lunch Rush." Itsuka laughed as her friend began to mutter quickly and she observed his appearance. They were both wearing the UA uniform. "Yeah." Itsuka is shocked that her best friend passed the exam, but she is even more shocked to learn that he has a new quirk. She finds this shocking because it happened so suddenly and strangely. It seems like it was yesterday in her memory. With wide eyes and an arched eyebrow, she exclaimed, "You have a quirk?" to the fidgeting boy. "How is that possible? I mean, all of a sudden, your quirk manifested just right before the exam after all these years." Izuku laughed nervously and started to perspire a little. "Yeah, it turns out I'm a late bloomer. TTT they said that I'm one of some rare cases," Izuku said. "That's so?" Itsuka asked, humming, raising an eyebrow, and the bashful boy gave a quick nod. Even though it's possible that Izuku was one of these exceptional late bloomer cases, Itsuka still finds it strange and ultimately chooses to overlook it. She gives the mumbling boy a quick look before nudging him with her shoulder and saying, "Come on, Izuku, we gotta go to our class." As soon as they enter the building, Izuku exclaimed, "Oh, right, I need to check my." "No need, I already checked yours out when I got mine." Itsuka laughed, "We're both in class 1A. "Really?" Midoriya blinked and then grinned slightly. "TT that's great, I was so nervous that I'm going to be in class with people I don't know," the man said. "But you're still anxious?" Kendo grinned and directed his attention to his quivering shoulders. "Don't worry, Izuku, you'll be fine." "I'm not sure." Izuku gulped nervously as they approached the door of their classroom, and his eyes grew wide. "Whoa, it's so big. Do you think they put it there for students with gigantification quirk or mutant type? Maybe it's for some teachers with these quirks? Does that mean Mount Lady went here before or will she?" "Izuku." Itsuka taps his shoulder, putting an end to Hisamumble before it can start again. "Oh, I apologize," he said nervously as he reached for the door. "I hope Kachan and this guy are not in class with me," he recalling the awkward times when a tall, strong student called him out in front of the class and prospective students. Izuku inhaled deeply before sliding it open, and when he saw Katsuki seated at her desk, his face went white. Her jacket was dangling over the chair's head, and she was dressed in a feminine uniform with biker shorts. Deku, a quirkless boy, caught Katsuki's attention, making her eyes harden. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Izuku stumbled, KK, and Itsuka moved to gently push him away from the enraged girl. Kendo said, "Come on, Izuku, let's pick our seats." Oh, okay." He gulped nervously, scanning the classroom as he felt Katsuki's glare drive home in the back of his mind. With the exception of a small number of students who had taken their seats right away, most desks were empty. He chose to take the middle vacant desk, but before he knew it, He was seated next to a girl on his left, and his green eyes darted over her features. Her body type is D-cup, with a slight curvature, and she has unusual shoulder-length hair that is evenly split into two colors. Red on the right side and white on the left. He also noticed that she had a burn scar covering her left eye and that she had heterochromia, with a turquoise left eye and a gray right eye. Izuku quickly looked away from the girl, his face flushed, as her head turned slightly to face him with a blank expression. Was my staring excessive? Does she find me strange? Bravo, Izuku. You've made yourself seem strange on your first day. He shudders in his chair as Kendo sits to his right and the girl averts her gaze from him. The girl said, "Hello, Itsuka." She looked up and saw a girl with shoulder-length dark hair cut in a bob and a neutral expression. The girl, Yui, nodded her head before Itsuka realized something. "Oh, Izuku. That is Kodai Yui, my friend from my middle school." "Yui, that is Midoriya Izuku. He's my childhood friend." Itsuka smiled as he stood up to give her an embrace. "I don't know you're in my class too." When Izuku froze with wide eyes and a flushed face, Yui whispered, "It's nice to meet you, Midoriya-san." She lowered her head in a bow and raised an eyebrow slightly. "I'm conversing with another female." Izuku reddened. She paused for a moment before responding. "I think?" Kendo laughed sheepishly. "Izuku is very shy around strangers. Give him some time and he'll open up to you." Yui tipped her head to look at her friend. "Ah, I see." Izuku almost leapt out of his skin when he heard someone speak up behind him and looked up to see a familiar face. "Ah, it's you, curly hair kid." He convinced a teacher to give him some points for saving the life of this sweet girl he met during the admission exam. "You made it, just like Present Mike said. Yay, you go. By the way, that punch was out of this world," she exclaimed, shaking her fist. "Glad I found you." No, it's not like that, Izuku stammered and mumbled as he attempted to cover up his red face with his arms. Itsuka asked, peering curiously between them, "You know each other?" "We just met during the exam and he saved me from 0-point robot with a super punch." The girl was beaming. "Oh, I'm Uraraka Ochako." Kendo introduced the group, saying, "I'm Kendo Itsuka, she's Kodai Yui, and that's Midoriya Izuku." The blushing boy continued mumbling behind his arms, and Katsuki cast a fierce glance over her shoulders before scoffing angrily. "Fucking bitches, fucking Deku." Katsuki tapped her fingers on the desk. Then, as the door opened and another student entered, she saw another student walk in and yelled, "Fucking extras." As more students entered, the cussing girl continued to swear in her head, insulting every face that saw her. It doesn't take long for all the seats to be occupied, and the violent girl will continue to complain to herself for a few minutes before realizing something. "Hold the damn phone, please." Katsuki glanced sharply to her right, where she saw more bitches. She then turned to look slowly back at Izuku, who was sitting rigidly with a pale red face. It turns out that, surrounded by female students, Midoriya Izuku is the only male student in the classroom. What the fuck? Am I in the wrong class? Izuku perspired quickly, her eyes darting, and some of the female students' expressions ranged from blank to perplexed. When the boy turns to face Itsuka, she simply gives him a bewildering shoulder shrug. As soon as the bell rings, the door slides open, and they see the odd sight of a disheveled man crawling into the classroom while bundled into a sleeping bag. "Alright, calm down. I'm your substitute teacher, Aizawa Shota. Your homeroom teacher is out due to an injury and won't be back for a few days." You all lacking in common sense. The man looked extremely irritated as he reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a gym uniform, saying, "Wear these immediately, and then shove off to the PE ground." Just as he was ready to leave the room, Katsuki smashed her hand on the desk. "Hold on." Katsuki angrily stabbed Izuku in the shoulder with her thumb. "Why the fuck is he in this damn class? There are too many damn bitches. What the hell? Take it up with the principal. But he'll just laugh it off. So save your time." Aizawa trudged out, sounding dismissive. "Don't ask me." The students really didn't know what to do, so they assumed they would follow his orders and left for their bedrooms. With a heavy heart, Yagi Toshinori sighed in his teacher's office chair. He had just learned that Aizawa was filling in for Midoriya's homeroom class and was worried about the boy because Aizawa had a history of expelling entire classes each year. He had even expelled 2 classes that he wasn't in charge of. With another sigh, Yagi picks up a class roster and opens it to the profile of Midoriya Izuku. After reading it, he turns it over to read another profile. He flips once more, then again, and again, and again, his eyes widening comically with each flip. Holy sh*t. I suppose spying on Midoriya today wouldn't be too bad. While the students stared at Aizawa with reactions ranging from confused to nervous, Izuku swallowed hard. A quirk apprehension test. Worriedly, Uraraka inquired, what about the guidance counselor meeting and the ceremony? You all know the school's reputation for freedom on campus. Well, that freedom goes for us senseis, too. Aizawa muttered, if you want to be heroes, we don't have time for frilly niceties. Then, he looked over his shoulder at the students and said, you all understand the school's reputation for freedom on campus. A few students gulped silently as he listed some physical activities, like sideways jumps and softball pitches. These are all activities you know from middle school, naturally. Physical tests where you were barred from using your quirks. The country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those sorts of records or keeping track of average performance levels. He shrugged lightly, well, that's negligence on the part of Next. His droopy eyes fell on a face. Bakugo, how far could you pitch a softball in middle school? Katsuki scowled and said, 67 meters. Aizawa gestured to the pitching field and said, try using your quirk this time around. Anything you do is fine as long as you don't exit the circle. Don't hold back. He was tossing a ball to her. With a tiny smile on her face, the aggressive girl extends her arms and then pulls them back, swinging them forward as forcefully as she can to shoot the ball skyward with her explosive quirk. D-E-I-E, she yelled above her detonators. Die? Nearly everyone gives her a blank stare. Aizawa examined the measuring device in his hand as a few beeps went off before he showed it to them, revealing 705.2 meters. Before anything else, one must know what they're capable of. This is a ration metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. This seems so abrupt, Izuku trembled. A girl with pink skin and an unusual appearance exclaimed, awesome, while bouncing on her heels and grinning broadly. A girl with dark green hair that was wavy said, we can really use our quirks now? With a smile. That's the Department of Heroic for you. So you were planning to spend your 3 years here having a good old time? What happened to becoming heroes? Aizawa said, lowering his head eerily. It looks fun, you say? His eye peered out from under his disheveled hair. All right then. In that case, new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless and instantly expelled. Woa. Izuku's eyes grew wide at a few students and then clenched his hand, saying, I can't adjust one for all yet. At last, with a crazy smirk, Bakugo's gaze snapped to the green-haired boy. She couldn't wait for the trials to be over so she could see this quirky boy kicked out of this school. Aizawa ran his right hand through his hair and grinned evilly. Welcome to the Department of Heroics. Our freedom means we dispense with students as we please. The kid who ranks last gets expelled. Ochako sighed, this is our first day here, but even if it weren't, that's just too unreasonable. Japan's now positively drenched in unreasonable. And it's our job as heroes to reverse it all and restore reason. If you were counting on a friendly chat at the local McDonald's after school, that's too bad. From now on, for the next 3 years, all you can expect from your life at UA is one hardship after the next. Aizawa smirked arrogantly. This is, plus ultra, I expect you to overcome these trials and climb to the top. He looked at the students in front of him, making sure he got through to them. Now then, that was the demonstration. Time to step up to the plate. What should I do? As the students began their trails and everything started to blur in his vision, Izuku began to perspire. He just recently acquired the one for all quirk, over which he has very little control. As a result, he has fallen behind in multiple running meter runs, and before he realizes it, they were practicing their 5th pitch, softball pitch. This doesn't appear promising. Izuku thought in a panic, I can't figure out how to do it with so little time. All that's left after this is the endurance run, the toe touch exercise, and upper body exercises. If I want to get a high score, this is my last chance. Everyone else has at least one trail that they really enjoyed. It was now his turn after he witnessed Ochako launch her ball into the air and receive an infinite score. Because at this rate, I won't be the last person to die. Yui asked Itsuka. Midoriya's not doing too well, is he? As the orange-haired girl cast a worried glance at Midoriya. He's a quirkless fucking guppy. Katsuki barked as she crossed her arms. Of course not. Ochako blinkingly tilted her head and said, quirkless? Didn't you see what he did at the entrance exam? Huh? The aggressive girl shot her a glare. Izuku exhaled deeply before drawing his arm back, moving his rearing arm in a peculiar way, and throwing the ball forward, only to have it land 46 meters away. What? I tried using it for sure just now, the nerd blurted at his hands. To catch his attention, Aizawa abruptly said, I erased your quirk. It defies reason. How did somebody like you manage to enter this academy? With a slow gasp of realization, Izuku exclaimed, You erased it? And those goggles? Oh my god. You're the erasing hero, Eraserhead? Someone murmured softly in the background, Eraser who? Never heard of him. Another said, Must be an underground hero. From what I observed, Aizawa approached Izuku with narrowed eyes. You can't rein in your quirk's full power. Meaning you can't use it efficiently at all. Did you believe someone would come save you after you crippled yourself again? Midoriya stammered, and no, I didn't, but Aizawa abruptly drew him in closer with his scarves. Whatever hopes you may have nursed of your imminent rescue, as you can see, nobody is in position to come to your aid. There's a certain insufferable hero who made a name for himself rescuing over 1,000 innocents from a disaster all by himself. You have his brute courage, but all you'll manage to do is run around like a blockhead who needs saving himself. Face it, your power won't help you become a hero, Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa stared at him sternly before exhaling. I gave you back your quirk, try the ball pitch a second time. Let's get this over with. I still can't adjust my power output. Can I stake my chances at adjusting it on this one pitch? No, it's as All Might told me. I can't get it down in a short span of time. Izuku said, returning his arm to the circle slowly before beginning to mumble under his breath as some students whispered to each other behind his back. Total force. Aizawa chuckled to himself as the boy's hand swung upward in an arc, saying, probability 0. As his swing reached the top, Izuku whispered, grabbing the substitute teacher's attention. Not yet. Not yet. The ball left his hand gradually until it only touched his index finger. Not yet. The ball was at the tip of his index finger when the boy swiftly defeated one for all there. Now. Smash. The ball then shot into the skyline with a loud boom, and Aizawa carefully raised the measuring device. He did not simply pitch at maximum intensity, Aizawa said, gazing at the score of 705.3 meters. He focused his strength at the end of his finger. Sensei, the nerd said, clutching his fractured index finger while turning to face him and crying. I can still move. Oh ho. The gaunt man grinned. Wow. What the heck? With her jaw lowered and her eyes widening, Katsuki turned her gaze from the sky to Izuku. Ochako exclaimed, You've finally got a record fit for a hero. Itsuka looked at her childhood friend and said, I can't believe it. She wasn't sure how to respond to the circumstance. How do you respond when your best friend, who was always perfect, suddenly develops a quirk the day before an exam? With a fierce roar, Katsuki hurriedly raced toward Izuku and exclaimed, What is this, Deku? Explain now, shithead. Izuku cried out, UWAAA, as the aggressive girl flew to him, but her odd behavior abruptly stopped when the scarves wrapped around her. Katsuki struggled under the scarves, saying, Shit with this cloth? I can't. Geez, don't make me use my quirk so much, Aizawa said, sighing. It's my special capturing weapon, a steel wire alloy woven with carbon nanofibers. His head snapped up comically, I've got dry eyes. Damn it. He pulled the swearing girl to the ground and released her, saying, We're wasting time. Prepare for the next trail. Katsuki growled lowly, her eyes fixed on Izuku. Itsuka was by his side, asking, Hey, is your finger all right? Do you want me to take you to the infirmary office? Izuku winced slightly and stammered, Yeah, I'm fine. I want to finish the rest of the trails before I go to RRR Recovery Girl. A memory from her childhood came back to haunt Katsuki, who stood up with gritted teeth and said, You're not supposed to have a quirk. You can't become a hero. When the students arrive and finish their trails, they're in front of Aizawa. Now is the right time to share the results, he growled as Izuku cast a dejected glance at his feet. The total is just the total of all of your scores. If I had to recite them all, it would take 1,000,000 years, so I'll share them all at once. He raised the screen and turned to face the students, saying, Oh yeah. That whole expulsion thing was a lie. Huh? A few pupils asked, blinking. Aizawa grinned wickedly and said, It was a logical ruse to pull out your best performances. A few students yelled, What? At the amused teacher. A girl with a black, spiky ponytail said, Come on, guys, use your brains. She observed them and said, Of course it was just a ruse. He's a substitute teacher, so he doesn't have any authority to expel us just like that. Yep, with that, it's over. Your curriculum sheets are back in the classroom, so give them a once-over. And Midoriya, Aizawa turned away from them, looking at the boy in question. Go to recovery girl and get yourself patched up, since your eyeballs will doubtless pop out of your sockets at tomorrow's absurd ordeal. He scratched his hair once more. Once you get back to the class, we will start the introduction. When Midoriya Izuku returned to the class, Aizawa was back in his sleeping bag and said, "Okay, everyone. You will introduce yourself to the class, your quirk and a bit about yourself." He then slowly lay down on the floor and said, "Let's start with the first seat, next to the door." Rolling to his side, he said, "Wake me up when you all are done with introduction." Is he napping? Before a girl wearing glasses gets up and clears her throat, almost everyone looks askance at the strange teacher. She introduced herself with a polite poker face, "My name is Sakigai Kashiko." Her gray eyes and long, light periwinkle hair swept out at the ends completed her appearance. Her head bowed slightly, she took a seat, and the other girl stood up behind her. My quirk is chart. It allowed me to create a holographic page which let me track and detect enemies and allies within certain range. I decided to pursue heroic career because of my role model, Ragdoll. I enjoy reading books. I am looking forward to working with everybody. With a cheery wave, the girl with dark green hair introduced herself as Tokage Setsuna. My quirk is autotomy, which allows me to detach and control my limbs from a distance. I can regrow my missing limbs, but it'll take some time, she said. About myself, let me see. I totally like dinosaurs, gossips, pulling little pranks and jokes. Nice to meet you all. She sat down, grinning toothy. Hello, I'm Tokage Setsuna. Yui bowed her head politely and sat down. Hello, my name's Kodai Yui. Yui introduced herself. I possess size quirk that allow me to shrink down or enlarge my body. I hope I will get along with everybody here. So that's it? A few pupils blinked during the brief introduction. A short, meek girl with long bangs covering the top half of her face and brown hair that reached her shoulders said, She put her index fingers together and said, My name is Komori Kanoko. I can create different kinds of spores like mushroom. I don't know what to say about myself. Quietly, she took a seat and began fidgeting. Name's Jiro Kyoka. A small girl with an expression of indifference rose to her feet. She had two long jack-like earlobes that seemed to move like they were a part of her limbs, short purple hair with asymmetric bangs, and triangular onyx eyes. I love music, mostly rock. My quirk is called earphone jack. It can plug into anything and listen to anything or channel noises through them. Wreak havoc if I go for high frequency. She rubbed her neck and said, pausing briefly before shrugging her shoulders and taking a seat. The girl in question arose and scowled, saying, Bakugo Katsuki. I can make explosives and blow shits up. I'm going to be #1 hero, so stay the fuck out of my way. With a plop, she returned to her seat. Hello, Ashido Mina, exclaimed a happy-looking girl with pink skin. Her eyes were particularly striking, with a black sclera and yellow irises, and her short, unkempt pink hair nearly matching her skin tone. Her hair was adorned with yellow horns that stuck out of her head. She smiled broadly and said, I'm way into break dancing, aliens, gossiping, shopping, you know the girl typical. Mina sat down, and Itsuka stood up behind her. I can secrete acids from any part of my body, and I can adjust the degree of solubility from harmless to dangerous enough to melt anything down. Hi, I'm Kendo Itsuka. She grinned. My quirk is large fist. Like the name, my hands can grow to gigantic size and it come in handy during the hand-to-hand combat. I enjoy black coffee, motorcycle, and learning martial art. I hope to get knowing everybody here before the end of school year. She continued to smile as she took her place. Oh, it's my turn. A bubbly-voiced girl in a floating uniform exclaimed. My name is Hagakuri Toru, and I'm invisible because of my quirk. She giggled as she waved her right sleeve. I really enjoy shopping, plush toys, and all cute stuff. Let's be friends. Toru sat down and continued to giggle. Hello, my name is Yayorozu Momo. Momo bows respectfully. My quirk is creation, which allow me to create any non-living materials as long as I know how they are made down to the structure, composition and atomic numbers. I also enjoy reading and tease. I'm looking forward to working and training with everybody here. As soon as Momo sat down, a short girl with a frog-like appearance stepped up in front. She had long, dark sea green hair that tied in a bow on her back, very wide round eyes with pure black irises, and a wide mouth that gave her the appearance of a frog. My quirk is frog foam, which means I can do whatever a frog can do. I'm very fond of rain, jelly and frogs. She sat down. A tall girl with pale gray hair stood up and said, emotionlessly, my name is Yanagi Reiko. She has puffy lips, bags under her blue eyes, and a side bang that covers her left eye. Her hands are hanging down from her elbows, giving her an ancient ghostly appearance. She spoke slowly and said, my quirk is called poltergeist and light ghost. I can create loud noises and move small to medium objects within my sight. She also mentioned that she enjoyed ghost stories and going beach surfing. As she sat down slowly, like a ghost, Midoriya Izuku realized that it was already his turn. Izuku shook himself and slowly stood up. As soon as everyone was staring at him, his face turned a deep scarlet red, and he just stood there silently. Talk to me, Izuku. There should have been a tree in front of the classroom window where All Might, in his muscular form, was hiding if anyone had looked out the window. My boy Midoriya inhaled deeply. I'll be here for you, so everything will be okay. Unaware that some students were following him, either in amazement or perplexed as to why he was hiding behind a tree in the first place, All Might clenched his fist and grinned broadly. Midoriya NNN name my Izai Izuku, QQ quirk my SS strength enhanced is. The gulping nerd says, taking a deep breath before introducing himself. There was a brief pause before Izuku quickly buried his red face embarrassingly in his hands and heard some snickers and giggles. He's in shock that he made such a mistake. Oh my god. He overhears someone say, relax, man, relax, but it just makes him tense up and makes him feel like he's hyperventilating every second. He's lucky that help arrives before his body has a chance to shut down. Itsuka patted the blushing boy on the shoulder and smiled gently. It's okay, Izuku, you can sit down. She then looked at her classmates and apologized, saying, sorry, he's just shy and get very nervous around new people. She then glanced at Ochako and asked, mind picking things up? Sure. Ochako leapt up, beaming. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet ya. My quirk is zero gravity. I can make objects or people weightless and floating like zero gravity by touching them with pads on my fingers, but the longer I keep it up, I'll get nausea. She laughed shyly. I totally like space and I want to become a rescue hero like No 13. She sat down, grinning, and gave Izuku a sudden, gentle pat on his back, making him stiffen, but she didn't notice it. An attractive teenage girl, with grayish-blue eyes, full glossy lips, and long straight blonde hair that reaches past her shoulders, stood up and said, Yo, Utsushimi Kami. My quirk is glamour. I can make visual and auditory illusions. I'm totes straight up grateful to be here. That's gonna be mad lit. I totes love adorable stuffs, chatting, shopping and anything that make me LMAO let's chat, fam. A teenage girl stood up and said, hello, I'm Mongoose Habuko. She had a snake-like head that reached her neck, golden eyes, and red hair that resembled a mane. She nervously shifted her weight and said, I'm not sure what to share. I can paralyze anyone that looks into my eyes for 3 seconds. She quickly sat down, and Suyu gave her a frog-like smile and patted her shoulder. She says, my name is Shiozaki Ibara, and the girl with the two-colored hair stands up with a blank expression. My quirk is vines. I can manipulate my hair to expand, attack, catch and defend. They can be grow if it get cut off. She rubs a single vine with her thumb and index finger. I enjoy gardening because it is my favorite hobby. Half cold, half hot is the name of my quirk. It is a dual pyrokinesis and cryokinesis, the girl said aloofly, whispering. Todoroki Shoko. As soon as she finished her sentence, she sat down, and some students tipped their heads in her direction. That was cuter. With a warm smile, the adolescent girl exclaimed, hello. Her long, wavy blonde hair reached her shoulders, and she had 2 long horns sprouting from her head. She also had 2 large blue eyes, a large, round nose, a tail that protruded from her back, and feet that resembled those of a pony. She paused for a moment, then said, Po. Me no good speaking. Sunotori pony. She seemed to be having trouble finding the right word. American. You know USA? Yes. Quirk, horn cannon. Do like pony? She wrung her hands. Sorry, speaking no good. But help me learning, understanding. She gave them another shy, kind smile before bowing and taking a seat. A young, slender adolescent with light blue skin, bluish-green hair, and yellow eyes stood up and said, hello, I'm Iwata Kaoruko. She sheepishly scratched her hair and said, my quirk is bubbles. I can make bubbles filled with an aroma that I had smelled at least once before. It can be very sweet or foul, depending on the color. She said, thinking about adding something more, but she finished it there and sat down. Momo held up her hand and said, "Sensei, we are done with the introductions." Aizawa turned to face them and blinked drowsily. "Oh, you all done?" Aizawa sighed. "Alright then, please give another look at your curriculum sheets once over, then do whatever you want until next period." The creator asked the teacher, just like that, with an eyebrow raise. Aizawa answered, "Yep, exactly like that, it's just the first day of school." "SS so normal," most students exclaimed, panicking because they assumed they would immediately begin heroic training. Izuku was happy that the school let them out early because it was only an orientation and the class will officially start tomorrow. He was walking past the gateway with burning cheeks as he kept replaying the embarrassing moment in his head. I'm so humiliated. I want to crawl under blanket and... Hey, chin up." Itsuka gave him a pat. "You are nervous. Anyone in your shoes will feel the same thing if they were the only guy in class. I'm pretty sure they'll forget about it by tomorrow." He quivered in fear. Really, you think so?" he asked. "Hi," she said with a smile. "I hope so." She has a strong suspicion that some girls won't ever let him forget it, but she'll intervene if her best friend is being teased. "By the way, is your finger okay?" Aizawa and Recovery Girl had a conversation, Izuku recalled, holding his bandaged finger up to his eyes and exclaiming, Hi. I need to learn to adjust the power and quickly." The nerd was about to say something to her when they heard a voice behind them. It's good thing we're in UA with pro heroes as staff." Itsuka gave him a sideways glance. "Some might have similar experience with your quirk, so they may give you some tips." Uraraka jogged over to them and said, "Hey, you two? You headed towards the station? Wait for me?" Itsuka smiled and nodded to her. "Yeah, we are. You can walk with us." "It's Kendo Itsuka, correct?" the Gravity Girl asked, snapping her fingers multiple times. The orange-haired girl nodded, and the brunette turned to face Izuku. "And if I'm not mistaken, Midoriya Deku?" she asked. "DD Deku." Izuku exclaimed. "Wasn't that what that girl from Bakugo called you?" Ochako asked, gesturing up. Itsuka corrected her, saying, "Actually, his name is Izuku. Deku is actually..." She scowled a little, a degraded nickname that Bakugo came up to insult him. The Gravity Girl gave Izuku a sheepish head rub before saying, for real?" She then grinned brightly and said, "Sorry, but you know, I kinda like the name, Deku, for you. It gives me a sorta, never give up, vibe, ya know?" "Hi, I'm Deku." Izuku, with a ridiculous expression on his face, "Seriously?" It's like when Copernicus flipped the paradigm," Izuku said, slowly going into his mumbling mode and covering his red face with his hands. "Coperni huh?" Ochako asked, tilting her head in a daze. Kendo shook her head and sighed with exhaustion. The martial artist looked at the tired, rambling boy and said, "It's going to be a long year." The pupils were listening to Present Mike's lesson the very next day. Mike grinned and held his hand high in the air, asking, "Who knows the answer?" Everybody, hands up and raise them high. "Class, tell me where the mistake is in this next English sentence example." So normal, some girls thought to themselves, believing they didn't need to learn anything from math to Japanese. A few were attempting to resolve the English issue. Present Mike smiled broadly at his students until he noticed the one boy who was making an effort to shrink himself. The boy raised his hand timidly, barely reaching his chest. "Midoriya," the beaming instructor called out, waving both of his arms at the whining child. "Shoot away, boy." Izuku shook in his seat. It's number 4," while the majority of the girls gazed at him. The P past participle is in www wrong place. Present Mike gave a round of applause and said, "That's right, Midoriya. The past participle should." He went on to give the class an explanation of the solution, and the boy let out a sigh as soon as the majority of the girls turned back to their teacher. Itsuka smirked and whispered to him, "Guess watching All Might's English interviews really pay off, huh?" Why yeah. But I also watch American channels online so." Izuku said, looking down at his textbook awkwardly, rolling her eyes at him before the bell rang to signal the end of class and the beginning of lunch. Not because of lunch, but rather because of his upcoming class after lunch, Izuku became even more exciting. "It's me. You came." Izuku exclaims, sitting up straighter and watching his hero walk into the classroom wearing his Silver Age uniform with bright eyes and an exuberant tone. Being around the top professional hero excited more people than just him. Through the door, like a normal person, All Might displayed his strength in a pose for the students. "I can't believe it," Toru was screaming, "All Might's really gonna be teaching us." That design's so Silver Age. Mina raised her arms. That art style clashed so much it's giving me goosebumps. We'll be building up your hero foundation through various trials in this class. All Might smiled as he entered his classroom. Foundational hero studies, he exclaimed. Let's jump right in with this. The trail of battle. He suddenly flashed a battle card at them. The trial of battle, Katsuki said with a deranged grin. With a gesture towards the wall, All Might said, and to go with your first battle. And to the astonishment of the students, sections of the wall slowly slid out to reveal shelves containing numbered suitcases. We've prepared the gear we had you send in requests for to match your quirks. Setsuna exclaimed, our battle gear, awesome, as she handed the students their suitcases. Everyone gather at Grounds B. The garb you bring into the battlefield is vitally important, girls and boys, All Might yelled, giving them a thumbs up. I mean girls and a boy. He paused to look at the students as they made their way to the changing room. It still throws me off to know that his successor is the only boy in his class and the #1 pro hero. Really pity the boy. Izuku sighed to himself as he walked around the boy's empty changing room. It's so big. It's so oblivious. The room looked huge to me because it's so lonely. The boy was changing into his hero outfit. He shook his head and hurried to Grounds B because he didn't want to miss a second of All Might's instruction. All right, All Might exclaimed, fists clenched on his hips, as Izuku excitedly arrived with a few students, the others joining them a moment later. Let's see what you're made of, you embryos. After glancing around and examining a few costumes close by, Midoriya hears a call for him. Ah, Deku. Grinning, Uraraka fidgeted with her helmet. Nice outfit. It seems very useful. Izuku exclaimed, Uraraka. Whoa, as soon as he saw her form-fitting spandex outfit. My costume came out a bit puffy. It's embarrassing, Ochako said with a sheepish laugh. I wish I'd drawn my request sketch a little better. As she tried to cover her midriff and bust with her arms, Kaoruko muttered next to her, at least you have full-body spandex. Whoever was in charge of my costume get it all wrong. Izuku laughed and widened his amusingly popped-out eyes. Itsuka approached them and said, the corset is too tight. It keeps pushing her breasts up. Yui approached them wearing skin-tight black spandex that highlighted every curve of her body and a black domino mask, saying, the designers must be perverts. Someone, I need your assistance. The boy, flushed, looks up at the ceiling, appreciative of his mask. With gratitude, All Might provides an indirect rescue. As he observed his students' attire, All Might nodded his head in agreement, saying, I'm liking everyone's styles. His eyes fell on Izuku's costume and he turned his head away to contain his laughter. Very cool, a little transparent. He was surprised to learn how much the boy genuinely looked up to him. Raising her hand, Kashiko asked, Sensei, regarding the ground we'll be using, is it the mock city from the entrance exam? She had noticed some familiar buildings outside while the students were en route to see their sensei. Yes, this will be an indoor battle trial. The leading hero's grin broadened. Villain cleanup is usually seen out in the open, but statistically, the better part of it is an indoor job. Most acts of villainy are committed indoors. Imprisonment, house arrest, the black market, in this hero-saturated society. Why, any villain with intelligence is lurking in the shadows. He waved his right hand at the monitors. For this test, you'll separate into villain and hero groups. For a 2-on-2 team battle. Suyu tilted her head and asked, what about the foundational training? Clutching his fist, All Might exclaimed, this is foundational training, only this time, there won't be any robots. It'd be okay to just destroy. Momo said, so how do we decide who wins and loses? With a sadistic flex of her hands, Katsuki asked, is it okay if we just blow them away? The gravity girl worriedly inquired, is there a threat of expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei's exercise? Kami said, dibs on cutie bun. Some wonder who she was referring to, or if it was just one of her lingo. Do we pick our partner or is it set? CC, can I change? Abara asked in a humiliating manner. She was sporting green leather boots and a very revealing green leotard that mostly showed off her breasts. I didn't sketch it out like that. I can't hear you if you speak all at once. All Might was shaking as he pulled a flashcard out with his throat clearing. For this training, we'll have some villains guard a nuclear weapon they intend on deploying. The heroes must stop them in their nefarious scheme before it's too late. If the heroes capture the villain or reach the nuclear core before the time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to keep the core the whole time or capture the heroes, they win. Sounds like superhero stuff from the Golden Age. Midoriya paid close attention to his role model. All Might suddenly pulled a box that said, "Your opponents and teammates will be chosen by lottery." Is that really how we'll do it? Jiro raised an eyebrow. Seriously, just like that? Well, pros are often forced to make impromptu team-ups with other heroes they might not know very well, so this is probably testing that, Izuku remarked, snarling up and covering his eyes with his hair. As soon as he realized the girls were staring at him strangely, sorry, I. Anyway, the hero with the most points raised his right arm. Let's start this. He quickly wrote down the names of every group. Group A, Kendo Itsuka and Uraraka Ochako. Group B, Yayorozu Momo and Shiozaki Ibara. Group C, Todoroki Shoko and Sakigai Kashiko. Group D, Bakugo Katsuki and Tokage Setsuna. Group E, Midoriya Izuku and Tsunotori Pony. Group F, Asui Suyu and Kodai Yui. Group G, Ashido Mina and Utsushimi Kami. Group H, Hagakure Toru and Komori Kanoko. Group 1, Jiro Kyoka and Mongoose Habuko. Group J, Awada Kaoruko and Yanagi Reiko. Pony greeted Izuku with a cheery, "Midoriya, work good. Say anything, man. Talk about something." The boy shuddered and gave her a tiny, shaky nod. Ochako joyfully snatched Itsuka's hands and exclaimed, "Yay, I was so nervous that I might end up on team with someone I don't know, pleased to have you." With a warm smile, Itsuka said, "Likewise." All Might abruptly jammed his hands into two colored boxes, a black box for the villain and a white box for the hero. "And the first two pairs to do combat will be the following," he exclaimed. "Pair A will be heroes. Pair D will be villains." Hold on. Kendo's eyes narrowed slightly and she directed a stern glance at Katsuki. With a twisted smile, the aggressive blonde was menacing the martial artist. "This scenario has the villains inside the building first," the powerful hero clarified. "Then, after 5 minutes, the heroes will be let in as well. Everyone else will be able to watch what unfolds through the surveillance cameras." He glanced down at the two chosen teams. "This will allow young Bakugo and young Setsuna to get inside the heads of villainkind. This is a practical training exercise. So go all out without fear of injury. Though naturally we'll cut it short if things get out of hand." Izuku was worried about his friends because sometimes when they butt heads, things can get out of control. Katsuki and Itsuka hardly exchanged glances as they left the surveillance room and headed to their destination. "Wow, this thing looks so real." Setsuna whistled loudly as she patted a bomb missile. She was wearing a leotard made of reptile skin that showed off her cleavages and had a short tail that hung from her back. She also has shoes that resemble reptiles and a belt with a few pouches. "So what's the plan, Bakugo?" she asked, glancing at him. Katsuki stomped toward the door. "I'm gonna fuck handy bitch up along with this round face bitch. You guard the fucking bomb." The girl dressed like a lizard said, "Whoa, wait, shouldn't we come up with a better plan like?" But the violent girl walked out, grinning evilly. "Okay, I can guard this bomb," she said, slowly turning her head toward the bomb. Her head dropped with a heavy exhale. Her quirk is unsuitable for this task. She walked down the hallway with Katsuki, grinning evilly and stomping. "This is the moment I have been waiting for. Handy bitch, you just wait," she said. Her hand flexed wildly. "I'll fuck you up so bad you'll know where you belong." "A building layout map," Ochako said, studying the map. "I guess we have to commit it to memory." She turned to face Itsuka and smiled brightly. "I'm relieved that there don't seem to be any penalties like with Aizawa-sensei." She blinks slowly when she sees a tight frown and stony expression on Itsuka's face. "Kendo?" she asked. "Huh?" Itsuka asked, blinking multiple times before turning to face Ochako. "Oh, sorry. I was thinking about my opponent, Katsuki. I know she will come straight to us because she wants to attack me as soon as it starts and I don't know if I will be able to hold myself back when that happens." "You don't like her at all, huh?" Uraraka worriedly prodded her fingers. "Yes, this girl has been bullying Izuku for as long as I can remember. She thinks her quirk is better than everyone's, and she harasses him almost every day because she believes he is a quirkless boy. I can't even count how many times I have to save Izuku from her." The martial artist scowled. She recalled being a little girl who would drag a crying boy around, constantly apologizing to her for being weak and quirkless. "Deku has a quirk. Deku's quirk is way amazing than anyone I know. I mean, he can punch a 0-point robot away," the gravity girl asked, blinking in realization. "Izuku is a late bloomer," Itsuka responded. "It manifested a little before exam." "What?" Ochako's eyes widened in amusement. That means he applied for the exam, thinking that he don't have one? That. That's really amazing. Deku's one brave dude. Yeah, but I still think it's bizarre because he suddenly have a quirk, she said. Kendo arched an eyebrow at the gravity girl, who shook her head and said, not really. There was this old man in my neighbor when I was little. He didn't have any peculiarities. Then one day. Bam, she waved her hands and said, he can shoot lighting from his hands. You should have seen people's faces when he accidentally blows up his phone. She laughed and said, their eyes nearly pop the right out of sockets. It turns out that he was a late bloomer too, like Izuku. It's unlikely of her to share something personal with someone she just met, so Itsuka looked back to her partner and said, ah, I see. I guess I still can't wrap my mind around it yet. She turned her eyes up with a hum. It's okay, Ochako said with a cheery thumbs up. Now that we're a team, aren't we? Let's give it our all. Yeah, Itsuka said with a small laugh, and they began talking about their strategy. When the horn went off to announce the beginning of their mission, the hero team cautiously crept through a window to enter the building's first floor. With a smile, Uraraka whispered, infiltration success. Itsuka scanned the floor and tiptoed slowly with her partner toward the staircase on the other side, warning, be careful, there are lots of blind spots. They are about to enter a T hallway when Katsuki abruptly leaps into their line of sight, her fists clenched, and the married artist moves more quickly, tackling Uraraka to the ground while Katsuki detonates her explosive against the wall above them. Itsuka quickly spun around, her eyes narrowed, ignoring the smell of singed clothing on her shoulder. Are you okay, Uraraka? She exclaimed. Uraraka stood back up and exclaimed, yeah, thanks, she came like a bolt. Katsuki gave a lethal growl, damn it, handy bitch, don't dodge me. Itsuka slid into her guard position, saying, yup, I'm her priority right now. Katsuki swings her right arm, but Itsuka quickly invades her personal space, grabs her grenade gauntlet, and then, with a twist of her torso, flips Katsuki over her shoulder, saying, I'll blow you right away, but just short of getting this interrupted. The aggressive girl's back smashed into the floor. You always start things with your right, Itsuka said, leaping back from the downed villainous to dodge the blast radius and glaring smugly at the snarling blonde. I'm fucking pissed off right now, Katsuki exclaimed, stomping her foot to push herself off the floor and ignoring Tokage's questions through her earcom. She launched herself at the orange-haired girl, blasting her hands and sending her left leg flying at Kendo, only to have it parried by her right enlarged hand. Katsuki unleashes another powerful blow with her right hand, sending Itsuka ducking just in time to avoid being hit by the marital artist's large fist, which sends the snarling girl flying away from her. Bakugo got to her feet quickly and watched Kendo turn the corner. She yelled, get back here, bitch, and pursued him, not realizing that Uraraka had vanished during her ambush. She continued to look for the handy bitch, some memories floating around in her head for unknown reasons. Izuku. 4-year-old Katsuki smirked at 4-year-old Midoriya, repeatedly kicking the ball in the air with her knee. You really can't do anything, can you? Katsuki asked. Izuku said with a radiant smile and sparkling eyes, nah, but you're really awesome. Tomboyishly, she gloated, of course, I am. With a broad grin, the tomboy exclaimed, from now on, you're Deku, a person who's totally useless at everything. Several boys laughed. Izuku mumbled, his hands clenched around the hems of his shirt, hey, stop it. He can't skip a rock, exclaimed a random boy, laughing, that fit him. Why can't he do anything? Katsuki asks, her red eyes flickering back to the trembling boy with green hair. Whoa, what a fantastic quirk! Exclaimed the preschool teacher as Katsuki displayed her new quirk by setting off a few tiny explosion blasts, leaving everyone in awe. Yes, I really am amazing, and everyone else isn't. A broad smile spread across Katsuki's face. Izuku bounced exuberantly, that's really awesome quirk. You can be a cool hero. Yeah, I'm going to be number 1. The tomboy exclaimed, beaming broadly at her childhood friend. I'll blow all bad guys away. Izuku trailed Katsuki through the netted forest, saying, your quirk is so cool, Kachan. I wonder when mine will come in. Whatever quirk you get, it'll never measure up to mine. The tomboy exclaimed, using her free hand to blast the air while swinging a box around in her right. The boy merely gave her a pout. Hey, Izuku don't have a quirk, it's called quirkless. So lame, no wonder, he's Deku. Izuku sits on the floor looking shocked while Katsuki looks at him and says, oh, Deku's not quirky at all. In any case, he will never be as incredible as I am. Huh? Katsuki asked, standing in front of her. holding his fists up and wiping tears from the corners of his eyes as a small boy sobbed behind him. It's not nice to pick on someone, Izuku sighed. I will stop you like a hero. Katsuki shoved him down, scoffing, but you don't have a quirkless hero, there's no such thing. Izuku proudly held up a poster of All Might and Katsuki in a store, saying, I will become a hero and protect everyone with smile like All Might. Do you not understand? Katsuki looks at him and says, you're so quirky, you are not useful. I want to be a hero. No, it's not possible, you are not quirky, while they are. I just tried to breathe fire like Dad but I can't. Maybe it's something else? Stop it. Simply give up, embrace it. I want to play hero, not villain. Please give up. You will sustain injuries, you are not going to be my hero. Kachan. Stop. Why you're hurting me? That is advantageous to you. Be not a hero. There's more that you can do. Izuku cried. Kachan, a few holes and scrapes on his clothes, WWY. Don't give me that look, for you, I'm doing it. Izuku was crying behind her when a young girl with orange hair stood in front of her and spread her arms, saying, hey, leave him alone. Move aside. I'm attempting to prevent him from becoming a hero. Izuku, don't worry. With a bright smile, Itsuka said to Izuku, you can be a hero if you want to. What are you doing? Give him no encouragement. Go on. With a mean glare in Katsuki's direction, Itsuka took hold of Izuku's hand and said, let's play somewhere else, away from her. Leave him. What the hell are you doing? With a broad smile on her face, Katsuki crosses a log over a river. A few children follow her until her foot slips and she falls into the river. Hey, are you okay? One of the kids yelled at her. I'm doing fine, he's going to help me. Katsuki called back, laughing as she watched Izuku swiftly race to the other side and prepare to descend. Itsuka stopped him, saying, Izuku, don't help her, she's fine. Izuku gave her a blinked, okay. As the boy turned to face Itsuka, Bakugo stared at them angrily from a distance. Why did you stop him? He was going to help me, she said, her teeth clenched in anger. Don't look at him with that expression, the orange-haired girl said, taking Izuku's hand and dragging him away from the tomboy. Hand off him, she yelled. Your eyes were begging for assistance. The slime villain made her blast everywhere, and teenager Izuku jumped out to her. No, don't help me. You'll get hurt, move away. That's all the fault of Handy Bitch. She inspired you and gave you hope that you can be a hero. You ruined everything, Katsuki stomped, her eyes glinting murderously. That is all your fault. Ochako felt worried about her new friend because she could hear explosives below the floor, but the married artist reassured her that she'll be fine before the mission started. Uraraka pressed her back against the wall as she peered into a wide room, where the bomb and Tokage are located, and she went over the plan in her head. The plan was very simple. Itsuka will distract Bakugo and lure her away while the Gravity Girls sneak up several floors, then either caught Tokage or receive the bomb. Should I pursue it? Itsuka's voice murmured, yes, go for it. You better hurry before Bakugo figure out that you're not here. Uraraka peered back into the room and said, Roger. She should guard the bomb with me. Setsuna sighed to herself, I can't believe Bakugo. Really, how am I going to stop someone with my oddity? Do I have to go like this? She exclaimed, grabbing her left arm, taking it off, and waving it like a club. Hurrah, I'm Arms Fall Off Woman, she exclaimed. Watch out for Arm Club. I'll use my arm club to beat you up. PFFFT. Uraraka caught Setsuna's eye with a spit laugh. As her left stump began to slowly grow a new arm, Setsuna fixed her gaze on her and blushed embarrassingly. How long have you been there? Oh, right from the start. She laughed. Arms Fall Off Woman, said Uraraka. No. With her hand and detached arm, Tokage covered her red face and said, please don't tell anyone about that. Little did she know that All Might could hear everything and was doing his best not to splatter blood laughing, so she was extremely grateful that the monitor room was soundproof. Yeah! Exclaimed Ochako as he dashed in Setsuna's direction. The green-haired girl let out a yell as the Gravity Girl struck her side, eliminating her gravity. Hey! Setsuna clawed at the empty air, floating up to the ceiling as Uraraka walked toward the bomb. Put me back down. Let me down. I found you, jerk. My explosions are sparked by the sweat on my palms, which is like secreting nitroglycerin that then detonates, Bakugo said, finding Itsuka with bloodshot eyes as the orange-haired girl glared at her and the blonde lifted her grenade gauntlet up at her opponent. Now, if the specs are as I asked, then I can store that nitro sweat into this bracer and... She reached for the trigger, and Itsuka's eyes widened in horrifying realization. If it doesn't hit you, you won't die, Bakugo said, pointing to Itsuka. She was about to give up, but... The explosive has arrived at Uraraka Ochako, Hero Squad prevails. Huh? Katsuki was stunned by the announcement before her eyes slowly widened. The round-faced bitch. She forgets this bitch. Motherfucker. Damn it. The sight of Itsuka's smirk pissed her off farther. Fuck. All Might put his hands on his hip and said, no matter whether you won or lost, you take one look back, you reflect on the experience, and you move on with your life. He turned to face his students and asked, so who do you think is the best in this match? Both teams returned to the monitor room in good and bad moods. It's time for critiques. All Might Sensei, if I may. Momo waved her hand as her teacher nodded. After witnessing the altercation, it was evident that Bakugo's actions were motivated by a personal grudge and were therefore entirely random. Though the villains didn't have a plan from the start, Uraraka's game got loose halfway through, and Tokage was preoccupied when she should have thought of some countermoves against Uraraka's quirk. The best player in the match should go to Kendo for her strategy and use of her quirk against Bakugo's attack and overwhelming quirk. Kendo was able to correctly predict Bakugo's actions and divert her long enough for Uraraka to receive the core. Everyone just stared at her in silence, and then All Might tentatively raised his hand and said, CC correct answer. Hee. Holy moly, she said it all, he grinned. We ought to begin our studies with familiar material every time, and if we don't support each other wholeheartedly, then we'll never become top heroes, Momo huffed as she placed her hands on her hips. All Might chuckled nervously as he reached inside the boxes, saying, see correct again, Yayorozu. And now for the match. He took out 2 colored balls and exclaimed, Pair E will be heroes. Pair C is going to be evil. Deku, good luck, Ochako grinned. Itsuka warned, be careful. Izuku shrugged out of the room with Pony and his opponents. TT thanks, I will. Who do you predict will prevail? Reiko spoke slowly. I bet it'll be the villains. Suyu responded. Kashiko have chart quirk that let her know her opponent's location, and Shoko might have a good control over her dual quirk. She remembered a detail from yesterday. I'm not sure about Pony, and Izuku's quirk is very self-destruction. Awada nodded her head, saying, oh yeah, it's hella strong but a strange one. Mina pumped her arm, saying, my money's on Hero Team. Destructive or not, it's way stronger. He can use just one finger to launch a ball a great distance. As All Might turned to the monitor, some girls talked about their predictions to Jiro, who responded, true, but he's a glass cannon either way. This is just another student to me, so don't expect any favoritism. I'll grade you just as harshly as the rest. All Might exclaimed, holding up his clipboard. Midoriya, my boy. Sekigai's quirk is chart, and the way she describes it sounds similar to Ragdoll's search quirk, so that means she can see us coming from miles away, or is there some limit to it? Izuku thought to himself as he took a deep breath and exhaled, trying to calm himself before pounding on his opponent's quirks and what actions his team should take. Is it confined to a single floor of a building, or does it extend like search? What about the building's height? In any case, as soon as we step inside her range, the villain team will be aware of our location. Todoroki appears to have good control over ice, and while her proficiency with fire control is unknown, it's possible. To what extent is her quirk appropriate for both offense and defense? She might have had some training beforehand. He continued to mumble until someone interrupted him. Are you anxious? Pony regarded him with bright doe eyes as the boy squeaked almost to unconsciousness. Me too. Do best, okay. Sorry, Japanese bad. Pause. Why, you can speak English if you like, Izuku said, stuttering nervously as he rubbed his head. It's okay, the girl said, if he recalls correctly, and he knew that she was having trouble with Japanese. Pony's eyes widened comically as his mouth stayed open. Oh no, did he say the wrong thing? Oh no, does that mean he might have misunderstood some English words from the American channels? Oh, God, what did he say to her? Was it something perv? You're an English speaker? Pony grinned broadly and said, oh, thank goodness. When I arrived in Japan a month ago, I was terrified that I might not speak English to anyone at all. I thought, oh no, how am I going to proceed? And something like, calm down, Pony, you're capable. Plus ultra, young lady. But now that I know that someone in my class speaks my language, I feel so much better. My English is so-so, I can understand English fairly well, Izuku said, holding up his hands nervously. SS slow down, please. You can converse with me in English if you'd like, but please go slowly. All right, I'm sorry, I was so excited that someone can speak and understand English. The girl with the pony theme smiled shyly. Midoriya shakes his head shyly and says, I understand. Okay, so if it's alright with you, could you tell me about your quirky side? Mine is a quirk that builds strength. Yeah, exactly. Pony began to gradually explain her peculiarity to him so that he could comprehend her, and they then began to talk about their plan of action. The heroes are approaching on the north side of the 4th floor. A few minutes after the start, Kashiko looks at a holographic page floating above her forearm and 2 dots move closer to the 4th floor via stairs. It appears that they are ignoring stealth. Probability, they conjectured that I have known about them from the beginning. The temperature steadily dropped as Izuku and Pony arrived with a few shivers. This'll get hairy, so stay behind me. Shoko flexed her hand blankly, if they intend to blitz us. The atmosphere growing colder as the ice spread outward from beneath of her feet, then this won't be much for me. As they crept closer to the heroes, she warned them, do be aware, however, that peeling the skin off the sole of your foot doesn't look good for your ability to fight. The boy gave the icy tone a quick glance at the ice field. Is Tsunodori prepared? With a determined gaze, Midoriya turned back to Shoko and Kashiko after giving his partner a firm nod. The girl with 2 heads sighed, don't say I warned you. A massive wave of ice roared toward the heroes, and Izuku swiftly raised his right hand, pressing his index finger against his thumb. Izuku directed the energy into his index finger and flung it at the roaring ice wave, saying, I hope that works. Delaware smash. The ice shattered instantly under the powerful shockwave as his right index finger swollen up, go. Hey, Roger. Pony quickly raced on her 4 limbs diagonally, avoiding the villains and looking as though she was going to circle around them. Shoko quickly summoned an ice wall to block the girl with a horse theme, but Izuku broke it again with another shockwave, resulting in him losing his right middle finger. Shoko said, Sakigai. All right, Shoko didn't know that Midoriya's strength was powerful enough to break her ice with a shockwave, even if they were weaker. Kashiko ran to Pony as fast as she could, but Pony easily outran her, courtesy of her quirk, and the dual-haired girl turned her eyes to Izuku. The ice-wielding girl would go all out, but that will put her partner at risk, and at the same time, she underestimated this boy's strength. You got it. Pony grinned broadly and glomped the bomb. Shoko narrowed her eyes at the boy, saying, next time, I will not underestimate you. She would use her ice power to defeat him and show the bastard that she is not dependent on his quirk. Victory Squad win. All Might's voice boomed, and the girl with the ice weapon noticed something in his tone as her tiny eyebrow arched in pride, but why? The best in match was tied between Izuku and Pony because Izuku was the one who come up with strategy and Pony have followed it to the letter, even put her quirk to good usable. All Might ordered Izuku to check himself in with Recovery Girl to have his broken fingers treated, and Katsuki stare at the monitor in a fuming silence. She can't believe that Deku just won the match with Horsey Bitch by costing his 2 fingers, and as she watched the rest of the matches between the girls, she slowly come to realize that some have a good gap on her when they use their quirk in Variety's way. Of course, there were some girls who were not doing well in this field, but what the hell was she doing the whole time? Fooling around and bragging about her quirk? Damn it, she cursed in her head with gritted teeth when the lesson ended. Well done, everyone, with the exception of young Midoriya. There were no significant injuries. All Might smiled at his pupils. No holds were denied, though 2 broken fingers may seem like a serious injury compared to a broken arm. You guys did a fantastic job for your first complete training exercise. With a raised hand, he turned away from them and said, well, I'm going to check on little Midoriya. Get dressed again and head back to class. He darted off at a breakneck pace. The girls made their way to the changing room, where Mina whistled, damn, he's pretty cool when he looks so hurry. As they changed out of their costume and back into their school uniform, some of them talked about random topics or their battle lesson. Say, Itsuka, can I ask you something? As she put on her white shirt, the pink girl threw back her head in the direction of the other girl. Yes, tell me about it. Kendo tucked her skirt in. Item. You and Midori. Ashido gave a sly grin, and a few girls gave him a curious look. Midoriya. Itsuka held up a white shirt and blinked owlishly, saying, no, we're childhood friends. Why did you believe that? Ah. Mina murmured, I was just curious because you two were so closer and Midori seems to be comfortable around you more than the others. Is Midoriya at ease with her? Don't look like it, Jiro snorted. Since you are clueless, you have never experienced love before, Mina grinned. What? Why did this acid-producing girl introduce romance into that? The rock girl asked her, giving her a strange look. Ah, it would be so adorable if their childhood friends turned into lovers. Toru gave a little squeak. Itsuka turned back to face her locker and gave them a sweaty, that's only happened in fictional stories. She wasn't sure why her cheeks were starting to slightly heat up. When the final bell rings on the second day of school, Aizawa lets out a grunt and leaves the classroom sluggishly, muttering under his breath, "Class dismissed." Izuku begins packing his backpack and starts to leave, but before he can, someone calls him by name. "Hi there, Izu." Abruptly, Kami stood beside him and said, "Well done back there." Midoriya gasped in shock and said, "Izu?" The curvaceous blonde leaned in closer, saying, "I know Shoko is really strong, but you broke through her ice like it was nothing. Her quirk was so strong that it broke the ice like a shockwave. I love it so much, family. I will say, I know some guys with strength-enhanced quirks, but yours is so freaking powerful than theirs." Ashido barged in right away. "By the way, are your fingers okay?" Abara inquired courteously. "Ah." Izuku clumsily fidgeted, not used to receiving attention from some girls as well. "Hi, my name is Ashido Mina." The pink girl grinned broadly and introduced herself again. Kami winked at Izuku and said, "I'm Utsushimi Kami, but you can call me Kami. What's your number and line? We ought to get together." With a soft voice, the girl with vine hair said, "My name is Shiozaki Ibara." "Hello, I'm Asui Suyu, but just call me Suyu." Mina pointed to Habuko and Suyu appeared from behind her, saying, "Her name is Mongoose Habuko, but you can call her Habuko." Hey, embarrassed. Habuko yelled at her friend, "I don't want to be his friend." "Not at all." The frog girl put a finger to her chin and cocked her head to look at her best friend. "JJ just for kicks." The snake girl gave a half roar, half stutter. "Aren't you embarrassed by this?" Suyu's lip corners trembled, and the snake girl averted her gaze while emitting a growl. "Hey Uraraka, care to visit a nearby cafe?" Setsuna gave the mentioned gravity girl a wave. "All right, arm fall off lady." Uraraka grinned broadly. Embarrassed, Tokage buried her face in her hands. "You call her that, but why?" Itsuka, with Yui by her side, questioned Ochako inquisitively. "Did avoid telling her?" With blushing embarrassment, Setsuna exclaimed, "You Uraraka, I told you to never mention it to anyone." Where did Kachan go? Izuku thought to himself as he noticed one less girl than the others who were getting together on their own and making friends while packing their bags. "Fuck off, damn it. How dare she make a bigger fool of me?" Katsuki said, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed and her right heel continuing to kick the wall. "What?" The black ponytail bitch's words finally sank in as she saw Deku leave the building with handy and round face bitches. His face was as red as a tomato as he spoke to them, today. "You beat me, fucking handy bitch." She watched as some extras left on their own. "This ice bitch, I thought she was nothing but extra. Fuck." Her teeth gritted angrily. "Dear God. That's when I'll step in and push her to the limit," All Might said as he turned the corner and nodded. He wanted to talk to her sooner, but he had a strict schedule and didn't want to lose control of his form in front of the students, so he chose to wait and let her finish streaming first. "I'm going to be number one from now on," the snarling blonde said, narrowing her eyes at Deku's group. "Don't you fucking think you're going to beat me again, handy bitch. Screw it." Now, All Might hurried over to offer her some encouragement. Perhaps he would start with her self-assurance. "I'm going to outperform everyone, even All Might too." Katsuki never saw All Might, but she said, "I'll be the greatest hero, and then Deku will never look at me the same way. Handy bitch, it's not you." "What?" All Might exclaimed, stopping mid-jog. "I am going to rob you of him." The blonde rubbed the corner of her eyes fiercely and gave a fierce growl. "What the hell is this?" was the reaction of the most anticipated hero. "Damn it, he'll be mine once more." Unknowingly leaving All Might by himself, she stormed off. Teaching is difficult. All Might just stood there, a grin spreading across his face as beads of sweat ran down his cheeks, feeling as though he was spying on something very personal and intimate. How are these educators able to do it? What types of teachings does All Might impart? As soon as Izuku approaches the school's gate, a microphone intrudes into his personal space, and the poor nerd finds himself surrounded by reporters and camera crew. Huh? The reporters kept shoving their microphones at him, firing rapid questions about the number one hero and his lessons and someone thankfully coming to his rescue. Izuku stammered, his eyes widening. I'm sorry, BB, but I had to go. We're going to be late for our class. Itsuka yanked Izuku by the shoulders and hurriedly pushed her best friend through the gate as the reporters swarmed another unfortunate student with quick questions. You okay, Izuku? With a nervous laugh, the nerd said, Yeah. I got a little overwhelmed back there. They were pretty intense. As they stepped into the hallway, Kendo answered, Yeah, because of All Might. Somehow the word just got out that All Might joins the staff as a new teacher. How did that come about, I wonder? To her knowledge, the UA has not yet released an official statement regarding All Might. It has only been 3 days, and reporters have been badgering students and teachers since the first day. Perhaps a few students informed the news offices? Izuku speculated. Itsuka shrugged her shoulders, maybe. They go into their classroom and mingle with other students for a little while before their substitute teacher enters the room when the bell rings. Aizawa looked at his students and said, Let's get on with the homeroom notices. I'm sorry to have spring this on you all, but a few girls hoped it wasn't a pop quiz. We need to pick a class president and vice president. Something at last resembling school. Before practically everyone's hands shot up in the air, someone yelled out. Jiro said, I want to do it too. It resembles a lead role. Mina enthusiastically waved her hand. I'll do it. Me. Pushing her glasses up, Kashiko said, This position is suitable for me because I have some experience. Her glasses reflected the light. Kami declared, I want to be one, no homework forever. Is voting permitted? Kaoruko inquired. If that's the case, then everyone will just vote for themselves. Suyu replied. But is that okay, sensei? There's a chance that someone gets more votes, the blue girl said, turning to face her teacher. Anything's fine as long as you all decide by the deadline, Aizawa said, crawling into his sleeping bag and dozing off. So much freedom, a few pupils said as they put their names down on paper and cast their votes. The outcome was 4 votes for me. Izuku, who had just defeated Momo by 2 votes, gaped comically at the blackboard while shaking his body. You must be kicking me in the ass. Staring at the outcome, Katsuki exclaimed, W who voted for Deku? If she had looked behind her, she would have seen Ochako whistling carelessly, and after Suyu woke Aizawa up, the disheveled man looked languidly at the board. Aizawa reluctantly takes off his sleeping bag and says, So then it's President Midoriya and Vice President Yaoyorozu. Momo groaned, so close. FFFFF, is that right? Izuku finds it unbelievable. The class president, him. The class president, WW who voted for me. It was time for lunch, and the students were served in the largest cafeteria. Izuku sat by himself at a table, waiting for his friends, but his mind was still spinning. He let out a deep sigh. Oh, that's you. Izuku got startled by an intense voice and he looked up to see this scary tall guy who have called him out during the entrance exam. The hero nerd started to sweating as the tall guy strolled up to him then, suddenly stuck his hand out to him. Hello, I'm Iida Tenya from class 1B. I have to give it to you. Did you figure out what the real purpose of the practical skills test was? He averted his eyes as his arms moved around in strange pattern, almost like a robot. I was blind to it. And I had the wrong idea about you. You were the superior man, as much as I hate to say it. BB, but I didn't realize it either. Izuku blurted at the tall student in front of him, seeming to be more serious and enthusiastic than the scary person he had initially assumed, and then realized that he had forgotten to introduce himself, saying, Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku. He looked at the lunch tray Tenya was holding and said, I'm from class 1A. DD, do you want to join me and my friends for lunch? Oh, at his abrupt request, Iida blinked. Would that be okay? I don't wish to force myself on you or your pals. It's going to be alright. It would be great if he could make a friend with this guy, Midoriya replied, adding that he had never had a male friend. If that's okay with you, then. Iida sits down across from the hero nerd and bows his head courteously, saying, Thank you for the invitation. He looks down the hallway and remarks, We get all kinds here, huh? That's UA, he said, pressing his glass up. There are Department of Heroics, Support, Management, all assembled in the same hall. For you. Izuku laughed shyly, his thoughts still focused on his new role. Why yeah? Iida asked him abruptly, You seem a little troubled by something. Do you mind if I ask what it is? Oh, I'm really not sure I'm up to the task. I was made class president so suddenly, the hero nerd said, shyly scratching his hair. Oh, congrats on your appointment. You've got the guts and judgment when it counts, Midoriya. Iida exclaimed, moving her arms. It makes perfect sense that they chose you to be their class president, At the same time, you seem to be very humble and admit your weakness, he said, balling his fist in manly tears. I can clearly see that you are a much better man than I am. Was all Izuku could say in response, wondering how he had admitted his weakness. This student in front of him was definitely odd, but a good man. It's delicious rice. Ochako skipped over to them with tray in her hand. Another hand held a chopstick. She took her seat next to Izuku before she noticed Iida. Oh. Hello. Class 1B's Iida Tenya. With an equally forceful tone, Tenya introduced himself, saying, Midoriya graciously invited me to join the table. Hello. My name is Uraraka Ochako. I'm in the same class as Deku. Ochako grinned. Deku? Iida arched an eyebrow. TTT, that's my nickname, Izuku responded. It has a you can do it vibe. Oh, is that accurate? Iida hummed. Yes. The gravity girl grinned before she spotted Tsuka and Yui as they walked toward to their table. Over here. Iida Tenya was going to introduce himself once more, but first. I heard you. His voice was a little louder so that she could hear him from a few feet away. I'm Kendo Itsuka and that is Kodai Yui. Itsuka interrupted him with a light laugh as she took her seat next to Ochako. Kodai then sat down across from Ochako and next to Iida. Grasping a bite of rice, Yui said a flat, hello. So, before we arrived, what were you discussing? Ochako inquired of the boys. Oh, I was congratulating Midoriya on his position of class president. Iida responded, I'm looking forward to working with him because I am also a class president for class 1B. You look great wearing the glasses. With a single rice grain resting on her chin, the gravity girl spoke bluntly, causing Izuku to start perspiring. That's not a good thing to say, Uraraka. Itsuka laughed a little and wiped away a drop of perspiration, and the gravity girl smiled and tilted her head naively. BB, but I'm not sure if I'm cut out for it. Izuku murmured timidly, I don't know why I got 4 votes in first place. The girl with orange hair told the surprised boy, oh, I voted for you. WWY? Izuku let out a gasp, his jaw dropping. Because I think it will do you good. Itsuka replied, I believe this position will bring you out of your shell and give you a little confidence. With a broad smile, Ochako said, I also voted for you. Me too. Yui calmly answered, I saw you raising your hand. If she had raised her hand, she would have voted for Itsuka. Why you noticed that? Izuku stared, not raising his hand to full height. It's unbelievable, I voted for someone else. You don't cast your own ballots. Iida gave him a quick blink before he clenched his hand once more. Oh my goodness, it's so obvious that you're a much better man than I am. I'm so embarrassed to cast my own ballot. I have to improve myself in order to regain my respect as a future hero. Ochako stated bluntly, geez, you sound like you're from an upper crust family. You upper crust? Well, I don't like it when it's bought attention, but if I must talk about such things, then yes, I'm from a family that has been in heroics for generations. Iida stammered at her word choice before he noticed their staring. Right now, I'm the second son. Are you familiar with Turbo Hero Ingenium? Obviously, dude. That's the super popular hero whose Tokyo office has hired as many as 65 sidekicks. Midoriya's eyes lit up. He went into lengthy, in-depth details about the Turbo Hero. You don't mean. Why, you're quite knowledgeable, Iida said, staring dumbly at the nerd. Yui blankly ate her sandwich, thinking, Hero Otaku. True enough, he's my older brother. The tall student proudly puffed up his chest, saying, he's a well-liked pro-hero who upholds the law and leads the populace. And I hope to be a hero like him one day, he said with a smile. Izuku can relate to Iida with role models, he said, it's like All Might is to me. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a familiar face approach the table. Hiya. Pony grinned at them and then at Izuku. Is it alright if I come have lunch with you guys? Izuku nodded and said, hi, you can. Many thanks, the American girl contentedly took a seat next to him. Hello. Class 1B's Iida Tenya. Iida greets the new person once more and says, Midoriya has invited me to join the lunch table. Pony stopped herself and said, Po. She smiled timidly but nervously, Tsunotori Pony. Japanese. No good. Me. American. She paused to sigh and then turned to face Izuku. Tell him I'm glad to have met him and that I should slow down a little because I still have trouble understanding Japanese. Yeah, right. Izuku gave a quick nod before telling Iida what she had said. You're able to comprehend her? Ochako blinked at Izuku and simultaneously waved to Pony. Izuku sheepishly said, why yes, I frequently watch English channels online, but I'm not fluent in English, he. That means you can translate for us, which is cool. The nerd just timidly rubs his neck as the gravity girl smiles. If that's okay with tease, he said, looking at everyone as a siren went off. There has been a breach of security level 3, the automated announcer said, students, please leave as soon as possible. What is level 3 security? Iida made an odd hand gesture and asked the students who were close. It indicates an intruder has entered the school premises. This hasn't happened in 3 years, was the older student's response. Come on over, everyone. Izuku and his friends were encircled by a sea of students as they began to panic as everything became chaotic so quickly. What is this all of a sudden? Ochako cried out as an elbow struck her side. The height of education delivered a prompt crisis response, as was to be expected, under the students. Iida let out a grunt, it was too quick. It set off a panic. Izuku, please remain near me. Itsuka worriedly yelled, where are you? Izuku was going to yell, OOV, but some students shoved him away, and the sulky nerd ended up in front of Yui, his face and hands pressed against the window. KK Kodai. He cried out before someone shoved him again, causing his body to press up against her body and he can feel her chest squashing against his chest. SSSSSS sorry. Try as he might not to lose his cool over the close contact, he cried out again, his face red and his blush growing deeper by the moment. If Izuku hadn't been freaking out, he would have noticed that the quiet girl had remained expressionless the entire time and wondered how in the world she could be calm in the middle of a crisis. It's okay, Yui replied. It's not your fault that happened. The nerd flinched, thinking, how is that happening? As someone shoved him once more and something caught his eye outside, a press throng storming the yard. That mean the panic was nothing but hysteria. Everyone, calm, Midoriya called out, only to have his face pressed against the glass and he squeak out as soon as Yui's body pressed deeper into his chest with her head tucking under his chin. He can hear some students screaming out and he need to come up with something and quick. The nerd forced his head to turn around and the first thing he saw is that Ochako was closer to Iida before an idea struck him. Ochako, make Iida float. Tell everyone to calm down, there's just press on campus, Iida. Pressure? Iida's eyes widened before he turned to Ochako as she forced herself to swim through the mob and she slapped his outreaching hand. Suddenly, his gravity becomes zero and Iida find himself floating over the student body. There, he spot the exit, pulling his pant legs up to reveal his engine calves and with a roaring of engine, the screaming tall student flew toward until his body smacked against the wall above the doorway in a familiar exit pose. Everybody calm down. He bellowed out and the student body suddenly become calm under his shout as if it was like magic word. It's okay. Merely the press. Nothing to be worried about. It's all right. UA is your home. Let us manage ourselves like those participating in the highest academia. Phew. Midoriya exhaled as the students' bodies relaxed enough to allow him some breathing room. He then turned to face Yui, but his face quickly reddened again upon realizing that their bodies were still pressing against each other. SSS sorry. Are you okay? He pushed quickly away from her, as though he was on fire. This time, Izuku couldn't help but perspire at Yui's composed response of, I'm fine, thank you for asking. How can this girl maintain such composure throughout the entire situation? By the time lunch ended and the students returned to class for another period, the police had arrived and forced the press off campus. Momo and Izuku stood in front of the class and said, all right, President, start us off. Izuku struggled to keep his eyes off the girls as he spoke, not realizing that he had to address them immediately. I want to thank you for your votes and I will do my best as your class president, he said, trying not to look directly into their eyes. I hope you all can help me out as I'm really new to this. He turned to face Momo and said, PP please support me as well, why Yaoyorozu? Momo nodded professionally and said, I will. She then turned to face her classmates. It's an honor to be elected as your vice president, and I hope that I meet your expectations, Momo said. Thank you. They head back to their desks, and the remainder of the day goes off without a hitch. Aizawa stood in front of his classroom the day after the press incident and said, for the foundational skill of heroics we'll study today. It was decided you'll be supervised by a 4-man team comprising me, All Might, and 2 other people. Izuku thought, it was decided? Maybe it's a special case then? What are we going to do? Toru held up her arm. As a few students became excited, Aizawa responded, be the hero everyone needs, whether it's a flood or any other disaster. it's the trial of rescue. Well, indeed. Ochako was practically jumping out of her seat, and Izuku couldn't blame her for being overly excited. After all, he remembered that her eccentricity suited this particular role as a rescue hero. If it's a flood, then that environment's my specialty, Kiro. Suyu bit his lip. Aizawa looked across his students and said, "Don't get ahead of yourselves. This time, it's entirely up to each of you whether or not you wear your costume. It's likely that some of your costumes aren't appropriate for the current task. Since the training area is fairly far away, once the other class joins us, we'll take a bus to get there. That's it. Go ahead and get ready." A different class? Abara held up her hand. "Who wants to come along?" The disheveled man answered, "Class 1B, led with Khan. I'll do my best with this training. To become a top hero." Izuku clenched his fist, excited at the prospect of witnessing new eccentricities in action and adding them to his heroic notebook. This indicates that Iida will be joining them for the training. After donning their heroic costumes, the Class 1A leaves, and Ochako remarks, "Deku, why are you still in your gym clothes?" It turns out that the nerd was wearing a mouthguard along with his gym uniform, so she asked. She also noticed that 2 or 3 other girls were wearing their gym uniforms, so they probably turned in their costumes for redesign. Izuku scratched his head and realized that his costume couldn't withstand the power of One for All and that 2 fingers were torn off, meaning that his costume would literally blast apart and put him at risk of running around nude. He blushed mentally, thought that no one would look up to a nude hero, and said, "Oh, because it turned out that my costume was lacking some protection, so I decided to send it to the support company." "I hope they don't change it too much," Toru said as she abruptly appeared at Izuku's side and leaned on his shoulder. "It looks so adorable, especially the rabbit mask." "Yes, indeed, it appears to be a one." With a gasp of realization, the Gravity Girl snapped her fingers and said, "I bet there's some story to Deku?" She blinked at the red-faced, frozen nerd, asking, "What's wrong?" "NNNNNNNNN." Izuku's face turned comically terrified, as though he had committed a deadly sin, and he felt a floating glove stab him in the cheek. "Greetings, Midori, from Earth?" Toru ultimately presses her chest against his arm. "Sorry, I'm so sorry." Izuku turned his head away angrily from the invisible girl and leapt away from her right away, saying, I don't mean to look at you." The invisible girl gives off a mischievous tone. "Oh, it's okay. I don't mind you looking at me." She gives him a deep blush and yells, "In fact, you can stare at me all you want, Azu." She ends her song with a little coo. Izuku covered his face, feeling lightheaded. I can't. That would be very incorrect and unhelpful of me." Itsuka intervened, saying, "Hagakuri, please don't tease him. You'll make him uncomfortable and pass out." "All right." Toru backed away from them with a giggle as the nerd calmed himself down with fast breathing. Sorry. It's beyond my control if he reacts that way." She found his behavior very endearing and thought he was so easy to tease that she giggled as soon as the blushing boy let out another squeak and the martial artist simply rolled her eyes. The Gravity Girl spit laughing at the scene. "I'll stop," she smirked wickedly, "for now." There's Iida." Ochako notices the tall student leading a group from a distance after she calms down and giggles a little. Izuku blinks at them, realizing that Iida's class is made up entirely of boys and no girls, so he never gets a chance to observe them because Iida recognizes them and greets them straight away. "Hello, Kendo, Midoriya, Uraraka." Since they were in front of their classmate, Iida called out to them, saying, "It's good to see you again." Izuku smiled shyly and said, "LL likewise, I didn't know that we were going to have a joint class training." "Me either." Iida nodded. "We were informed by Kan-sensei that a last-minute decision was made. As one might anticipate from UA, it appears that they will train us all together in the event of a large-scale rescue situation and how to collaborate like in a hero vs villain battle. How wonderful. You will be chosen as the leader if they choose to do so because of your discernment and..." A blond boy with gray eyes and white pupils walked up to Iida wearing a tuxedo and several clocks around his waist. "Iida, stop being friendly with Class 1A. They are our enemies because they think they are better than us because they are in Class A, but we know that they are nothing but a bunch of W," the boy said. "Monoma, don't start, please." Iida whirled around to face him and gave him a sharp arm chop. "Do you not recall what transpired in class yesterday?" He launched into a lengthy lecture, leaving some students wondering what he was talking about. "We are all here as equals because we are training to be heroes in..." Setsuna whistlingly said, "Wow, looks like Class 1B is all boy class." She then nudged Izuku with her elbow, saying, "You sure luck out on this one." "Huh? A high-pitched scream broke the stillness as Izuku blinked at her perplexedly and opened her mouth to speak. OMG you. The hero nerd let a startled wail out when a very short boy with grape-like hair suddenly latched onto his pant leg with a creepy envious expression and bloody tears. Don't you get all smug and almighty? Simply due to your harem. How did you obtain a harem for an educational class? Hey, did you bribe someone? Were you connected to someone in a position of authority? Are you a hammer quirk? How were you able to do IT? WWW, what are you discussing? The nerd wailed, attempting to pry the creepy guy off his leg, but the grape-haired boy tightened his grip with a bloody wail. GGG, get off me. You understand what I mean. The midget, who was still clinging to the terrified boy's leg, pointed abruptly at each specific female person. These two have huge tits and curvy bodies. He was pointing at Momo and Kami before his finger shift to Suyu, that ass. Her cleavage is visible through the tight spandex, and you get an American. Again pointing to the bewildered American, he said, I think she allowed you to ride her like a cowboy. And his finger find its way to Jiru, who was looking at him disgustingly, and the midget take a good look at her for a minute before he give out an exhaled huff. Flat and ugly. As the midget turned his head back to face Izuku, his remark caused the rocker to twitch an eyebrow and show gritted teeth. Look at all sexy tight uniforms. For that reason, I joined the heroic class, and guess what I got? Nothing but a fest of sausage. I want no party to do with men. I want to get laid and team up with a hot, attractive girl. Stop it, Izuku stammered, blushing. Why you're being rude. Present your dick to me. He swears that the midget was asking, so wait, what? The hero nerd blinks owlishly, was he just hearing him right? Present your dick to me. Chicks must have a reason for falling into you. The midget suddenly knocks him down, then tried to yank the screaming nerd's pant down. Come on, show it. Do they like it big? Or is that false? Set me free. Izuku cried out, his face flushed deeply as he attempted to shoo the ominous pervert off of him. Hey, move off of him. A teenage boy with dark, shaggy hair and black eyes stunned the midget by chopping off his neck as Itsuka raced over to the screaming couple with a few girls. It looked like the midget was going to scream again. The teenager grabs the twitching midget by his collar and says, Stop that, Mineta. Midoriya instantly latches onto Itsuka for safety, worried that the creepy pervert will escape his rescuer's grasp. How are you doing, Izuku? Her trembling childhood friend simply nodded his head, and a few of his classmates were checking on him out of concern because it's not every day that you almost get molested by a crazy perverted midget who wants to see your junk. Itsuka soothed the shivering boy's back while keeping one eye on the hanging imp wearily. The adolescent with the shaggy hair apologized for him, saying, He's just. He looked at Mineta with his hand in his mouth, furious that our class is all boys and he was acting out a bit because he's very envious of your friend here. A little? Kaoruko gave the squirmy midget a shady glance as he continued to fix his intense gaze on some girl's assets, earning the boy with the shaggy hair another neck chop. Don't worry, he'll be punished once I let Kon-sensei know. The adolescent boy grinned and looked down at Midoriya. When Izuku realized that he had been waiting for him to identify himself, he shakily nodded and said, Why yeah, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Sen put his hand on his cheek and said, Kaibara-sen. I hope we can become buddies. As soon as he said the word, buddy, a glint appeared in his eyes, a light pink blush dusted his cheeks, and there was something about his smile as he directed it towards Izuku. Itsuka tightened her hug on her best friend, her eyes widening, and a cold sweat beaded down the side of her pale face. She didn't know why, but she felt compelled to protect Izuku from this guy at all costs. See you later, Izu buddy. Sen left the group, walking away with a screaming midget in his hand and mumbled something about adorable boy and eat up. Yup. Itsuka would have to be on guard around him from now on. C Class 1B is really strange, Kanoko gulped uneasily. Just because there are some eccentric students does not mean Class 1B is what you say it is. Abara gave a gentle grin. If you say so. The shy girl nervously glanced at some strange male students, wondering why this beast-like guy was snoring away on a giant student with a glue-like head while the said student was assembling a model figure of some anime character, or why this French person was talking to empty air in a strange pose. As you file into two lines based on your numbers, the bus will seat everyone more smoothly. Ida abruptly whistled and waved her hand when a long bus arrived at the group. Ida's at full throttle. Midoriya weakly stands up with a small drop of sweat and calms down slowly, praying that he doesn't end up sitting next to this creepy pervert, something he and his entire class have in common since Mineta's outburst. As the classes board the bus, they notice something that causes some of them to laugh. So it ended up this kind of bus anyway. Iida sagged into his seat and discovered that the bus had 2 rows of seats, one facing the other and the other having 1 row in back. Class 1A occupied the left side of the bus, with 2 female students seated there, and Class 1B occupied the right side, with 2 male students seated there. A dejected student who resembled a robot made Mina laugh, and some other students agreed. There was no point, huh? Izuku almost leapt out of his seat and said, "Hey, Midoriya, I always say what I think no matter what's on my mind." But then he turned to face Tsuyu, who was seated next to him. "Hello, Asui." Izuku stumbled nervously, that came on so quickly. The frog girl turned to face him and said, "Call me Tsuyu. Your quirk reminds me of All Might's." Midoriya was about to scream, but he managed to contain himself, saying, "That SS so, but mine isn't like." He waves off the nervous laugh. Habuko, standing next to Tsuyu, said, "But, Tsuyu, it's not same. All Might's quirk does not hurt him like Midoriya's." Kami bobbed her head and abruptly leaned against Izuku's right side, making the poor boy stiffen at the unexpected closeness. Yup, that's where the likeness ends," she said. "Hey, what are you discussing?" A boy with red spiky hair leaned forward over to them curiously. He wear a gear like shoulder pads with a skirt with a ripped pattern over pant, holding up by AR belt and a black mask that remind Izuku of something, but he don't know where he have seen it before. "I'm Kirishima Ejiro, by the way." Midoriya's quirk here is Enhancer, and it's very powerful enough to destroy this Zero robot with a simple punch. Tsuyu continued, "But it's too powerful that it can break any bones, like his right arm after a punch for example." "Goddamn," Kirishima exclaimed with an impressive whistle. "I kind of wish I had that kind of easy Enhancer type quirk, though. You can do a lot with one, and it looks great too." To Izuku's surprise, he raised his right arm to demonstrate his quirk and said, "My hardening power isn't bad for punch-ups, but I hate that it's just not that flashy. I think that's a really cool oddity." Izuku's eyes glowed with a 100-watt smile as he thought of numerous revolting ideas surrounding Kirishima's quirk. Definitely a quirk that'll be of great use to a pro. "Oh," Kirishima gave him a quick blink before giving him a light cheek scratch. "Well, it's pretty amazing, but not as flashy as yours, if this girl is to be believed," she said. "Yet your peculiarity enables you to simultaneously improve your offensive and defensive skills, correct? That means you can protect your allies and civilians from any attacks like blade or bullets." The red-haired boy nodded, confirming what the nerd had surmised. "It's also perfect for rescue missions. If you clench your hands into claws and smash through a thick wall to free the hostages from evildoers, you can easily dig through a landslide to save the victims. You might be able to pick up some moves and techniques from Crimson Riot because he has a quirk similar to yours." He continued talking for a while as the other students stared at him in confusion before beaming at Kirishima with an innocent smile worth $1 million, saying, "To be honest, I'm so jealous of your quirk because I can't shield people like you can do." Gak. Kirishima shielded his face with his arms as he turned away from him embarrassingly. Too bright. How very honest can you be? He feels an odd need to keep this boy safe from the outside world in order to preserve his innocence. However, there are aspects of heroics that are more akin to popularity contests, don't you think? With his chin resting on his palms, a French student breaks the silence and declares, "My naval laser is both flashy and strong enough for the pro level." Aoyama, though, it would be horrible if your stomach fell out. Aoyama's face turns blue with black lines at his words. A tall, lean young man with dark hair and the shape of cylindrical tape dispensers for elbows patted the French student's shoulders with laughter. Setsuna said, "If we're talking about the double whammy of flashy and strong, that'll be Bakugo and Todoroki." They could hear Katsuki's irritating tongue clicking. Tsuyu stated bluntly, "Bakugo's always fuming, so she won't be very popular." "You bitch." Katsuki smashed her hands on rail as Jiro leaned away from her sourly, "I'll be popular." "See?" the frog girl said, gesturing to the girl who was growling as though to demonstrate her point. "How come we are already apodictically aware of your personality, redolent as a turd getting steamed in a sewer? It's only been a short while since our socialization has begun." A blonde boy with black lightning bolt stake run across his hair smirked. Katsuki growled at the blonde, "What the hell kind of vocabulary is that? And who the fuck are you? Don't talk to me, I'll fucking kill you," before letting out a long tirade. Momo covered her lip with her hand and looked at the screaming girl angrily, saying, "What a vulgar conversation." Ochako laughed aloud and said, "But they make me laugh." As soon as the bus arrives at its destination and the students enter the USJ area, they look around in amazement. Somebody exclaimed, "Amazing! Is that USJ or something?" The owner spoke, and the students turned to face him as he approached them wearing an astronaut-style outfit, holding an Aizawa and a bulky man with gray hair and two noticeable lower canine teeth. "Flood wrecks, landslides, fires, etc., etc., the voice said. "This is a practical training area I created to simulate all kinds of accidents and disasters, and its name is the ultimate space for jams. It's Space Hero, No 13, and Blood Hero, Vlad King." Izuku jumped with excitement. No 13 is the gentlemanly hero who does phenomenal work helping with disaster relief. Ochako exclaimed, "Wow!" and clenched her hands. "I've always liked No 13. She was shocked to see her idol standing in front of her. Aizawa cast a mischievous glance around, say, "Where's All Might? He should be here about this time." 13 held up 3 fingers subtly. "From what I was told, Sensei, it looks like he was out heroing while commuting up until his time was up. Now he's resting up in the nap room." The drab instructor complained, "That guy's the height of irrational," and then cast a sidelong glance at the pupils, asking, "Oh, well, shall we?" The space hero turned to face the students and said, "I'm sure you're already quite aware, but my quirk is called Black Hole. No matter what material may get sucked into its vortex, I'm afraid it will turn into dust." 13 lifted one finger and then expanded more, saying, "Or 2, or 3, or 4. Izuku exclaimed, "Now that's a quirk that's perfect for removing wreckage and saving people injured by disasters." Ochako nodded her head so quickly that some thought she would break a bone. "Yes," 13 replied, "it is, however, a power that could also easily be used to kill people. And in that way, it's no different from the quirks of everyone here." The students immediately listened to the space hero. Naturally, in this society of superhumans, quirks are strictly regulated, and the requirements for their awful use enforced. We can tell at a glance that that is the makeup of this world. That being said, please don't forget that each of you possesses a quirk that can go awry. One wrong step is all it takes to be able to kill other accidentally. During Aizawa and Khan's physical strength test, you learned of your respective powers' true potential, and during All Might's trial of battle, I think you took away a true sense of the danger of brandishing those powers against one another. This lesson will serve as a fresh start. Let's get to studying about how to wield our quirks for the sake of human life. Your quirks emphatically do not exist to hurt others. Please leave this exercise having fully understood that your quirks exist to help people. 13 is awesome. A few pupils gazed in wonder at the space hero. The students applauded the space hero as 13 dramatically bowed. "That is all. You have my gratitude for listening so intently and patiently." Ochako exclaimed, "That was awesome." Iida exclaimed, "Bravo," and burst into tears following the space hero's speech. "Okay, let's start with the first things first," Aizawa said, rolling his eyes as Khan laughed at what he saw. Then, something caught the scruffy man's attention, and he looked down at the USJ's center to see a black mist enveloping it. The hair on the back of Aizawa's neck stood up as a pale hand slowly reached out into the distance. A moment later, a pale man appeared, his hand on its face, and a crazy glint could be seen through the fingers. As the villains emerged from the mist, he cried out, "Huddle together and don't move," to warn the students and notify the pro-heroes. 13. Vlad. Protect the students. Kirishima shot a glare at the villain-infested area, asking, "What is that? Is this like that training pattern at the entrance exam?" "Those are villains." Aizawa yelled at him, yanking his goggles down. "Don't move." Eraserhead. Vlad King and No 13. Two eyes sparkle in the mist. "According to the teacher's curriculum we procured yesterday, All Might was supposed to be here, and yet." As soon as Aizawa heard the villain speak, he frowned and said, "I knew it. So yesterday was the doing of you louts." A sadistic gleam flashed in his eyes as he said, "I wonder if he'll show up if we kill the kids." The pale man with severed hands whimpered, "We went through all the trouble and rustled up so many of us to bring along. You can't tell me All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here. Villains. Get out of here." What kind of numbskull could think honest-to-God villains would be able to just waltz into the hero home base? Mineta exclaimed, staring at the trembling villains. Momo exclaimed, "Sensei, what about the intruder alarm sensors?" "Of course we have some set up, but..." 13, with Khan's assistance, gathered the students. "Is this the only campus they've infiltrated, or are they attacking all the others, too?" Shoko looked over at the assailants. At any rate, if the sensors aren't responding, then that just mean they must have one amongst their number who has a quirk that can do that. An isolated space away from the school building, at a time when there's a class scheduled, it may seem out of the question, but her pupils widened. They must have some solid objective. This isn't an ambush without some carefully planned scheme behind it. 13. Vlad, do the evacuation procedure. Aizawa yelled, and try calling the school. These villains know how to get around the sensors. There's a chance there's an electrowave type guy who'll try interfering. Looking at the blonde boy with the black lighting streak, Khan said, Kaminari, try contacting UA with your quirk. Sensei. Midoriya called out to Aizawa with worry, are you gonna fight them alone? Even if you suppress all of their quirks, there's so many of them. The battle style of Eraserhead is to capture villains after erasing their quirks. Meaning, the main battle starts now. Vlad, 13, I'm counting on you too, Aizawa sharply interrupted, saying, a hero always has more than one trick up their sleeves. He then leapt over the rail and headed toward the crowd. Firing squad, ready? Yelled a villain. Here we go. He blinked at the approaching figure, asking, who the hell is that? Wasn't there supposed to be only 13 in All Might? But he's seriously hurtling toward us by himself. What a dumb shit. A bull mask villain snorted, buggered if I know. They both activated their quirks, but they blinked as soon as they caused a problem without warning. Huh, it won't shoot, the villain said, looking at his fingers bewildered, before Aizawa gave them a hard pull, causing their heads to collide violently and knock them out. You can tell just by looking. That's the quirk that erases other quirks. Eraserhead. It erases quirks. A massive, four-armed, rock-like creature stomped toward the front, growling evilly, can you even erase mutant shapes like us? Aizawa stunned the villain with a sucker punch, causing the giant to fall backward and say, nope, no can do. Statistically, guys like you are stronger at close quarters combat where you can really excel. He tosses a scarf around the giant's leg and ducks under a random villain's blind swing. It only works on emitter and transformation class quirks. He pulls the scarf, causing the rock creature to fly toward the villains with widening eyes. Aizawa calmly remarked, which is why I've devised a countermeasure, as the creature crashed into the yelling villains, eliminating a number of them in a single blow. The pallid man scratched his neck, saying, his hand-to-hand combat skills, too, are commendable. That's why even a mass allied against him is tasting defeat. Now I see. God, pro heroes are such a pain. If we were just any rabble, we wouldn't stand a chance. The scruffy man was killing the goons with such skill that the pale man could not tell whose quirks he had erased. Izuku went into his analysis mode, but Itsuka grabbed his arm. Incredible! Izuku exclaimed, watching in fascination as his sensei dispatched some charging villains with well-placed moves. I forgot one-on group battle is Aizawa sensei's specialty. Itsuka dragged him over to the group of huddled students and said, this is not the time for your analysis. Let's get out of here. I'm afraid I can't allow that, the mist villain said kindly as a wall of black mist erupted in front of the shocked students and pro-heroes. Hello, we're the Villain Alliance. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA Academy, the base of heroes, in order to engage with All Might, the symbol of peace. The mist villain said, we were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him, you see. The mist swirled around the heroes and students. Was All Might not meant to be in attendance at this juncture? Perchance, has something changed? Ah well. Putting that aside, the mist swirled like a tornado. Abruptly, Katsuki and Kirishima launch an attack on the villain's metal collar, causing an explosive explosion. Kirishima and Katsuki leapt back. Bet you didn't think we'd be able to do you in before you got the chance. To their surprise, the mist villain reappears and says, that was quite perilous. Though you may be mere students, you are also the hero world's golden eggs. 13 cried out, run, you too, it's no use, just run. A few students and heroes were able to escape the black mist that spread out with a savage roar, shrouding the group in darkness and proclaiming, you will be scattered, and tortured, and slain. Everyone, Khan yelled in a furious manner. Midoriya Izuku found himself falling toward a large lake in the next minute after standing at the entrance the previous one. UWAA! Izuku exclaimed as he dove into the water. The flood zone? He regained his sense of direction quickly and began swimming upward, warping. He has a warping quirk. This is a really unusual eccentricity, and he's going for All Might's head. How the devil is this happening right now? Oh ho, the chum has come. he exclaimed as he turned to face a villain who resembled a shark and was wearing a scrub mask. The villain then opened his mouth and screamed, "It's nothing personal, but sayonara, sucker." Just as the boy was about to finish speaking, someone struck the villain's side of the face, causing him to flail away. Izuku realized right away that the villain was Tsuyu, holding two figures beneath her arms. "Midoriya!" Tsuyu exclaimed, her tongue elongating like lightning and encircling Midoriya's torso before she shot skyward and away from the yelling antagonist. The shark-like villain cried out in shock. "I said, sayonara? Sayonara!" Tsuyu exclaimed too serenely as she hurriedly threw Midoriya over to a ship and broke through the surface. Before Tsuyu and two other figures jump on board, the green-haired boy coughs up some water. Izuku then carefully examines two figures that the frog girl has saved. It was a glue-head boy from Class 1B named Kanoko. Izuku looks up to Tsuyu and coughs again. "Thank you, Asui." The frog girl answered, "Call me Tsuyu. Boy, are we in a pickle." Midoriya checked in on Kanoko and the glue-head giant, and they both seemed fine. "Well, there goes the curriculum," she said. "Actually, if you think about it, yesterday's break-in by the media must have been a ploy to obtain information." He was chewing on his lip. "It's just like Todoroki said, they were watching for an opportunity to swoop in, and now their preparations are complete." What do you mean?" Kanoko nervously grabbed Izuku's sleeve. The mushroom head girl shivered as her grip tightened around Izuku's sleeve. "Will we really be able to hold out until All Might arrives? If he does come, will he be okay?" Tsuyu interrupted. "They must have figured out some way to kill All Might. Otherwise it'd be absurd if they went through all this trouble just to get flattened, no? And it's not exactly beneath those bastards." "I'll kill you," roared a shark-like villain from below. "Come back here, you." Kanoko gives a soft whimper as she shivers, but she wakes up when she hears a low mumble and turns to see the nerd mumbling with his hand on his lip. "Big catch. Big catch. Big catch," is the chant that breaks out around the ship, signaling that they have it surrounded. "She's right," Midoriya grumbled. "They must have calculated some way to defeat All Might. I can't think of any other reason. Why do they want to kill him? Because he's been a deterrent against villains, against evil, or is it just because he's called the symbol of peace? That can't be it. It must run deeper, but then, what could it be? Their motive, their impetus, their reason." He put his hand down as his head rose raised. "Anyway, if those bastards have some trick to take down All Might, then right now, we have only one course of action." His face lit up with determination. "We fight to win." Kanoko worriedly said, But how are we going to do that?" Izuku peered over the guardrail and saw swimming villains. "Those down there. They're obviously all about underwater battle," she said. Tsuyu hummed, placing her index finger on her lip. "So they must have known about the layout of USJ beforehand and gathered people with that in mind, huh? In an underwater zone of combat, Asui. Tsuyu. You're able to move freely. It's your strength. So why would they put you there?" the hero nerd said, nodding. "Exactly, they stocked up information for the attack. But for a bunch of guys who prepared so meticulously, there's something awfully odd about their behavior." The frog girl looked at him. "Go ahead at your own pace," Tsuyu said. Kanoko seems to realize something. Oh. So in other words, they don't know what the students' quirks are, Izuku concluded. "It's true." The little frog girl concurred. "I'm a frog, so I know getting tossed into that fire zone wouldn't have looked fun for me. It's because they don't have intel on our quirks that they separated us, and their strategy now is to assault us with sheer numbers." Midoriya glanced at the antagonists. "They've got us beat both in numbers and experience. We have only one key to victory. Our one advantage is that they have no clue what our quirks can do. They haven't tried coming aboard ship. That also substantiates my hypothesis. I can leap fairly high." Tsuyu decided to provide additional information to her fellow students about her odd ability. "I can clamber up walls. My tongue can lash out up to a length of 20 meters. And I can inflate my stomach outwards. It's lined with poisonous mucus. Well, not really poisonous so much as somewhat stinging, and I can secrete it. The latter two are probably near useless, so you can forget those." Izuku blinked and said, "I half expected all of that, but you're pretty strong." Kanoko said meekly, "Well, as you two know, I have a quirk that allows me to produce spores. I can create a spore that can put some to sleep. Or poison them, ranging from hallucinating to..." She swallowed nervously. "And my spores can grow mushroom rapidly in any size on any bodies it touch." She covered her red face with her left hand as they stared at her. Sorry, It's pretty much useless right now because the villains can avoid them by diving underwater. Izuku looked at his fist and said, "My power is extremely strong, but once I use it, my bones crack and fracture. Think of it as kind of a glass cannon." They turned to stare at the glue-like giant student. "WW, what about you?" It's okay, it can't be helped. It's pretty strong anywhere but fire and flood zone." The giant pointed to a name beneath his photo as he pulled a student ID from his gym uniform. Bondo Kojiro was displayed. After they verified his identity, he tucked it away and proceeded to pour glue fluid into his cupped hands from 4 of his 7 eyes. He forms it into a big ball, sticks it to the wall, and just gestures at it to make it solidify more quickly. "Ah, your quirk is some kind of glue," Izuku said, examining the glue ball. "Smeeding, right." Bondo nodded his head, "and it hardened pretty faster." "How fast?" The nerd touched the hardened glue ball, and very dense. He rubbed his chin. "Does it dissolve in water?" Bondo pointed at the ball and held up 5 fingers. "If it's thick then it will last for 5 minutes in water before it dissolve." He guessed, and the giant nodded his head. A voice growled from below, "Get out there." The ship began to rock violently and then began to sink slowly, almost like a snail. "Let's end this farce." Izuku turned to face the giant with a sharp expression and said, "Bondo, make as many glue balls as you can quickly." Kanoko asked him, "Why?" "The moment your enemies are confident of their victory, that is your chance." All Might said that once on Junetsu Tairiku. The mushroom girl noticed that his hand was shaking. "In order to win, there's no other way." "Listen," he said calmly, ignoring the shark-like villain's gloat. He quickly explained his plan to the group. Gritting her teeth, Itsuka thrust her palm upward toward her opponent's chin. Before it touched down, she quickly widened the same hand to increase the force as the groaning villain jerked back. A steel student named Tetsu strikes a villain in the face with a haymaker punch from behind her, and a crow-headed student named Tokiyami uses his dark quirk to attack multiple villains. Vlad King accompanied them, using his blood quirk to apprehend a few villains. Since this missed villain dispersed them across the USJ, the orange-haired girl has been worried about Izuku, and she sincerely hopes that Izuku won't do something foolish. She dodges a random villain's round kick, sweeping his leg out from under him before slamming him with big hammer fists. Normally a happy and cheerful girl, Hagakure Toru is very irritable and angry at the moment. Not because of the villain raid, but rather because of this one person who is agitated, Mineta. Thanks to her quirk, no one knew that Shoko and Mineta were in the middle of a zone surrounded by villains when the mist villain scattered them with his rap quirk. She was initially scared for her classmates, but after watching Shoko easily defeat them with just her ice ability and without breaking a sweat, she was amazed. She was curious about how powerful this dual-wielder girl was holding back the entire time. Then, the imp began to babble inaudibly and cry loudly enough to attract the attention of more villains. After a few minutes, Mineta cried out, "All Might will stop these idiots," and he began to ramble, saying, "We're gonna die here. We should have stayed in one spot and waited for Pro Hero to come and get us. Well thought out. Let the villains overtake them with an undetermined number and let Shoko handle all the work," Toru thought sarcastically. "I'm not going to die before I touch tits and ass," Mineta muttered to himself, oblivious to Toru's presence as he fixed his intense gaze on Shoko's behind through well-fed tears. The midget reaches for her behind, saying, "Damn it, I'm going for it," but trips and falls, looking down incomprehensibly. Did something trip him up? Once more, he glances up at Shoko's back end. How in the world did this depraved bastard enter? As soon as he tried to openly harass the unconscious girl with 2 hairs, Toru tripped the weeping midget once more and babbled about why he wanted to be a hero, just to be popular with girls and objectify them. She repeatedly tripped the perverted boy when he tried to grope Shoko, saying, "I fucking hate these guys like that." She is also extremely happy that Midoriya ended up in her class rather than this disgusting imp. The ship sank halfway underwater, and a villain with a sea motif grunted, "Hey, let's get up there." A deep fish villain said, "No, just wait a bit. We don't know what their quirks are in." When a scream drew their attention, they saw a green-haired boy climb up on top of the guardrail and yell his head off before jumping off. Izuku cried out, "Dee!" and one of the villains giggled. The trident-wielding villain chuckled, "Yep, nothing special. Once he hits the water, we'll rip, I am up." With a loud roar, the green-haired boy yelled, "Delaware!" and then, smash! The lake erupted violently, and the villains gasped in dismay as the artificial vortex swirled them in the direction of the vortex's center. Bondo jumped off the dock with Tsuyu and Kanoko on his back, yelling, Suyu. Bondo. While the glue student threw more than a dozen wet glue balls all over the place and the frog girl caught the falling nerd with her tongue. The antagonist, who resembled a shark, swam against the current, but it continued to pull him toward the center, exclaiming, we're getting pulled in. The fish villain exclaimed, what the hell is that? When he tried to wipe the sticky substance off his chest, but it stuck there and the villain's glue balls also stuck together. Before they know it, the bad guys are held together by glue and are being dragged beneath the surface of the water by their weight. When you strike the surface of a body of water with sufficient force, it'll spread out, and then converge back into the center. Izuku murmured. As Bondo landed in the water, Suyu said, quite the round-up arrest. With her tongue out, she added, for the time being, we've toppled the first hurdle. The frog girl kicked her legs to force the giant toward the lake's edge. It went on for a while. That was an insane gamble we took back there. Normally you'd think they would have had a bunch of people hiding underwater. It was very lucky we beamed all of them, Midoriya said as she emerged from the water. The frog girl bluntly stated, stop mumbling, Midoriya, it's scaring me. Anyway, shouldn't we be deciding what to do next? The nerd nodded to her, you're right, as they assisted Kanoko and Bondo in leaving the lake and reaching the shore. I suppose for the time being, our number one priority should be calling for help. If things go our way, we can just follow the waterside to the exit, avoiding the central plaza altogether. Oh yeah, Aizawa-sensei is at the plaza holding back that giant group of villains, Suyu murmured. Sensei is naturally planning to keep them under control, but Izuku was holding his hand. It's not a stretch to think he flew into action in order to protect us and is overextending himself as a result. Wait, are you saying we should? Kanoko asked him, her fingers fidgeting, while Bondo glanced between them anxiously and Suyu croaked. He turned to face the three behind him and said, I'm not saying we jump into the fray, if that's what you're thinking. Let's just see if they have any openings and relieve at least a little of Sensei's burden. With caution, the group approaches the central plaza. The group was startled when they saw Aizawa lying beneath a massive, black creature as they had emerged from the flood zone and reached the plaza's edge. Aizawa's free arm twitches before Numu snaps his left arm like a twig and lifts the scruffy man's head, then smashes it against the hard ground. The pale man cracked meanly, tell the symbol of peace he's wanted by artificial human, Numu. You can erase quirks. A respectable ability, but there's nothing to it in the end. After all, when faced with overwhelming might, you might as well be quirkless in that situation. What are we going to do? Kanoko asked nervously, covering her mouth, but she never received a response from her classmates. The figure of mist appeared behind the pale man and said, Shigaraki Tamura. Kurogiri, the pallid man said, casting a sidelong glance at Vlad and 13. I have incapacitated 13. Kurogiri replied, however, I'm afraid the students whom I could not scatter impeded me, and he was therefore able to escape with his life. Hua. Shigaraki turned to face him, his face shaken with anger. Kurogiri, if you can't be a proper warp gate, then our plans have crumbled. There's no doubt that we can't win if they throw dozens of pros at us. It's game over. Game over. For now. Shall we hop back? He sighed. Kanoko mumbled, does that mean they'll leave? Yeah, but this feels a little weird, Suyu said, glancing at Midoriya. Biting his lip to try to figure out these villains, Midoriya said, yeah, they came and did practically nothing. And just like that, they're pulling back. Well, before that, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to take? Shigaraki said as he slowly turned his torso slightly. Suddenly, the pale man appeared in front of the startled group and extended his hand, saying, the symbol of peace's pride down a notch. Before they could respond, his hand was directly in Kanoko's face, and nothing happened. Eraserhead, the creature smashed his head down once more. You really are a cool guy, he said, glancing over his head to see Aizawa staring at him with blazing eyes. Izuku jumped into action and swung his fist at the pale man, saying, let go of Her. Numu. The pallid man said, and a loud crash ensued. Izuku said, blinking at his intact arm before realizing he was facing the black creature and that he had his fist on its torso. As the creature prepared to attack the boy and Suyu's tongue lashed out toward the nerd, he heard a loud crash and saw flying metal doors. Well, whatever, kid, Shigaraki shrugged. Have no fear. All Might appeared behind the smokescreen, an angry look on his face, for I have come. All Might, was exclaimed by a student close to the entrance. I had a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, All Might said, surveying the area quickly as a few students let out a sigh of relief. So I cut the principal's long story short and decided to come check on you all. I happened upon young Iida on my way here. Thank him, I heard the gist of what happened. Then, he turned his attention to Shigaraki's group and said, and now you've really made me angry. Seeing just how frightened you made all the kids. Seeing how desperately my pupils were giving it their all. However, it's for that reason my chest is welling with pride. It's all right now. With a deep scowl, he tore off his necktie and exclaimed, for I'm here. Shigaraki scoffed, we were waiting for you, hero. Or should I say, you, hero, trash. The bad guys were about to move, but just as All Might appeared by Aizawa's side, they vanished from their line of sight. The top hero picked Aizawa up to assess the extent of his injuries as the henchmen's bodies hit the ground, turning his sharp eye toward the pale man's group and saying, I apologize, Aizawa. All Might set Aizawa down gently and in an instant gathered Izuku's group and placed them close to the entrance stairway. Head toward the entrance, you guys. I have to leave Aizawa with you, he's unconscious, so hurry. The pale man said, it's no good, his shoulders trembling. It turned out that during the hero's quick rescue, a severed hand had fallen off his face. I'm sorry, father, he shakily picked up the hand and held it to his face. He took the opportunity to hit you while he was saying them, he said, laughing. He wasn't as fast as I expected. Could it be our intel was true after all? About how you're weakening? He rambled incoherently. All Might, stay back. Midoriya told his idol, that villain with the brain matter. 1-4, when I punched him, it wasn't enough power to break my arm but he still didn't even budge. He must be the one who. Midoriya, my boy. All Might gave him a smile and covered his right eye with a peace sign, saying, it's all right. Then, in an instant, he charged toward the villain group while crossing his arms, shouting, Carolina. The creature lunged at the hero. Smash. His swinging arms struck the creature, but they had no effect on it, and the hero swiftly dodged under the roaring creature's swings. He drives his fist into the creature, saying, I can't believe it. My blows aren't working at all. However, just like before, it hardly makes an impact. Look no further than the beast's amazing shock absorption ability. Shigaraki boasted, if you want to deal Numu any damage, it'd be more effective if you slew Owly and steadily scooped out his guts, though him letting you do that is a different story. I appreciate you alerting me, All Might exclaimed as he spun to face the creature and wrapped his arms around its torso. If that's all it takes, don't worry, it'll be easy. He lifted the creature backward in a suplex hold and let it land on its back, causing everything to burst. Midoriya watched on anxiously as everything was happening because he knew something. He knew that All Might was operating on fumes, and he wasn't sure if that would be sufficient to deal with these bad guys. Guh! All Might let out as Numu's fingers penetrated his chest, revealing the creature beneath him in a dark mist on the earth. You plan to drive him deep into the concrete and seal his movements, right? The elderly gentleman laughed, but you wouldn't have been able to seal him for long anyway. Numu is the same power level as you. Isn't it great, Kurogiri? He handed us the perfect chance on a silver platter. He looked at the wounded warrior. This was your first mistake, you'd better be ready for some pain. While Kurogiri struggled to free All Might's talons, he said, I'll gladly endure it if it's handed out by a man of your stature. It was Numu's duty to restrain your dizzying speed so that I could open a gate while you were in that prone state. It is now my duty to eviscerate you. I certainly do have blood and organs inside of me, so it will be a touch displeasurable, but... After giving Aizawa to Bondo, Midoriya abruptly charged toward the villains. He couldn't allow them to defeat All Might in such a manner. He wishes he could have learned so much from his hero, All Might. Midoriya, my young man. Don't rush in like always, All Might muttered as Kurogiri threw his mist toward the sprinting boy. Out of the fucking way. A voice yelled abruptly as Kurogiri dodged a huge explosive. Deku. He heard someone grab his metal collar before it slammed him to the ground and revealed Katsuki on top of him. Kurogiri barely registered the incident. Simultaneously, Numu's right side was covered in ice. As Shigaraki narrowly avoided Kirishima's swing, Shoko entered their line of sight and said, I heard about you bastards' plan. About each of your roles in your scheme to kill All Might. Kirishima hurriedly retreated from the pallid villain, yelling, shit. I had him. Katsuki dug her heel into the metal collar and grinned maniacally. No funny business out of you, fucking shadow-ass mobiling. Shoko stated bluntly, the symbol of peace won't go down as easy as you clowns. Izuku stood behind them and said, Kachan, everyone. A freeze attack? All Might asked, feeling Numu's hold loosen as he cast a sidelong glance at Shoko. Was that you, young Todoroki? She was able to freeze him without hitting me because of her extreme precision. I'm grateful, my dear. All Might manages to free himself and leaps away from the creature. Well now, this is quite the pinch. You pinned down our revolving door, the pale group leader said, staring at them. That part of your body you used to get all misty and warp gatey just got sealed, motherfucker. You gonna tell me you don't use that warp gate to hide your true body? Huh? The mist villain remained silent, asking, if the shadow mist were your true form and you had no actual body, then why would you have called any attack dangerous? Katsuki smirked, looking down at Kurogiri. Just as I thought, this prick was never all that sharp. The mist villain twitched, don't you move, and pressed her hand down onto the villain's body. Looking over his shoulder, Kirishima remarked, not a very heroic line there. The creature slowly stood up as its body snapped in half from the ice and it twitched toward the group. We've been cornered, and what's more, you're all nearly unscathed, Shigaraki muttered. Man, I have to hand it to the kids these days. At this rate, the villain alliance will be a laughingstock. He glanced at the creature. Numu, go ahead and finish Explosion Chick over there. We're rescuing our revolving door. Both of Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, how is he moving? Didn't half of his body snap away? Everyone stand back, All Might exclaimed, extending his right hand. Wasn't his peculiarity a shock absorption? The pale man said, I never said that was the full extent of his abilities. The creature spun around. As you can see, he's also got super regeneration. The creature lunged. Numu is a human sandbag artificially crafted to the height of physical fitness in order to withstand your 100%. All Might acted more quickly, and Katsuki found herself thrown to Izuku's side in a matter of seconds. Izuku did a double take and exclaimed, Kachan? Why you dodged him? Wow. Katsuki's eyes widened as the smokescreen cleared, revealing All Might with a cross guard, taking the creature's blow after he threw the girl to safety. No, you fucking idiot. Do you not know mercy? Exclaimed All Might. The pale man said, we had no choice. He then began to rant on irrationally, accusing the students of being violent toward his allies while All Might was only half listening and trying to hold some blood in his mouth. The symbol of peace. Give me a break. All Might returned to focus. You're nothing more than a bludgeon of oppression yourself. Violence only breeds more violence. And once we kill you, that'll be made known to the world. You're mad. All Might dropped his hands. You ought to keep your antisocial viewpoints to yourself. Besides, be straight with me. You just want to get in your kicks. Shigaraki made fun of me, saying, you saw through me so quickly. Shoko said, it's 3 versus 5. Izuku clenched his fist, and Kachan exposed the shadow guy's weak point. These guys are outrageous, but if we give All Might some support, then we'll send them packing no problem. No, yelled All Might. Please get out. Shoko flexed her hand and said, but it would have been bad if I hadn't come to support you earlier. Midoriya whispered to his idol, All Might, you've got blood. Shouldn't you already be out of time? In a low voice. All Might took a deep breath and closed his eyes as the pale villain rushed toward the students, his eyes snapping open with pure intent that nearly blew everyone away. Right you are, Todoroki, my girl, he exclaimed, snapping closed his fist. Thanks a ton. But now I'll be okay. All you need to do is watch a pro show you how it's done. All Might's fist meets Numu's fist with a powerful shockwave as they both explode with speed. Shigaraki leapt from the group to Kurogiri's side and said, I told you before, he has shock absorption. The world's greatest fighter smiled and said, I know. Before unleashing a torrent of punches that almost sent everyone running from the fighter. It's shock absorption, not total nullification. It must have a limit, no. He was made to withstand my full power. In that case, I'll just give it more than 100. The blows became hazy, making it impossible for the stunned students to see the fighter's blows. With a battle cry of plus ultra, Numu pulled back his left fist and smashed it against the creature, declaring, a hero is someone who smashes through every obstacle life puts his way. With a bellow, Numu flew through the glass ceiling and out into the sky. WW, what is this? A comic book? Kirishima gasped. It's like he pounded the shock absorption out of him. In my heyday, it would have taken 5 good punches, tops. Now I threw more than 300 of the suckers. All Might swung his arms a few times and said, I really have gotten weaker. He smiled at the villain as the pale man shook with rage. Now then, villain. We both want to put an end to this dance of ours quickly, don't we? All Might asked. You used cheats, Shigaraki grumbled angrily. You've gotten weaker. You lie. We're totally overpowered. How dare you lay a hand on my Numu? There's no way you're any weaker now. Did he lie to me? As his time was running out, All Might opted to play the bluff, asking, what's the matter? Where'd your bravado go? What happened to clearing the game? Try it if you can. The pallid man let out a ferocious, "Yuua," as the world's greatest hero approached them. Shigaraki Tamura, please calm yourself. Kurogiri whispered to his commander, if you look more closely, you can clearly see the damage Numu succeeded in dealing him. He turned to the pupils and said, it would appear the children are rearing away. It's true that reinforcements are certain to make their appearance in mere minutes. However, I tender the proposal, Shigaraki, that if you and I combine our efforts, there might still be ample chance to murder him. As if something had flicked a switch inside of him, Shigaraki muttered calmly, yeah, you're right. After all this trouble, how could we fail to defeat the final boss? The students were beginning to disperse when Shoko noticed something. Midoriya? She asked, staring at the muttered nerd. Then, she didn't know that Midoriya would suddenly throw himself at the two villains as soon as they approached All Might. With wide eyes, Katsuki exclaimed, Deku. What the devil was this fool thinking? Shigaraki's eye grew wide at the boy's speed, saying, so fast. Let go of All Might, yelled Midoriya, ignoring the familiar sensation that his leg bone had broken. Kurogiri swiftly raised his rapgate to deflect the boy's blow, and the pallid villain extended his hand to embrace. The pale villain exclaimed, there won't be a second chance, with a gleeful scream as a bullet struck the side of his hand, causing both villains to quickly back away from each other. So they've finally arrived, All Might exclaimed as he turned to face the employees at the door. The cowboy hero raised his smoking gun and said, sorry, partners, we're regretfully late. Reporting for duty, exclaimed the robot-like student, surrounded by superheroes, Class 1B President Iida Tenya. The pale man exclaimed, ah, they came, with a childlike scream, game over, our game over scream. Back to the drawing. The cowboy opened fire on them, showering them with bullets as Kurogiri tried to pull himself together but felt someone tug behind his back. Kurogiri gasped as he turned to see the injured space hero with his black hole exposed. The villains were teleported out before Kurogiri could stop them. The pale man growled viciously before disappearing into the mist and then out of sight, saying, we'll get you next time, symbol of peace. NGH, Midoriya said as he slowly raised himself off the ground, I was completely useless. He looked up to All Might as his disguise dropped and the smokescreen concealed his true form from the students, saying, that's not true, young one. He laughed softly at Izuku's teary, happy face with dripping snots, saying, if you hadn't given me those precious seconds then my head would be rolling right now. You saved me once again, squirt. Kirishima ran toward them, worried, Midoriya, you all right? Kirishima, my son, your noble and compassionate nature remains as radiant as ever. Yagi became aware and exclaimed, but not now, my boy, not now. Hold on, turn around. You're going to learn my secret, thank goodness. A rising cement wall saved him. We want to check all of the students for injuries, so we'll have everyone gather in front of the gate. Cementos raised his arms in the air. Leave the injured to the care of your senseis. The red-haired boy nodded and clenched his fists, saying, yeah, of course, before running off to join the group. With a breath of relief, Yagi said, thanks, you really saved my hide, Cementos. The cement hero approached them. I'm a fan of yours too, All Might. Cementos grinned. Now let's keep your true form hidden and head toward the infirmary. But do try not to overdo it so much next time. The scrawny man wiped some blood from his flushed cheek and said, that's how formidable these new enemies are. He looked down at Izuku before realizing his mistake and said, oh, he passed out. Izuku opens his eyes and sees All Might resting in a hospital bed beside him. All Might. After discussing his time limit with Recovery Girl, Yagi sits up with a moan, asking, Midoriya, my boy, how are you feeling? When someone entered the room and Midoriya looked up to see a detective, he said, I'm fine, what about you? With a smile, the detective said, All Might, long time no see. Yagi spat some blood and exclaimed, Tsukachi, is that you? So you showed up, too, huh? You, he know your true form? Izuku worriedly looked between them. All Might. That's right. The small man smiled, it's okay. Why, you ask? For he is Tsukachi Naomasa, the police officer with whom I am best friends. He laughed at his best friend and said, "Ha, what kind of introduction is that? I'm sorry to be coming at you so suddenly, but I need your testimony about the villains especially." All Might stopped him to inquire about the students and pro-heroes, and he replied that everyone was fine except for Midoriya Izuku. He also disclosed that Aizawa's injuries in 13th stage were no longer life-threatening. Vlad King escapes with only a few minor wounds. They give their testimonies to the detective after Izuku listens to them and Yagi commends the students for their actions during the crisis. "Thank you." Grinning, Naomasa closed his notepad and headed out, saying, "Yagi, let's grab some drinks and catch up." As the police officer exited the room, Yagi waved to his friend. Sure." They were able to talk about the recent events for a good few minutes until Midoriya was given the all-clear to leave. They informed him that tomorrow is a closed day and that classes will resume the following day. As she strolled down the hallway beside Izuku, Itsuka sighed to herself, "I'm glad that you're okay." A few days had passed since the USJ attack, and the school had reopened as if nothing had happened. But what you did was so reckless and you were so lucky that you just get out of it with a broken leg. If it wasn't for Recovery Girl, your mother and I will be completely worried about you. I know. Izuku awkwardly rubbed his neck. "You and Mom already scolded me about that after I got back and all day yesterday, but I can't just stand by and do nothing while they were going to attack All Might." Itsuka furiously rubbed her forehead, saying, "You are going to give me either a gray hair or a heart attack, one of these days." To be honest, she had assumed the slime incident would pass, and she prayed to whatever gods might be listening that it would stop for the time being until graduation. They go into the classroom and take their seats as a few girls worry about Izuku because he is the only one with a serious injury. Morning. Aizawa entered the room wearing bandages that covered his entire body, including his arms. The majority of students exclaimed, "Aizawa-sensei, you're back already," with shock. "You're fine," Mina exclaimed. Ochako worriedly asked, "Can you really call that all right? Don't concern yourselves over me." Aizawa was standing in front of the podium. "First, your homeroom teacher have recovered from the injuries and will start today, along with an assistant teacher." "Assistant teacher?" Kaoruko asked, blinking. "Why?" The mummy ignored the blue girl as the door slid open and two people with distinct expressions entered the room. "So please welcome your homeroom teacher and assistant teacher." Izuku's eyes widened comically as he stared at his teachers, saying, "Wait. Hello, class, my name is Sosaki Shino." The student received a smile from a young woman with brown eyes, red whiskers under her eyes, and red hair arranged in 3 bangs. She wore furry thigh-high boots, a red tail, a pair of large cat-like claws, a red cheerleader's uniform with a golden bell, and metallic cat-like ears. "Mandalay of wild pussycats. That is my first year of teaching and I'm looking forward to teach you the heroic foundation, so please be kind to me," she said to the frustrated assistant teacher. "Please introduce yourself to the class." An irritable mutter came from the assistant teacher. I can't believe I'm doing it. It's either that or 500 hours of community services to repay the da." Shino cracked a grin. Wearing her well-known outfit, the voluptuous young woman exclaimed, "Hello, I'm Takayama Yu," and gave a forced smile. She muttered under her breath, "Mount Lady. Nice to meet ya. I'm gonna help Sosaki-sensei out with some paperwork. I fucking hate paperwork." She looked around the classroom one more time before noticing something that stuck out like a red thumb. "Oh, only one boy?" As she approached the door, Aizawa said, "Now I'll be leaving." "Don't leave me here, please." With his eyes, Midoriya begged the mummy, beginning to feel at ease in the classroom because he wasn't the only male there, and if the teacher left, Aizawa-sensei. Just before the door closed with a loud click, Izuku swears he saw a shit-eating grin behind the bandage wrap. The mummy slowly closes the door while facing the trembling boy. "No, go back." The telepath heroine clapped her hands, saying, "Now, I have an announcement. UA's sports festival is coming up in a few weeks." Izuku is so nervous that he hardly pays attention to his homeroom teacher's announcement. He is mentally racing, wondering why he is in an all-girls class and whether he will pass out from embarrassment or survive it. Why me? The 4th period ends when the classroom bell rings, and the students rise as soon as Cementos says goodbye. The only student in the all-girl class who does not stand up is none other than Midoriya Izuku. The boy kept his head pressed against the desk and kept saying, "Why me?" until Itsuka appeared at his side and gave him a gentle pat on the hair while grinning sympathetically. Itsuka inquired, "Izuku, how are you holding up?" Fine," Izuku said, looking up at her. "It's just that." The orange-haired girl with a smile said, I understand. It's surprising that Izuku is now the only male student in the class because both the assistant and homeroom teachers are women. There is a bright side to everything. At least Midnight isn't your homeroom sensei. Why yeah, the perspiring nerd gulped as he realized that a few girls were excitedly discussing the forthcoming sporting event, which is scheduled to happen in a few weeks. Wow, everyone's so pumped. Yeah, because everyone knows that if you stand out during the sport festival, you'll get some attention from pro and a lot of offers. Itsuka looked around the group. That sure will get you fired up. Obviously, but Izuku nervously cast a sidelong glance at his childhood buddy. Deku, Kendo. The two friends called out to Ochako, who raised her head and flashed a menacing grin and glimmer in her eyes. A sinister aura enveloped her. Let's crush it, the sport festival. Izuku cried out, whoa, your face, Uraraka. Mina arched an eyebrow and asked, what's up with her? Uraraka's kind of not Uraraka. Guys. Ochako exclaimed, pumping her fist as she spoke, I'm going to do this, go for it. Setsuna nervously broke out in a sweat, your character is going up, and away. What in the world is happening to this sweet girl? Itsuka and Izuku exchange anxious glances with one another. Itsuka asked as he and Ochako and Izuku strolled toward the cafeteria, for money? You want to be a hero for the money? The gravity girl scratched her head shyly and cupped her burning cheeks, yeah, I guess, ultimately. I'm embarrassed. I feel like I'm not being pure as a hero. Midoriya, peering out from Itsuka's side, said, well, though it is unexpected, is it for comfortable life or? I'm working at our construction company, but, Ochako ran her hands through her locks, there's just no real work out there, so we're flat broke. I probably shouldn't telling anyone about things like this, but. Itsuka blinked and said, construction? The nerd cupped his chin, with a quirk like yours, if you could get permission anywhere, it'd be super economical. The childhood friends felt impressive with her goal and Itsuka was about to say something. I know, right? Ochako shoot her fingers at him. That's what I told my dad. But. She can remember her dad telling her something when she was little before she looked into their eyes firmly. I'm going to become a hero and earn money, without fail, and I'm going to give my mom and dad the easy life they deserve. They leapt into the air and All Might appeared out of nowhere. Ooh. Here you are, Midoriya, my boy. Would you care to? He lifted a wrapped bento and placed it on his chest, saying, eat your rice with me. With a spit take at the sight, the gravity girl exclaimed, you sound like a teenage girl. Izuku blinked slowly and waved to the girls before joining All Might for lunch. The girls then continued their walk. Ochako asked Itsuka, what's going on with Deku? She shrugged her shoulders and said, I don't know. I think it has to do with his action during the USJ attack. Or he might take some interest in him because of their super strength. She didn't even glance up to see that Shoko was in front of her in the line. Grabbing her lunch tray with Itsuka, the gravity girl said, hey, Itsuka, I want to ask you something. Shoot. The fighter gave a nod. Ochako inquired, what makes you want to be a hero? You should have seen me back then, I always run around some playground, looking for bad guys. So I can stop them. That's how it is, Itsuka said, slightly embarrassingly scratching her cheek with her index finger. That may sound a little cliché. She shrugged her shoulders, then laughed lightly as some memories returned to her. That's how I met Izuku. He was being picked on by Bakugo and some kids, so I just jumped right in and stand up to them. The gravity girl thinks of a young Itsuka standing in front with her arms crossed and a stoic expression on her face, while little Deku sniffles behind her back. Aw, that's so cute. She suddenly recalled that Izuku is a late bloomer and that they sat down at an empty lunch table to eat their meal. I wonder why they were picked. Oh, never mind. They spoke about the sport festival and other unrelated subjects until the end of lunch. Do you think they? With a soft sigh, Izuku put his belongings away as the school day came to an official end. After today, he couldn't wait to go home and lay down in his bed. He felt a little under pressure after talking to All Might about the festival. He needs to find a way to differentiate himself from the rest of the world. Hua! He exclaimed as he glanced up to see Ochako staggering back from the open door, asking, what the heck? Izuku grabbed his backpack and peered curiously over her shoulder before his eyes almost burst out of the crowd of students in front of Class 1A, who were ogling the room like they were at a zoo exhibit. What is the reason behind their huddle? Kami pondered. They're scoping out the competition, fucking retard. Katsuki passed the crowd and said, they want to see the gang who came through the villain ambush. They're checking us out before the big battle, asshole. The crying, Attractive blonde pulled the yelling boy into a tight hug and pressed her chest against the side of his head, saying, "Wah, Prez, she's being a meanie." Izuku stammered angrily, red filling his body like a lobster. You. Hugging a girl, he does. With a furious twitch of her eyebrow, Katsuki turned to face the assembly in front of her, saying, "Why don't you just fuck off, ya goddamn mob? It's pointless to try." Bakugo. Abara gave her a disapproving backward glance. "I came to see what you kids are made of, true, but I didn't think you'd be this arrogant," said the purple-haired teen with sleepy eyes as he walked out in front of the crowd and rubbed his neck idly. "Are all kids enrolled at the Department of Heroics this way? I'm a bit disillusioned. So that's it, huh?" he asked, looking directly at the blonde infuriated, tilting his head slightly. "Did you know that, based on the results of the sports festival, people can be even come under review to be transferred to Heroics? And the reverse is also a possible outcome." Scoping out the competition, the sleepy boy snorted lightly. "If nothing else, a general ed kid like me is thinking, hey, why don't I try pulling the rug out from under those Heroics kids while they're on their high horses?" He jammed his hands in his pockets. "This child is just as in your face," a group of female students collectively thought. "Hey, you," a male student exclaims as he abruptly leaps to his feet, his hand raised, and a frown on his face. Itsuka recognizes him from the USJ attack. Tetsu. "I'm from Class B, we also were there at the USJ when it went down, so why everyone gathering around in front of Class A? What the hell, you all better not mess with Class B during the main event." A random student from the crowd spoke up, that there's a guy with harem for class. The students in Class 1A blinked ominously, and Izuku raised an inexplicable eyebrow. "We're here to see if the rumors are true." "Yeah, we want to see what Harem King look like." Another pupil responded. "They said that he have some quirk that attracts women to him." "A harem quirk? Don't be crazy, it's so obvious that someone bribed the person to put him in class with all female." "No, it's because he have some connection in high place." "What do you think he look like? I heard that he's a bald bodybuilder." "No, he looked like a nerd but with big." Jiro was shocked to hear that the students had come here solely due to a rumor and not because of an ambush. What the hell rumors is that?" she exclaimed. "Who the fuck spread these rumors?" The crowd let out a few sneezes, and when they looked towards the source, they noticed Mineta and Kaminari. Together with her classmates, Toru gave the perverted student a fierce look and revealed what had transpired during the ambush. Needless to say, the girls decided not to associate with him going forward after he had attempted to remove Izuku's underwear for an absurd reason. "The fuck," Katsuki growled, gritting her teeth. "You all think we're this type of bitches who giggle and fool around with fucking Deku like shitty sluts when we are here to be fucking heroes? Whoever say these shits better not fucking cross me during the festival or I'm gonna fuck you up that you have to drink shits through a damn straw." Her piercing eyes darted toward the shivering culprits, and then she directed them sharply toward the crowd, saying, "You goddamn mob, fuck off and tell anyone that there is fucking no harem here. I mean, look at this fucking Deku." She jabbed her thumb at Izuku, who squeaked out once everyone turned to him, saying, "This fucker is a fucking wimp who keep lose his shits around bitches." A few students murmured as they left, "Well, it seems like the rumors weren't true. He seems like he's going to shrivel up. Totally not my type." That's kinda disappointing. But hey, did you see the knockers on this?" To a degree of relief, the mob disperses when someone says, "Let's check the Class 1B out." Mineta scampered closer to the classroom, drooling, "Oh, let me take a look and see." But then she screamed as Katsuki kicked his crotch squarely, sending him flying down the hallway. "Go fucking die." The aggressive girl yelled as she walked away, pushing her classmates aside. Reiko slowly drew lead. "So there were rumors about us going around, huh?" The boy in question is waiting for Itsuka at the doorway with Ochako. "Mostly about Midori," Mina laughed, hands on the back of her head. "But that's totally impossible. I mean, he's cute and adorable but he's hella shy that he can't make a move on girls until it's a villainous." Mina cast a sidelong glance at the boy. With wriggling eyebrows, Setsuna nudged her, saying, "Cute and adorable, eh?" The pink girl smirked and said, "It's true. You would say the same thing." The girl with green hair briefly opened her mouth before closing it again with a soft hum. As the aforementioned girl walked up to them, Ochako asked, "Itsuka, are you ready to go?" As they exited the building and the classroom, Itsuka waved to Yui. "Yup." The three of them exclaimed, "Hey, wait up," as Pony stopped in front of them and began jogging toward them with her book bag. The American clapped her hands together shyly and said, Izuku, I've been meant to ask you a favor but stuff keeps coming up. Can you teach me Japanese? I want to get better at it so I can chat with the girls and understand better. Pony smiled at Izuku as he nodded and said, SS sure, I will. The foreigner just gave him a blinding glomp and said, great, before breaking it right away and pulling out her smartphone with a broad smile and saying, phone number, trade. Curious, Itsuka asked Izuku. What's up? Izuku replied as he exchanged numbers with a happy girl with a horse theme. Oh, she asked me if I can teach her Japanese and I agreed to help her out. However, as soon as he realized what he was doing, his face reddened. Had he really just exchanged numbers with a new girl? His parents and Itsuka were his contacts. Ooh, trading digits? Kami asked as she abruptly showed up by their side, almost making her classmates jump out of their skin. I want in. Here's my digits, she said, pulling out her phone. Ochako snapped her fingers in realization. Ah, I haven't given my number to you and Deku. She then took out her phone and shared it with Itsuka and the group. Itsuka lost her cool at Izuku, saying, and there he go. The poor boy's head had just exploded from adding more people to his contact list. The martial artist doesn't understand why it bothers her in the slightest. At least he's making some friends. I'm home, Mom. The boy exclaimed as he locked the door behind him and took off his shoes in the foyer. He then entered the living room and saw Inko using a home phone. He wondered who she was currently talking to. Happily, Inko said, Izu's home, I'm going to give the phone to him. She then handed the phone to the bewildered boy and said, it's your father. Hey, Dad. It's been a while. How's Germany? The hero nerd exclaimed, his eyes brightening before he accepted the gift from his beaming mother. Hey, kiddo. The other speaker laughed. It's nice so far but I don't get out around much because of the job. How are you? You doing alright? I just heard about the villain ambush from your mother and she said that you're okay but? Izuku dismissed it, saying, oh, I'm fine, perfectly fine, even though his father is currently unable to see him. Everyone make it out safety and sound. The pro heroes were there and All Might was there to help us. Ah, I see. His father sighed, I'm glad to hear that you're fine as you said and I should be thankful to these guys. There was a brief pause before he sighed once more, I'm still having hard time believing that you have a quirk now after all these years and you just got in UA, barely, and with a glass cannon quirk of yours. Izuku laughed apprehensively, realizing that since everyone had been referring to it as a glass cannon so much, he might as well call his quirk glass cannon. Yes, me too. The hero nerd shook his head shyly, they said that if I keep training and get a better grip on this quirk, I'll be able to control it one day. If you say so. The speaker was lightly humming, anyway, how was your first week of high school there, aside this ambush? How are you doing in your class? Did you make any friends? Izuku laughed nervously and sweaty, oh, it's really good so far and I make some friends. He hasn't told his parents about his class yet, and there's no way he's going to tell them for fear that they'll tease him or become overly protective like they used to be. He'll either keep this a secret until the next year or carry it with him to the afterlife. After giving his mother the phone back and talking to his father for a while leaving out some information about his class, Izuku went to his room to finish his homework before supper. As her class gathered in front of her, dressed in their gym uniforms, Shino said, before we start play volleyball, we will do some little warm-up. Pair up, we will do 20 sit-up first then 20 push-up, following by toe touch stretch. Midoriya, would you like to be a partner with me? Abara asked, almost startling the boy. Izuku blinked. He hadn't interacted with most of his classmates, which made sense given that it was only the second week of classes and he wanted to work hard as the class president and among other students. Notwithstanding their lack of communication, he was taken aback when Abara approached him and asked to be her partner. Do you want to start first or? She motioned for Izuku to lie down and she knelt in front of his legs, holding them down, saying, you go first. After a few sits, he begins his rep, and every time he looks at her passive face, he gets really uncomfortable. Is that when he speaks, or does he have to remain silent and complete his representation? To be quite honest, he has never warmed up in a pair before, so he doesn't know how to ask, how are your legs? Oh, that's good, Izuku stammered as he completed his 10th sit-up. It's healed completely, thanks to Recovery Girl. All I did was just rest and take it easy for a day. Thank you for asking. The day before the USJ incident, it had already healed. I'm glad you're healthy now, Abara said, paused as the nerd reached 15, and asked, are you comfortable now? Her question caused him to blink incomprehensibly. With the class, are you comfortable now? I mean, you were very jittery last week, aside from the heroic training and ambush. She said, That's good to hear that. Abara nodded lightly. I'm a little comfortable because my friends are in OOR class, but I'm jittery because that's how I am, like Itsuka said during my introduction, the stuttering nerd said, winking at a particular embarrassing memory. After finishing his representative, they switched places. The girl with the vine-like hair began her representative as her head drew nearer to his face, causing the blushing boy to wince and quickly look away. You're odd, she said. You don't act like that during the heroic training and USJ incident, so I assumed that it's your true personality. Oh, I guess it's because of some situations? Izuku replied sheepishly. When I see someone in danger and need help, my body just move on its own, like hero. It's like I have a switch in my head and it just flick, you know? I believe I can comprehend that, Abara answered, seeming to be in agreement with his statement. As soon as she finished her rep, she got up beside him and looked down at him. I hope we'll get along. So please be more comfortable around me. Before they begin their push-up repetitions, she gives him a soft smile and he responds, I'll try. During a brief break in between classes, the students left the room, and the nerd went over some of his notes to make sure he understood the material. His head jolted up to the voice, asking, Midoriya, right? Shino was heard as Yu grumbled and gathered some papers. Hi, Katsuma-sensei. Izuku nodded shyly in confirmation. Would you please assist us in moving some of the stack over there to the teacher's office? She asked, gesturing to a pile of books and papers. Oh, sure. The nerd exclaims as he gets up, picks them up, and leaves the classroom after his senseis take their stacks. With the exception of some students chatting incoherently as they passed, it was very quiet until one of his senseis interrupted. Yu scowled at the boy with green hair, narrowing her eyes and asking, Say, have we met before? She couldn't quite place her finger on it, but this boy looked so familiar. Izuku said, No, maybe why you saw me in PP passing? The blonde heroine said, Maybe. She then turned to face the hallway and the group continued walking until her head jerked sharply to him with a cry and her index finger pointed directly in his face. Oh, you're that foolish boy from the slime villain incident. The one WHO ran in. Oh, exclaimed the wide-eyed nerd. Because he was depressed and didn't pay attention to his surroundings at the moment, he didn't notice this woman there. Oh, calmly raising an eyebrow at them, Shino asked, You two had met each other before? In passing, Yu scowled. There was a hostage situation. A villain possessed a female student with dangerous quirk, and the pro-heroes can't do anything about it because we don't have a quirk to counter her quirk at this time. This foolish stupid boy here, she pointed to the nervously shuffled boy, ran into the scene and threw himself on the villain to save this girl before All Might step in. What he did was so reckless and stupid because he don't have. Wait a second. The telepath heroine asked with a startled blink, Quirkless? I'm a late bloomer, Izuku said, shaking his knees and scratching his head with his free hand. A nervous, sheepish laugh leaped out of his mouth. Oh, the blonde said, giving him a long look before turning to look away in a grumpy, but still, what you did was the most moronic and riskiest thing ever. She gave him the stink eye and warned him not to do anything reckless like this slime incident again. I already did, the nerd said, gulping in a drop of sweat. It seems she never received a report on the USJ ambush. Shino said to Yu, if you ask me, I think that was brave of him. Huh? Yu shot her an odd glance. He saw someone in danger and act on it, despite the fact that his quirk didn't manifest it at this time. The redhead smiled at Izuku and said, one of commendable heroic traits. You'll make a splendid hero when you become pro-hero. Thank you, Izuku exclaimed, letting the tears fall from his eyes in a way reminiscent of waterworks. His homeroom sensei is very kind, and that is the second time a hero has complimented him on his performance. Yu gave the weeping boy a strange look and asked, why the hell is he crying for? Shino only offered him a compliment. GG good morning, Midoriya. The nerd in question blinked and turned to face Kanoko. How are you? Izuku asked, returning her greeting with a shy smile. Good morning, KK Komori. The girl with mushroom hair acquiesced meekly, I'm fine, thank you for asking. She then reached into her bag and pulled out a small container, which she held out to him. I made some cookies as a token of gratitude for the other day. I just gave 2 boxes to Asui and Bondo early, she said. FF for me? The nerd asked, glancing nervously between her and the container. Really, you sure? She nodded in response. Kanoko nodded once more, and Izuku received it sheepishly as she rubbed her left arm. Why yes, I insist. It's chocolate chip cookies by the way. I'm not sure if you have a preference, but I hope you like them. Izuku quickly waved it off as he stuffed it into his bag, saying, no, I like chocolate chip cookies. I'll eat some at lunch. Then return your container after I wash it. She smiled modestly at him and said, thank you. She quickly lowered her head and said, thank you again. Izuku laughed and waved his hands, saying, why you don't have to thank me. Kanoko was about to tell him that she had left him some extra cookies, but that would have been the equivalent of telling him that she had grown fond of him following the USJ incident. Are you sure you want to SSS start with B Basic? Izuku asked Pony as they sat at a table for one-on-one tutoring in the school library. A few of the reasons the hero otaku's face resembles a tomato are the lack of books and notebooks spread out on the table and the students' close proximity to one another. Pony smiled broadly and nodded, looking at the hiragana and katakana characters as she jotted down some words in sentences. Yup, I'm totally sure, she exclaimed. She stopped writing and slid her notebook over to him, saying, check, please. We know my Japanese is, not perfect, and because of that, I don't know if I make some mistake somewhere. So gotta start from the basic and it'll get easy from there in time, like Pa always say. Let's see, he said, going over her work, adding notes, fixing a few errors, and teaching the American student the correct way to construct sentences. Pony listened intently as he explained things, placing her elbows on the table and resting her head on her palms. I see. She gives him a sidelong glance, and a small giggle that escapes her lip causes Izuku to blink incomprehensibly and raise an eyebrow in response. For a shy dude, you're so cool. Izuku's eyes widen comically as he exclaims, EEH. And then, me? Why? She looked at the paper and then at her smartphone to check the time. We have about 20 minutes before next period. Let's stop here for now. Pony gave him another warm smile and threw her arms around him in a side hug. I dunno why, she said, shrugging her shoulders lightly and grinning warmly. But you're cool, Izu. No problem. Sunodori, stammered Izuku wildly. Is everyone from America this forward? On this warm Sunday, Inko was folding laundry when she heard a doorbell and got up to go to the front door. Coming, she exclaims as she opens the door to see Itsuka, and then Inko smiles and says, oh. Hello. Kendo. Come in. How are you? Itsuka smiled as she entered the apartment. Thank you, Midoriya, and I'm good. How about you? With clasped hands, Inko turned back to the martial artist and said, do you think you can stay for dinner? It's been a while since you have eaten with us. She answered cheerfully, I'm also good, before calling out for her son. Itsuka scratched her cheek softly and laughed softly. Depending on some movies that I bought over, it's possible I'll stay here a little longer. Some of them are old superheroes movies from pre-Quirk era and few post-Quirk superheroes movies. Inko waved her hand up and down and laughed softly. Look like it's going to be a long day since you know how Izuku get when it comes to these movies. Help yourself to the living room, Kendo. I'll put the laundry away. The plump woman waved it off with a smile as the orange-haired girl walked into the living room, just in time to see her childhood friend leaving his room. All right, Midoriya. Itsuka nodded. Thank you again for having me over. Izuku looked at the clock and exclaimed, Itsuka, you're early. With a quick glance over her shoulder at him, Itsuka pulls some movie cases out of her bag and responds, the bus was a little early today. Wanna pick first or? They have a movie day once a month. It has been a tradition between them since they were 6 years old at their first sleepover. Why you pick? Izuku replied, sitting down between the table and the sofa. I already picked first last time. Originally, Itsuka would visit Izuku once every 5 to 6 months, but after he was shunned in his first year of middle school and on the verge of becoming Hikiyomori, Itsuka decided to visit him once a month in an effort to lift his spirits. Although Izuku thought his mother had told Itsuka, he is relieved that his friend was there to encourage him. Okay, then. Itsuka opened a case. Let's watch Ant-Man. She inserts the disc, begins the film, and looks at her friend a few minutes later. Say, there's a special event going down at a comic book store near Kiyoshi Shopping Mall next weekend. They are selling classic pre-Quirk comics for 2 days only, mostly DC and Marvel. His green eyes gleam. Really? Did they say what kind of superhero comic and what year? He exclaims. Itsuka shrugged her shoulders and said, I don't know, but I think they might have some volumes of Captain America and Batman, or your favorite, Spider-Man. She paused. Izuku smiled, liking these 3 heroes. I hope so. He enjoys Batman because he is a quirky hero who combines his physical prowess and detective abilities. Another superhero he likes is Captain America, who, in light of his modest yet admirable nature, outfit, and values, reminds him of All Might. His favorite superhero is Spider-Man because he identifies with the wall-crawler in certain ways, such as how he was treated in high school. The nerd nodded, and she grinned. We can check it out when we go there, and if you want, we can invite the others to come with us. Izuku clenched his teeth. Is that okay? I mean, I don't want to bother them, and what if they think it's boring and that I'm... As soon as Itsuka senses his reaction, she puts her hand on his head and strokes his hair, saying, hey, relax. He gradually relaxed under her hand, and Itsuka frowned inwardly, blaming Bakugo and the guys from middle school for turning him this way. If it's too much for you, we can just go by ourselves, just us. You can't imagine the number of times she tried to get Izuku to go somewhere, like a park or mall, and each time she mentioned that some of her friends would be coming to see him, the poor boy would just freeze, become unstable emotionally, and then abruptly run home. One of the few safe places left, so she didn't bring up her friends until he was ready. That was one of the reasons she waited until UA to introduce Yui to him. Izuku, it's not going to be same like Oradera. No one will treat you like that again, Itsuka says, shifting to sit next to him on the floor while running a gentle hand through his disheveled hair. Midoriya mumbled, but Kei-Kachan is in our class. Yeah, but you have me this time. She glanced at him. And you also have good friends too, like Uraraka for example. Everything's different now, you even have your quirk and everyone's a good people. He gave a shy smile and said, why you're right. Yup. Itsuka absent-mindedly patted his head and stroked it again. We'll go there by ourselves, but next time, we can invite someone to hang out. Just one person, to ease you in. Is that okay with you? Itsuka asked. Why yes, it's okay. Izuku fidgeted as he nodded, and Itsuka smiled gently at him before they started the movie again. Izuku doesn't mind that Itsuka hasn't taken her hand off his head in a while because it has been her habit since they were young and it occasionally helps to calm him down. With only a few days left before the sporting event, Izuku is both anxious and excited. Everybody has their own unique training regimen, complete with eccentricities, exercises, and hand-to-hand training. In relation to training, Izuku was lifting weights in a UA gym that was open to all students but was largely empty because it was reserved for the heroic department. A few students enter the gym, check out some equipment, and then depart to work covertly. Izuku surmised, probably to prevent people from developing a counter-strategy against their quirk in the final event. Sport festivals generally feature a tournament for the grand prize. He looked up and saw Kaoruko in her gym uniform, saying, "Oh, Midoriya?" Izuku timidly said, hello, Awada. Why you're going to work out here?" Kaoruko blew her hair up and said, "Yeah, the gym that I regularly went to is closed for repair because of a villain attack." He answered, Oh, that suck. Kaoruko pointed to the area and said, "Yeah, but at least this place is free for students. Save me some time and money." She then turned to look around and noticed an empty bench press. Midoriya, would that be much trouble to ask you to spot me?" she asked. Izuku put the weights away and went to the bench press with her, then they adjusted the weights. No, I don't mind. Ready? When Izuku noticed the blue girl lifting the weight, she said, "Ready. You sure it's not a bother? I mean, I don't want to keep you from your workout." No, I just finished my routine just when you come in." He raised his eyebrows. Why you just catch me at right time." Kaoruko lifted the weight to her chin and hummed softly, "Oh, you excited about the festival?" she asked. Izuku answered, Why yes, kind of. I'm a little nervous. Why you?" "Same." She responded, "If I want to stand out, it'll be difficult because of my quirk. It's not a combat-based or most sought after. Because of that, I have to find some way to grab eyes." Which you are doing right now?" he asked as she raised her eyebrows at him. Why you're working out to make up for your quirk, right? So that mean you plan to integrate your quirk with a hand-to-hand combat. That would be very handy because you can distract your opponents with bubbles, and if I remember correctly, you mentioned that your bubbles come with many different scents that you smelled before. You can easily knock a person out with a foulest aroma if the said person have sense heightened quirk. Wait, is it possible for you to produce a bubble that smell like sleeping gas?" Kaoruko laughed a little and perspired a little as she watched the boy mumble so quickly she couldn't keep up with him. Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do." "Midoriya, you're mumbling again." Izuku squeaked embarrassingly. Oh, sorry." She finished her representative and said, "That's okay. With a sly smile, I'll let it slide because you just gave me a couple idea when you mentioned sleeping gas." As he left to catch the train back home, She wished him luck for the festival. Class 1A was in their waiting room when the sport festival arrived. The students' emotions ranged from nervousness to indifference. "Oh, how I wish they let us wear our costume instead of our gym uniform," Mina sighed as she spread her torso over the table. "They're disallowed so as to even the playing field." Itsuka responded, "Gotta be fair for everyone who are not in heroic department." The martial artist gives the pink girl a small eye roll when she sticks her tongue out in a childlike manner and says, Izuku took a few deep breaths near the empty lockers to try to slow down his racing heart before hearing his name, Midoriya. He then glanced at Shoko, who had just called out to him. Izuku blinks incoherently, wondering, what is it, Todoroki? Neither of them notices Katsuki's curious glance over her shoulder. "On an objective basis, I think I'm above you in terms of practical strength," Shoko responded with composure. The hero nerd gasped in shock and said, yeah. The girl with two hairs glanced at him and said, "You've managed to get All Might's eyes on you, right?" Her eyes met his. "I feel no need to pry into that, but I'm going to beat you." The aggressive blonde scowled, and Setsuna looked up at them with some curiosity. "Oh ho," she said. "What's this? A declaration of war from the strongest girl in the class?" Kami attempted to place her hand on Shoko's shoulder, but the dual quirk wielder smacked it away and continued to stare at the lone boy. Whoa, don't spring something like that on," Kami said. "I'm not here to play nice and make friends," Shoko responded, "but whatever. Looking at it objectively, I think the vast majority of people are probably no match for you. Telling me all that. I have no idea what you want from me." Midoriya fidgeted with the hem of his shirt as he looked down at his feet. The lovely blonde interrupted the boy to say, "Don't be so neg, Izu." Izuku's eyes met her firmly and determinedly, "So I'm going to go for it with all my might, too," he muttered. "Even so. Everyone. Even kids from other departments are aiming for the top with all their might. So not even I can just let myself lag behind the rest." Shoko gave him a long look before they heard someone knocking on their door. "Ooh." A booming voice comes over roaring cheers from the loudspeaker. "Hey, Class 1A, it's time to go." A random teacher peeked in. "Come on." The students begin to shuffle out into a long corridor. "It's the freshman stage," Present Mike screamed into a broadcast room microphone, and the students are making their entry now. The UA Sports Festival, where the hero worlds inchoate little eggs aim for each other's throats and the top. Our grand yearly melee. And let me guess, all you miscreants came to see them, right? The freshly formed miracle stars that shrugged off a mass villain assault with wills of steel. He gestured to a large entrance, the Department of Heroics freshman classes. Two specific classes emerge together in groups as the cheering intensifies. "You're here for Class 1A and 1B, right?" As Izuku's eyes enlarge, he says, "Whoa, so many people," his knees almost give way. Itsuka gave him a comforting pat on the back and said, "Breathe. Once the event starts, you'll forget about them." "Can you draw out your best performance with so many eyes gazing from all directions?" Iida grumbled to himself. This too is another link on the Academy's Grand Hero training scheme. "Whoa, they're truly thanking God for us," Kirishima said, glancing around with a hint of nervousness. Present Mike exclaimed, "And now here are classes F, G, and H of the Department of Support, now for the Department of Managements." As the classes emerged from other doors. "And here come classes C, D, and E from the Department of General Education." A random student growls angrily, "Man, they're treating us like we're just their foils or something." A sharp whipping sound alerts everyone to the presence of an elderly woman wearing a dominatrix costume and long, layered black hair on a raised platform. The woman put her hand on her hip and smirked at them, saying, Now, fair play." Mineta drooled sensuously, "Oh, it's 18 plus only heroine, Midnight. She's fucking hot." A student with a crow for a head cupped his beak and said, "Wait, did you say 18 plus only, even though this is a high school? Is that really okay?" Silence. Midnight shouted once more, "Now, player representative, Bakugo Katsuki of 1A. My tenure here is exactly on the level." EHHH. Izuku's head shot in Katsuki's direction, her jaw dropping and her eyes wide as the said girl approached the stage wearing a poker face. "Our representative is Kachan?" Izuku exclaimed. "She scored the highest on the admission exam," Jiro said callously. With all eyes on her, Katsuki said, "Sensei." Clearing her throat while putting her hands in her pant pockets. "I'm going to place first." Suyu stated bluntly, totally saw that one coming. After a brief period of total quiet, The students yelled angrily, "Don't push your luck, Class A. Why do you insist on lowering our good graces?" Katsuki ought to jot down the person who said, "Slimily bitch." That way she'll know who to kill later. With a menacing scowl, Katsuki ran a thumb across her throat and said, "You'll all make fantastic stepping stones, I'm sure. I'm going to be the one to crush her," Tetsu cried, gritting his teeth in uncontrollably angry outburst. This kid is unbelievable overconfident. "No, that isn't it," Izuku said, watching as his childhood buddy who was also a bully stepped down from the stage and into the yelling crowd. If it were the Kachan I knew back then, she would be shouting it from the rooftops with the biggest smile ever. Katsuki walked past him, bumping Itsuka's shoulder as well as his own, what she's doing right now, is consciously putting herself in a corner. Midnight said, gesturing with her head to a massive monitor behind her, "All right, with that we can move directly onto our first event." Ochako muttered, "Wow, never an idle pause at UA." The dominatrix greeted the crowd and said, "Onto the preliminaries, as they're called. Lots of fine folk end up chalking on their tears here every year. And this year's first round of Destiny is..." An obstacle race text box appeared. "This is it. A race between all 11 classes." The students exclaimed as a gate in front of them parted, revealing a long path with stoplights above the gateway. "The course makes a nearly 4 kilometers ring around this stadium. We always sing about our freedom on campus, foo," she said with a lighthearted giggle. "So let's get cracking. On your marks," she said, raising her whip and snapping it down as soon as the green light appeared. The freshman student body and the gate were suddenly sandwiched between the rushing group of students through the gateway. One of the racers yells, "Damn, it's too narrow," as they push past one another in an attempt to escape the cramped passage. As soon as Shoko emerged from the hallway, she said, "Our first filter," and some unfortunate students' legs were frozen in the process. Her move gives her a significant advantage over the other competitors, and she ignores their cries until she hears a familiar voice calling out to her. The girl with 2 hairs exclaimed, "You'll have to try harder than that," as she turned to watch Katsuki and her classmates, as well as some other students in Class 1B, escape her ice. "We won't let you get away that easy, two-face bitch." Without sparing a hair, Shoko shot back, "Well, obviously some of you in my class were gonna make it past, but more of you were able to dodge than I thought. Why don't you swallow my killer move, Grape?" Mineta suddenly leapt up in the air with a menacing expression as he reached up to his hair. "I'm gonna get you." The boy started to skip across the hard field while several students stopped in their tracks at the sight of giant robots. With its camera eye scanning the competitors, the robot announced, "Targets detected. Multiple." Someone exclaimed, "Aren't these evil bots from the entrance exam?" Present Mike declared, "The first barrier will be a Robo Inferno." Izuku bit his lip as he jogged, trying to think of something to say before a 0-point robot, thanks to Shoko, became encased in ice and towered over. A shakily smile appears on his lip as several villain bots loom over him. He used to cower before them, but now he was approaching them without hesitation, which is a small improvement. He saw that a few students used their peculiarities or feat to either avoid or outwit the robots. A villainous robot swung its arm in Izuku's direction, but the youngster dodged it and sped past it. Seeing a metal plate, he quickly grabbed it without slowing down. Izuku spins around with the plate, severing the bot's arm with momentum as it charges toward the boy after it has spun around. "I am able to move." With the plate in his hands, Izuku started to run again. "This thing makes a good shield, too. Talk about versatile," he said. He was briefly sidetracked when he noticed that Momo and her cannon were the source of the explosion, which caused a 0-point robot to retaliate against another 0-point robot. "This plate isn't as versatile as her quirk," Izuku continued, "but at least it doesn't belong to a villain." He shuddered at his own imagination. After getting past the pitfall obstacle, Izuku comes to the third obstacle, a broad minefield. He looks around the field for a moment, then gets an idea when he sees Katsuki fire an explosive at Shoko's direct ahead. "Thanks for the idea, Kachan," he exclaimed, hastily clearing some mines after surveying the minefield and finding them with the racer's help. He then piled them high and retreated a short distance. "I'm still up to speed." As the plate fell upon the mines, he ran and jumped onto it. To everyone's surprise, a massive explosive went off, making Present Mike let out a shocked cry. The announcer turned to face Aizawa next to him and exclaimed, "A giant explosion near the entrance." His left eye was fixed on the replay on a monitor as he turned back to the field to examine it closely. Was it his plan or sheer coincidence? Class A's Midoriya mounts his charge. Using shockwaves, he asked, looking at Aizawa. What the fuck did da? Katsuki looked back, and before she knew it, Izuku was slicing a plate over Shoko's and her heads. To the annoyance of the mummified man, Present Mike shook Aizawa's shoulders and exclaimed, he overtook them. Was that something he planned? That was an extremely foolish and dangerous move on his part, Deku? Katsuki threw her off balance with her powerful thrusts, saying, don't you dare go ahead of me. This isn't the time to worry about behind me, Shoko exclaims as she makes an ice slide in front of the girls, who are racing to catch up to the soaring nerd. Shit. Izuku grips the wiring as he feels the plate slide out from under him. He had another epiphany. He only had one chance to pull it off, and it had to happen at the right moment. The girls were going to pass him when they reached out to him, but now, before an explosion could knock both girls back, he flipped around and swung the plate down onto the field. The boy then rolled forward and scrambled quickly toward a corridor. Who could have predicted this outcome when the trial began? The man who has returned to the stadium in triumph is none other than. A certain student staggers out of the corridor and across the finish line, shouting, Midoriya Izuku. His will be a name to know. Present Mike grabbed his head in excitement. I told him not to do anything reckless. Yu cried, her right hand clutching her chest and her left eye darting to the staff office monitor. TT, that idiot. Why can't he be like other students and try to avoid something dangerous like that? And that's what I have to put up with for a year. That's one unexpected overturn, Shino remarked, grinning as the crowd applauded her lone male student. He came up with a plan on spot after analyzing a type of mine, how much blast it can set off, the general location and how much it takes to set off a chain reaction with enough force to propel him forward with this metal plate. And he did it all within few seconds. That boy sure comes up with some crazy unpredictable strategy on fly, and she wonders what kind of hero he will become once he graduates from this school in a few years. All Might, I did it. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes as he saw All Might's eyes and felt his idol give him a gentle laugh. Shit. Katsuki cried out, her eyes full of rage, goddammit. Staring at Midoriya's back, Shoko thought to herself, this boy just beat her in race without using his quirk. More students crossed the line behind her. Deku! Exclaimed Izuku as she saw Ochako stagger toward him while wearing baggy pants. Why, you were amazing. Congrats on first place. Ochako exclaimed, pumping her fists and grinning broadly. But, damn, it stings. No, he put his arms over his flushed face. Izuku. The nerd exclaims as Itsuka briskly approaches him, you won first place? Congratulations. Izuku grinned at her and said, Itsuka, you made it, noticing that a boy with purple hair and other students he had never seen before had made it past the first event along with the majority of the Department of Heroic Students. Itsuka grinned back and said, thank you, but then she pointed to the monitor showing a replay of him jumping on the mines and said, but you are going to get scolded about your action when it's all over. The sweating nerd laughed nervously. It's unbelievable, Momo said, jogging across the line while wearing heavy pants. Thank you for helping me back there, she then glanced at Habuko. No issue, Habuko snarled, it's unbelievable that this Mineta guy was planning something with those balls of his. I can see it in his eyes. As they approached the second obstacle, Mineta was running toward Momo's back, sporting a lewd expression, balls in his hands, and yelling about putting his entire body on her gorgeous ass, as promised. With no time for Momo to respond, Habuko intervened and used her peculiarity to freeze him, sending the perverted midget plummeting down the pit. Honestly, doesn't the school run background check on the students beforehand? And now it's over, Midnight exclaimed, smirking, now everyone, here are the results. She pointed to the enormous screen, where a list of 42 students ranked from first to last, and something caught their eye. Setsuna grimaced and raised her eyebrow at Mineta's picture, asking, how the hell did this pervert bastard get 42 place? She assumed that the guy couldn't have made it here in time because the pit hole was so deep. The 42 at the top have earned the right to advance. Midnight cheered, I'm sorry for the kids who failed, but take heart. This festival's showstopper is still being prepared, and now for the post-preliminaries, the final section. From here on out, even the press corps will team in a white heat of excitement, so go all out. Now then, onto today's heart-pounding second event. I already know what it will be, but the suspense is killing me. What could it be? Well, I'll tell you. She pointed to the pop-up screen as Izuku swallowed the apple in his mouth. Behold, human cavalry battle. Someone gulped nervously, human cavalry. But that's not a game that works with players playing as individuals. Suyu pondered, how will it work? As a picture of All Might standing on 13 and Present Mike appeared on screen, Midnight exclaimed, You can all form 2 to 4 person teams and form a horseback configuration. Basically it's the same rule as a normal human cavalry battle. Swipe enemy riders' headbands and guard your own, except for one thing. Everyone will receive points based on their performance in the last trial. It implies that every human warhorse's point worth will vary according to its riders, exclaimed Toru, receiving a broad smile in return. Izuku did some math in his head and came up with the following. With the exception of first place, whose head is worth 10 million points. Midnight whipped childishly with a snarl before she cleared her throat, but yes, that's right. And the number of points you're worth will be 5 points if you placed 42nd, 10 if you placed 41st, 15 for 40 place and so on. TT. Everyone turns to face Midoriya, who has ghostly white skin and wide, bloodshot eyes. As he says, 10 million, cold sweats begin to form. This is the chance for the low to supplant the high. Welcome to our survival game. Midnight winked at the perspiring nerd, smirking wickedly. If I were you, I'd aim for the guy who placed first. 10 million? Izuku exclaimed, feeling extremely uneasy due to the numerous predatory looks he was getting from everyone. His heart raced as he listened to the experienced woman explain that there was a 15-minute time limit, that each group's point value would be added up, that you could take as much as you wanted, and that eccentricities were acceptable. Headbands can only be worn anywhere above the neck, and you are safe even if the horse configuration collapses or you don't wear any headbands until the allotted time has passed. Some students talk about that as a result. All right, you now have 15 minutes until then, Midnight replied. Start negotiating your team up. The individuals I would like to collaborate with are. Izuku formulates some strategies in his mind, reasoning that if his selected partners accept, the overall standing is essentially meaningless. He looked around and saw that some students were immediately competing with their teams or congregating around Katsuki. He observed that, in contrast to some students from 1B who wish to pair up with the strongest girls, some students choose to approach other students, since they're not familiar enough with their quirks. I need to form a plan, too, and fast, he said. He can't blame the majority of students for avoiding him, but he wants to find a teammate before it's too late. Deku! Exclaimed Ochako, grinning broadly. Let's team UWAHH. Izuku sprayed her with tears that were overflowing, saying, Uraraka, you mean it's okay, even though everyone will be focusing on my point? With a bright smile, the Gravity Girl said, it's okay, if we just keep avoiding, you'll definitely win. The nerd blushed and said, I think you're way overestimating me, Uraraka. Of course I am, Ochako exclaimed, pumping her fists. But in the end, I'd rather team up with people I'm friends with any time. Izuku furrowed his brow in a funny way. You are? What's wrong? Why the ugly face? It's nothing, it's just that you're so bright I can't look at you directly, Izuku responded prior to opening his eyes. I totally wanted us to team up, too. Thank you. And if we're gonna be a team, I want another person with whom we can smoothly come to a mutual understanding. I apologize. Itsuka looked at the girl with Tetsu and Sato Rikido as they discussed their plan, then looked back at Izuku and Ochako, saying, I didn't know that you were going to ask me to join. She raised a hand in front of her lip and apologized. Izuku waved it off, a little disappointed that he didn't move quickly enough to ask her to accompany him. Oh, that's okay. Tetsu called out, Kendo, we need you over here. She shouted back, coming, before turning to face her childhood friend once more and saying, gotta go. Good luck. She turned to leave, and Izuku said, you too, he sighed to himself. Ochako nervously asked him, now what? He was about to respond when someone abruptly pressed their face against him. Let's team up, first place, exclaimed a girl with enormously large pink hair, a jetpack, and 2 enormous metallic shoes. She also had a steampunk goggle on. WHOOA, so close. Izuku let out a high-pitched cry, WHO are you? I don't know you, but I'd like to be able to use your position, the girl said, pushing her goggles up to reveal her yellow eyes with crosshair pupils. I'm Hatsume Mei of the Department of Support. Whoa, you're dead on, exclaimed Ochako. If I join you, the amount of attention I'd receive would be unparalleled. Nope, Mei responded quickly, which is the #1 opportunity to show off my super cute babies. I'm aiming to catch the notice of a big company, or rather I want my babies too. The Gravity Girl raised her hands, lost for words. Wait, hold on. Your babies? A big company? What are you? As she edged closer to the anxious nerd, the pink-haired girl said, and naturally, I also think your group has quite a bit of merit. She completely ignored Ochako and pulled out several gadgets, saying, My babies number many and sundry, so there's bound to be one that suits you, I should think. She also picked up a jetpack that was familiar to Ochako and said, if this one's to your fancy. It was independently modeled after the backpack used by a certain hero, with a few additions of course. Their conversation picks up so quickly that Ochako can't even keep up. Don't tell me that's Buster Hero, Air Jets? Izuku exclaimed. I like him, too. His office used to be in my old neighborhood. Izuku stopped talking to the new girl and looked around for a new partner as the gravity girl stared blankly at him, suddenly so strategic. Izuku muttered, now who'll be our last member? There were two people who caught my attention during the first event, and one of them had already joined a team, so he better move quickly. Deku. When the boy approached a male student while wearing a crow for a headgear, Ochako tilted her head in curiosity. We're about to get started. As 13 groups prepare at their stations, Midnight stretches her arms out with a playful smirk and nods toward the broadcast office. Let's get started. Present Mike let out an exuberant roar. Let's begin the countdown to this brutal showdown. Trace. 2. Just 1. He took a deep breath before he gave out a bellow. Start. Do we try to win $1 million? Itsuka was Tetsu's rider, as he looked up at him. Itsuka shook his head and said, no, not when everyone is after him. We'll focus on the other teams and jump in when there's an opportunity. As most teams charged toward the nerds group. The white-haired teenager moaned, Roger. They moved across the field, hitting some low spots, such as the group of purple-haired boys, by using Abara's vine to steal it covertly. The student crow was looking down in amazement as Izuku's group was in the air, saying, I can't believe you come up with several plans in short time after just seeing my quirk in action during the race. Why your peculiarity is more than sufficient to protect us from every angle and at a considerable distance. Izuku, with his eyes fixed on the field beneath them, spoke above him. I can't praise you enough, Tokiyami. We must touch down. With the help of Mei's boots, which the gravity girl is currently wearing, all of their feet, aside from Izuku's, touched the ground again, Ochako cried out. How do you feel about my priceless children? Mei smiled lopsidedly at Izuku and said, tell me they're cute. I am able to create cute, just like any other feature. Wow, we can move so much more easily with this. Why your adorable babies are amazing, Hatsume. Izuku grinned. Exactly. The girl with pink hair grinned broadly as he complimented her children, clearly pleased that he thought her children were adorable. Just because I caused the floating to occur, Ochako complained inanely, feeling strange about Deku's entire conversation with this strange girl. Let's give chase, too. Toru yelled to Jiro, Kami, and Yui, her teammates, just before a big hand quickly took her headband away. What the hell? She exclaimed. With a headband in her hand, she turned to face the rear and watched Itsuka's group flee. Kendo, come back here, you. In less than 2 minutes, we've already witnessed a chaotic altercation of enormous proportions. Wherever you lay your eyes, there are two means competing for and stealing each other's headbands. Present Mike observed the students competing against one another for points as multiple teams successfully stole headbands or took them back. After all, aiming for headbands in the 2nd to 5th place rather than the coveted top 10 million is a smart move. Do you believe that this is a headband trade of some sort? No. I assure you this will be one-sided plundering. Izuku's group notices a tall teenager racing toward them after a voice laughs loud enough to draw their attention. Shoji. Tokiyami tensed, saying, Izuku, watch out. This guy can replicate any body part with his tentacles thanks to his strength and peculiarity. Grab it. Izuku kept his eyes on the incoming teenager, wondering why there is one person when there should be. His eye catch a small movement on Shoji's back, covered by his tentacle wing, and 2 purple balls fling out toward Ochako's boots. Uraraka, your foot. What? Ochako looked down to see 2 purple balls under her boot and she quickly moves her foot back away from them. What are these things? Avoid touching them. That's just Minetta's peculiarity, Tokiyami cautioned. It will stick to everything it touches for hours. From where did he throw it? This Shoji guy has him on his back. We better evade this Tay. The nerd hero replied, directing his team to back off in order to get a good distance on this team. Goddamn you. Izuku turned to see Mineta pursuing him while wearing an envious expression. I bet you look cool and get lucky with babes in class 1A. Mineta said as she pursued him. I will succeed in getting you. The memory of this perverted midget attempting to pull his pant off caused the nerd to shudder. Shoot him, Denki. A lightning bolt burst from the tentacle, nearly striking Midoriya, but he managed to avoid it by ducking, scowling as it struck an unfortunate cavalry squad. What was that? Ochako yelled. God, I should have remembered. Under the tentacle, Denki gave a brief glimpse. You're strong, SS Shoji. Izuku cried out in shock. This guy don't look so winded with two people on his back. He need to come up with something really quick. Uraraka, you ready? Sure, I'm ready to go. She gave me a call back. Tokiyami, send your dark shadow as soon as we wake up to try and steal Minetta's headband as quickly as you can. Shoji was startled by the sudden move and a shadow beast flew at him so fast that he barely avoided dark shadow. Its arms stretch out with few twists, entering Shoji's tent, and there was a startled cry as it snapped back to the creature, also snapping back to Izuku's group. The nerd whispered to his crow partner as he gave him a nod before the gravity girl active her quirk and the team evade Minetta's team with a thrust of Mei's jetpack. This is it. An explosion erupted behind him, and he turned to see Katsuki flinging herself toward him with a broad psychotic grin. Tokiyami yelled, his creature tossing the headband over to Izuku, and the nerd thanked him with a proud smile as Mineta wept at his team to get his headband back. You little shit munch, ain't it ya riding all up and down? Katsuki yelled. Tokiyami. Izuku yelled instantly, and Dark Shadow moved to protect the group from an explosive right away. What the heck? Before a tape shot out and stuck, Katsuki gritted her teeth and reeled herself back to her group. Eureka! After a few minutes, Present Mike burst out laughing, saying, 7 minutes have gone by. So let's display their scores for everyone to see on the large board. The big screen displayed the scores. Whoa, shit! Izuku's team managed to steal one more headband while playing defense, keeping them ahead of about half of the teams with no points. Meanwhile, Midoriya's team is still leading with Kendo trailing. But wait, as soon as Katsuki landed back on her horses, a team grabbed her headband. Monoma's team just stole third place. Oh my, Bakugo, holy moly, what happened? Waving her headband mockingly at the explosion girl, Monoma taunted, like taking candy from a baby, Class A. Give it back, what the fuck, fuck assrag piece of shit motherfuck. I'll murder you. After this motherfucker, Katsuki roared and stomped on Kirishima's head. Goddamn you, girl. Kirishima was grateful for his stubborn nature, but he felt sorry for whoever chose to date this girl. Monoma grinned, don't you think it would have been strange to assume they'd thin the herd extremely drastically? The Minute Midnight called a first event preliminary. There would undoubtedly be a chain of events, consider it. He continued his tirade for a while, teasing her a little bit until he said something that made her lose it. You're the victim of this slime incident. What would have been the rough number of places they'd advance? Next time, tell me all about it. I mean, how does it feel to be attacked by bad guys once a year? Oh, I see. You were saved by a guy without a personality quirk. Hee. For a helpless bastard to save this, it must be pretty bad. Regretfully, the next time around you won't be saved by a quirkless loser. This loser is probably dead right now, leaving the world with one fewer oddball, and nobody will cry a tear. The frightening thing is that she said it all calmly and it sent a cold chill down Monoma's spine. That's it. Katsuki's hands tightened around Kirishima's shoulders with a dark aura as the red-haired boy perspired profusely. Let's send these goddamn shit stains to some early grave. After eviscerate this motherfucker's balls out and blow his fucking tiny ass dick off. But I'm going to avoid this girl for a long time, Kirishima said, her face going pale. I don't know why, but Kachan is concentrating on this team now. Good, one less team to worry about, Midoriya said, glancing at the girl's team from a distance, his bushy hair partially covering his headband. Evasion should be pretty easy from now on, he thought as a team suddenly appeared in front of his group. Great, he just has to open his mouth. The time remaining is less than 30 seconds. Present Mike leapt on his chair and began to cheer loud as the nerd gave the Dark Wielder the order to cocoon them for a short while in order to fend off attacks from two different teams before Izuku's team made a quick getaway. And that's my closest friend, Aizawa mentally laughed. Shoko stood atop Iida, Momo, and Kaoruko and glared at him, saying, the time has come. I'm taking it. They seem to be very committed, don't they? Tokiyami said to his rider, watching the ice-hot girls group cautiously as the riders stared down at each other. How do you want to play it? There's still half of the match remaining. Continue your journey. The ones coming after us, yelled Izuku. Several teams charge in at Shoko's and his group. Aren't just a single team. Yaoyorozu, Iwata, prepare our guard. Shoko gave the order, Iida, advance. All right. With Kaoruko's help, Momo dug her spike boots into the ground, and Shoko made a long icicle that she jabbed into the ground. In a short amount of time, two things happened. First, ice spread out behind her, causing the charging horses to stumble or collide awkwardly with neighboring teams, tumbling over each other. Second, the fallen teams found themselves frozen solid to the ground, and some students tried to break the ice chucks off their body parts as quickly and carefully as they could, before some of their headbands were taken by the girl with the dual wielder. What the heck is this? Mike lowered his head. Todoroki stopped the horse horde in one smooth move. Whoa! Tokiyami cussed as his team stay still. Why? Because when Shoko create the ice field, it spread out to the team and trapped the horse's feet in thick ice. He glared at the incoming dual-haired girls team, and there is only one thing he can do in this situation. I'll stop them. Tokiyami commanded Dark Shadow to attack his opponent, only to have it blocked by a giant metallic object. Damn it! That fucking quirk is amazing. Does she produce metal? She can create everything as long as she knows how it is made. Izuku retorted, gritting his teeth. No, her quirk is creation. He had just checked on his horse's condition. Even a flashbang? Tokiyami nodded in response, whispering softly enough to keep his quirk's weakness hidden from others. What actions will we take? Ochako questioned anxiously as the girl with the two hairs drew nearer and closer. Then, no matter what, we'll hang on to the 10 million, Izuku's hardened, narrowed eyes said. Tokiyami. Stay to her left and keep them at bay. She cannot use her cryokinesis as long as we stay away from her right side. I got it. Tokiyami gave the creature instructions to keep Shoko's horses at bay while making tiny movements to avoid her right side. After a few tries, Shoko realized that the nerd had figured her out. Shoko's eyes narrowed as she watched Izuku's horses stay away from her right side. He's seen through me. If I use ice for a short distance, I'll catch Iida in it. And if I use my ice recklessly, I'll be ruining my own chances. Iida burst out, guys, we have less than a minute. I'm afraid I'll be useless after this. I therefore need on you. Is that right? At him, she raised an eyebrow. Before the group suddenly accelerates forward, the speedster tensed up and said, grasp tight. Take it, Todoroki. Over torque. Izuku barely knows what hit him when Shoko snatches away his headband in an instant. What was that moments ago? Shoko questioned while securing a headband around her neck without looking at it. I can forcibly rev up my torque to explosive proportions if need be. Iida continued, however, as kickback, I'll suffer from engine stall in short order. Following them, after they broke free from the melting ice, Izuku shouted, and his team suddenly blindsided Shoko. They also heard a loud explosion nearby, and Izuku knew that Katsuki was the source of the noise without having to look up. His right arm thrust out, and Shoko quickly parried it away with a flash of fire before her eyes widened in realization. Shoko quickly extinguished her fire, saying, my left. Izuku tried to grab a headband from her again, but the dual wielder's horses narrowly avoided him before the game's loud bell rang out. Gosh, that was really near, Mei declared aloud. But whatever the case, 10 million is now, Shoko said, glancing up to the monitor to see the total scores before her eyes widened and she exclaimed, wah. Izuku's team had taken first place. But, she said, quickly pulling out Izuku's headband and snapping her head at the boy, thinking, this boy just tricked her, but when did he switch it? This Midoriya is definitely something, Tokiyami thought as he flicked a sidelong glance at Midoriya while the girls applauded alongside Izuku. As the aforementioned boy looked around, Tokiyami asked Izuku, who are you looking for? Izuku scratched his head, I was looking for, and then, oh. He jogged quickly toward the person, excuse me, Midnight Sensei. Yes? Midnight asked, smirking as she turned to face him and corked her hip out. Is there something you want from Olmi? About the headbands, Izuku frowned and said, CC, can I put my 10 million points anywhere as long as it's around neck? Hypothetically, I want to swap a headband around my forehead with another that is around my neck. Her whip snaps with a crackle, causing the red-faced boy to yell out, of course, you can. Midnight smirked, anything goes as long as you follow the game rules. No cheating or I'll punish you badly. Izuku yelled, Tokiyami, make cocoon, as two teams charged toward them, their quirks blazing, and Dark Shadow covered them right away. As he quickly switched the 10 million headband for the 5-point headband, he whispered to his teammates, I'm gonna switch them now. He also made sure that the other headband covered half of the 10 million point before they quickly fled. His bushy hair conceals the point of the headband, saying, remember, we have to pretend that one on my head is 10 million points and we have to protect it at all cost. Roger. Smiled Mei. Ochako nods, got it, and Tokiyami gives a silent nod. Izuku got down, and Tokiyami crossed his arms. He knew that everyone would be focused on getting one on his forehead, never stopping to think that he must switch them beforehand. His intellect is something that I should watch out if I go up against him. First, my quirk, then the headband decoy in very short time. Woo-hoo! Present Mike exclaimed as the chaotic game came to an end. What a game! What a game! Let's see who the top 5 teams are right now. He blinked quickly and said, "Whoa, Team Shinso. Who saw that turnaround coming? Who even saw it happen?" Pausing to laugh at the sight of this green-haired boy crying uncontrollably, these 5 teams will proceed to the final event. "Oh my god, I can never use my left hand to attack," Shoko said, staring at it blankly. That was something I was adamant about. When the chips were down, though, she clenched it slowly with gritted teeth. "No, how could I let that? It's just what my old man expected." Her gaze slowly shifted to the sobbing nerd. This guy, again, as the students slowly made their way from the field to the lunchroom. Izuku swallowed. Yes, Todoroki," Shoko said flatly, "come with me," and he just blinked at her. Katsuki heard them without realizing. Why in the world would half-bitch want to fuck Deku? Katsuki scowled deeply. She was getting irritated with the festival right away. This fucking Deku wasn't supposed to be first place. She was. She will be the center of attention, and this fucking shithead will lose his place if she wins these damn events and takes first place. Now that this damn handy bitch has entered his life, these bitches are running to fuck Deku when he ought to be right behind her, swooning over her as he used to. "Arg, fuck," exclaimed the violent girl, stomping off to pursue Deku and half-bitch. Katsuki would make sure that she wins first place in the next competition and make Deku realize that he does not belong in the hero business. After that, he will drop out and become her house husband, taking care of her every day. Standing in the hallway with Shoko, the green-haired nerd murmured, Why you wanted to talk?" There was a pause. What is it? If we dawdle, the mess hall will pro." Her eerie gaze unnerves him. She's so intimidated than Kachan. Where is Itsuka when you need her?" "You caught me off guard," Shoko said at last. "It was so intense that I violated my word," Izuku surmised, presumably referring to her fireside. "It was only me who experienced it at that precise moment. No one else felt it, not even Iwata, Tokiyami, Uraraka, Iida, or Yaoyorozu." Glancing at her left hand, she continued, who had witnessed All Might at full strength up close. Izuku swallowed nervously, his heart pounding more quickly than a hummingbird. "So, what is it that you want to say?" he asked. You're All Might illegitimate child, or what?" Shoko asked, her multicolored eyes meeting his green ones. "I'm saying what I felt from you was the same. Something too similar." "Wait, what? Why, you've got it all wrong. Well, of course that's exactly what a secret son would say, so you won't believe me, but I swear that's not it." Izuku waved his arms around, his eyes wide, before trying to calm himself down by asking her, "Actually, I'm going to ask you something. Why me?" Shoko stared at him for a moment before she began talking about her father, Endeavor, and a little bit about herself. Izuku sighed heavily as he made his way back to the waiting area. He hadn't anticipated Shoko to spill her guts to him or to threaten to beat her. "Oh, Cammy, what was I thinking?" Out of embarrassment, he covered his burning face. Was it inappropriate to say something to her like that? Must he go look for her once more to AP? No, he gave a clear shake of his head, indicating that he would see through her declaration of war to the very end. The said nerd jolted up at a voice behind him, sounding like Jiro by the callous tone of her voice. "There you are, Midoriya. We have been looking for you." Jiro. I was. Izuku turned around and blushed deeply before freezing. Why is Jiro dressed like a cheerleader? To the earjack girl's bewilderment, Jiro arched her eyebrow at him angrily while placing her right hand on her hip. "What?" she asked. Izuku responded by whipping his head away from her and covering his eyes with his hand. The boy stammered, blushing, "SSSS sorry, I don't mean to stare." He apologized profusely. Is my behavior causing him to become agitated? Jiro blinks once slowly, then looks down at her body, primarily her chest. She is the smallest, almost non-existent size among all of her classmates, which makes her feel insecure in comparison to the other girls' sizes. Since there is nothing attractive about her, why does the stuttering boy in front of her get so agitated and uncomfortable? Before deciding to put it out of her mind for the time being, she gives the rambling boy one more look and says, "Chill, Midoriya." Jiro snorted coldly and replies, "It's just a uniform." BBBB but Izuku remained stoic, not wanting to look at her. Why or why you wearing it? Because there'll be a cheering battle. Jiro responded, that's what someone told us. Oh, the hero nerd exclaimed, startled because he had never watched a cheering contest during a sporting event on TV. Does that imply that it was added by staff in an effort to keep the festival new? She interrupted the nerd mid-thought, saying, you need to go changing. Wait, me too, Izuku asked, blinked to give her a quick glimpse before averting his gaze from her appearance. Yaoyorozu left your uniform in the changing room, so you better get in there and change, Jiro responded. Yup, it's a cheering battle between classes, she said, shifting her weight to her left leg as her face began to bruise. About your uniform, I don't think you'll have any choice in that. They said that all male uniform must be like that. So, you better get going now, they're expecting us in 10 minutes. Izuku didn't understand what she was saying, and for some reason, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. SS. Should I worry? Izuku gave his classmate a meek thank you before hurriedly heading to the male changing area. As soon as he arrived, he noticed a folded uniform in a plastic bag sitting on the bench in front of his locker. The nerd took off his uniform and stretched it out, causing his eyes to widen and his jaw to fall to the ground. He trembled violently, feeling red all over his body. Does he really have to wear that? Present Mike loudly declared, before we get started with the final event, there's good news for those who dropped out of the preliminary. Following a brief intermission, the audience took their seats. In the end, this is still a sports festival. So to have everyone continue to be able to participate, we've got some recreational events in store. Just look how fired up those cheerleaders we called from America are. He gestured at the American cheerleaders as they waved pom-poms in the air. Then, he raised an eyebrow and asked, huh? What's this? What happened, Class A? The girls in the aforementioned class looked shocked and dismayed as they were dressed in pom-pom cheerleader uniforms. The boy who was shaking in place and covering his upper body with his arms while facing the ground caught Present Mike's attention the most. He glanced quizzically at Aizawa, who simply scowled to himself. Then he looked down once more, scratching his head. Why are Class 1A students wearing cheerleader uniforms, and why does this boy look so ashamed and embarrassed? You tricked us, didn't you? Yaoyorozu yelled angrily at the smirking boys. Kaminari, Mineta. She sank to her knees and said, how did I end up stumbling right into Mineta's hands? To be honest, we don't know Kaminari is like this imp, but he was there, Setsuna said, giving the creator a pom-pom pat on the back. Kaoruko blushed a dark blue and said, then this Kaibara guy came up to us and told us about the male uniform. It sounds so believable. Katsuki's eyebrow quirked, I'm going to fucking murder them. How the fuck did the bitches talk her into wearing this uniform? They really are just idiots, Jiro said, embarrassedly slamming her pom-pom down. Well, we might as well do it until the true battle begins, since we've got time and being stressed about it would just be tiring. Toru excitedly raised her pom-pom. It's fine, isn't it? Come on, let's have a go. Tsuyu turned to her best friend Habuko after observing, it seems like Toru enjoys this, huh? Habuko said shyly, I kinda like it too. It's something that I never have tried before. She had always wanted to give it a try but was self-conscious about her appearance and didn't think anyone would be interested in seeing a scary girl cheer. Izuku cried, hiding his body from view, CCCC, can I go and change? It's so embarrassing to wear this uniform. Itsuka patted his back and grinned sheepishly, not until after the announcement, sorry, it'll be over before you know it. Alright, let's get going. Toru exuberantly bounded over to them and then slid behind Izuku, calling out to Midori, come on, cheer with us. The nerd stammered, NNN no TTTTH, and then felt her imperceptible arms slide under his body and grab his wrists. WWWWW wait. HH Hagakuri. D don't. Toru urged him to stand up, pulling his arms up behind his head, saying, don't be shy, I'm pretty sure no one care if you're little Praji. The moment she saw his torso, she began to slowly trail off, be confide. No, don't okay. Izuku exclaimed, blushing heavily and weeping comically. He was dressed in an orange gym short and an orange, green accented, short vest that stopped just above his ribs. The invisible girl was stopped in her tracks by Izuku's muscular physique and six-pack abs. His startled classmates and other onlookers stare at him indifferently. A few of them lit up wildly, and another person gave him a wolfish whistle. DAFUG? Ochako exclaimed, her cheeks flushing slightly. When did he get that build? Itsuka simply stares with wide eyes and an open mouth at her childhood friend, stunned. Mina can't help but stare at the scene, saying, damn, dude, you're totally shredded. Setsuna muttered in disbelief, wow, I thought he was all scrawny under these heavy clothes. Since his clothes always concealed his frame and he almost always made himself appear small. The fuck? Katsuki watched, her teeth clenched in anger as she used her twitching fingers to hold back her blush when she noticed some of her classmates' reactions. Fuck. He's going to be covered in these bitches like this handy bitch. Oh Deku, how I hate you. You're giving me a terrible time. Okay. I'm totes calling dibs on cutie. Kami almost squeals, unintentionally making Katsuki very angry. Phew. Mineta dropped on the ground with bitten lip as blood tears run down his cheek. WHO gave them idea to make this bastard wearing that? Beat me, but that is so unfair. Kaminari laughingly sobbed while covering his eyes with his arm. As expected of my buddy. Sen smiled gently as he snapped a picture of Izuku with a camera, but his classmates gave him a strange look because of a tiny nosebleed that was dripping from his nose. Dude, you really put a lot of training in. Kirishima appears moved by Izuku's appearance and sheds a few tears. It makes him feel ashamed that his body isn't as toned as Izuku's and that he needs to work out more to catch up with him. My parents are watching that. Izuku cried out once more, don't look at me. Present Mike laughed as he wiped away a tear, finding the entire scene to be quite painful. Aizawa, on the other hand, just buried his face in his hands and groaned, finding it all ridiculous. All right, everyone, compete your hearts out. Recreation. After he left this class in her hands, what the devil is the new teacher doing? And after that, it's the final event. From 5 teams, 20 individuals have made it through. A schedule for the tournament appears on the screen. It's a tournament. We're pitting them against each other in one-on-one combat. The red-haired boy excitedly pumped his fists, saying, finally, I'm gonna have the opportunity to appear on the stage that I see on TV every year. He was asked, there was a tournament last year too? Mina overheard. Over his shoulder, Siro said, some details end up changing, but each year is always 1 versus 1. Now we're going to do a drawing to determine the pairings. Midnight showed up with a box for drawing, so contestants, we're going to continue with recreational events before beginning the tournament. The 20 participants from the tournament can choose to abstain from the recreational events if those so choose. There's no problem if you'd like to rest and save your energy. So, we begin with the team that got first place. Excuse me, may I please? A male student with a tail raises his hand, drawing the attention of multiple other students. I don't want to participate, he said with a grimace. Ojiro. You're not going to have many opportunities like this one to show off your abilities in front of the professional heroes. Iida and his classmates exclaimed. My involvement in the cavalry battle. I was in the upper ranks in the final moments. I can't agree at all with that. Probably because of the peculiarity of that one guy. Ojiro looked at someone, and Izuku followed his gaze to a boy with purple hair and bags under his eyes. He recognized the boy as a member of the mob on this particular day. I know this is a rare opportunity, and to walk away would be stupid. However, everyone here gave their best to get so far, I'll never be able to do the same. Beside him, a student with white hair and a lipless mouth exclaimed, don't say like that, buddy, it don't matter if you give your best until the end. With a hand on his face, Ojiro said, no, it's not like that. It's a question of dignity. I don't want it to be that way. With a shock on the faces of her classmates, Kashiko said, I also wish to withdraw from the tournament. Kirishima questioned, guys, what's going on with you two? What is going on? Midnight's voice was eerily calm before snapping her whip and grinning broadly. I like them. I accept Ojiro and Sekigai's resignation. I'm not going to give up, a sparkling French boy says, placing his hand on Ojiro's shoulder. To the surprise of some, Midnight said, so, those that are going to sign up for empty slots, they will be participants of the team that got 6th place, Team Asui. If not for Katsuki, Monoma's team would have finished in 6th place, and up until this point, nobody had predicted that 6th place would be awarded in the tournament. Tsuyu turned to the 3 students who had teamed up with her in the previous event, Bondo, Habuko, and Kanoko, and asked, who want to take the slots? Kanoko put up her hands meekly and said, I think I won't take part in that. Me either, I think you and Bondo should go for it, Habuko replied. The frog girl asked, tilting her head, you sure? As the glue giant appeared taken aback by their choice. The girls nodded, and she turned to face Bondo. The glue giant nods and gives the girls a grateful bow, saying, well, Look like we're taking part in that after all. After hearing from the aforementioned students, Midnight exclaimed, "So Asui and Bondo now are part of the top 20. She began to draw while the students anxiously awaited her announcement. "Let's show the pairings." She threw her hand at the monitor as Izuku and the other contestants studied the lineup. It appears that the semifinals will feature a bye round for the first through fourth place matches in Section A. He was facing off against a man known as Shinso. Izuku muttered, "Shinso is probably," but someone else spoke up behind him. "It's not you, Midoriya Izuku." The boy in question asks, turning to face the purple-haired boy behind him. "That face." Izuku opens his mouth, but a slap stops him in his tracks. Kashiko looked tiredly at Shinso and said, "Midoriya, don't respond to his provocations." The purple-haired boy snorted and turned away. Looking at the bewildered nerd, she says, "I'll explain in private." "It's a little unexpected to face him so soon," Shoko said, staring at the lineup while Siro gave her a worried look and said, "Let's go, Midoriya, I'll defeat you with my own hands." Glancing at Kaoruko, Tsuyu said, "Looks like we're facing off, huh? No hard feeling?" Kaoruko grinned and said, "No hard feelings, don't expect me to hold back on you." Nodding, the frog girl said, "Same. I'm up against Bondo," Abara uttered. "Sato?" Itsuka looked at the mentioned student and thought, "I wonder what his quirk is." "Momo is my opponent," Tokiyami said, glancing at the creator. "I better take her out before she gets to me because her creation quirk is dangerous." When Kirishima's arm clanged against Tetsu's, the silver-haired student yelled, "Let's have a manly match." Mina raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who is Aoyama?" The French student simply struck an odd pose. "Uraraka." Katsuki furrowed her brow at the screen, wondering who the hell this person was. The gravity girl gives her a startled, scared look. "I'll face Handy Bitch in the next round if I defeat this person," she grinned menacingly, making the gravity girl shudder in fear. Mei approached the student in question and asked, "You're Iida, right?" Iida nodded and said, "Ah, yes, it's me." Mei grinned and said, "Ah, nice, to be honest, I." Present Mike cleared his throat, "Let's enjoy the recreation events first. Let's put the tournament aside." The competitors either leave to rest or remain to watch the recreation event, cheering, in the case of some girls. When Kashiko had finished explaining to Izuku, the hero nerd had looked shocked and said, "And that's his quirk." Oh, wow, Izuku raised his hands in front of his face. "TT, that's one amazing quirk. I mean, to control someone after giving a response. You can easily end the hostage situation without any causality or make villains surrender right away." "True, but once you fall under his quirk, he will have you forfeited without a fight," she responded, "and there is nothing you can do about it. I was able to snap out of it when this Ojiro tapped my shoulder hard enough to leave a small pain." He chewed his lip and looked up at her, saying, "I see. Thank you for telling me, but why?" "Because you are my classmate and I'll hate to see my classmates forfeit right away without showing their potential to the pro heroes." She gently raised her glasses. Midoriya scratched his head sheepishly and said, Oh, I see. TT, thank again." "You're welcome." Her gray eyes dipped slowly for a moment before returning to focus on him. "I'm going to leave so you can change." She stood up and left the room, wishing him luck. Izuku blinked owlishly, huh? And then realized he was still wearing his cheerleader's uniform. He hastily scrambled off to change into his gym uniform, his face flushed from embarrassment. A drop of tiny blood trickles from Kashiko's nose as she strolls down the hallway outside wearing foggy glasses. The hero geek gets a shiver down his spine and says, "I am so going to draw this right into BL Dujin." "Thank you, Cementos." A stage rose from the ground, and present Mike called out to the cement hero on the field, "Hey guys, are you ready?" After so many events, finally, the 1-versus-1 battles, those which really we all wanted to see. The only person that you can count on is yourself. However, even without being a hero, you face situations like these in your everyday life, right? Will, ability, resistance, and justice. This is the moment to put all these in play and achieve a glorious victory. With a smirky expression, he said, "First fight." His grades aren't bad, but what the hell is that expression? He peered more closely at Izuku's peculiar expression. From the Department of Heroes, Midoriya Izuku. Against, "We're sorry but he's only a normal student without anything special." From the Common Department, Shinso Hitoshi. 5%, Izuku thought as he listened to the rules, recalling All Might's motivational speech and his command over one for all. Present Mike officially started the match as Izuku looked so offended by Shinso's comments, to throw away an opportunity like this one so easily. Don't you think they're the biggest idiots that you've ever seen? Shinso laughed. Did you get that, Midoriya Izuku? This event is a battle to test the strength of our determination. He looked at him darkly. If I had a strong desire for the future, then fears don't matter. And still, that monkey keeps talking nonsense about his stupid dignity, and I don't know why this stupid bitch gives up. Izuku charged, saying, "What did you say?" But then froze, losing control of his body and leaving the audience to wonder why he had stopped charging so abruptly. "It's mine, the victory," Shinso scoffed. Kashiko scowled. Didn't he heed my warning? Itsuka turned to face her and said, What are you talking about? This Shinso person's quirk allows him to control people who answered to him. The young woman with glasses responded. Midoriya just triggered his quirk and now he is completely under his control. Izuku. The girl with orange hair bit her lip as she turned to face the stage. Is there anything he can do to break free? Not sure which one would free her from this guy's control or how strong a contract should be, Kashiko responded. No, as far as I know, you need to experience a pain or touch from someone else to break free. Deku. Ochako gasped as Aizawa mentioned the entrance exam's bias and Shinso's incredibly powerful quirk. Come on, do something. Shinso gave him an order, now turn around and walk out of the ring. Izuku complied, turning slowly before moving toward the edge. Midori, stop acting like this, Toru exclaimed, waving her arms. That sucks, he should have gone farther if he hadn't ended up facing this guy with a maze. Setsuna snarled. The nerd stopped dead in his tracks just shy of the edge, and some witnesses saw his middle finger snap spontaneously, sending wind flying. What the? She exclaimed as she turned back to face Shinso after seeing Midoriya panting. From his seat among his classmates, Ojiro exclaimed, Wow! To go that far, with awe. Izuku covered his mouth with a glare as Itsuka softly spoke. He somehow broke his finger. She then turned to face Kashiko. But how is that possible? I thought you said he can't have any control, Itsuka said. I'm not sure, Kashiko said, while Shinso continued to speak in short bursts to entice Izuku to answer. Maybe it depends on one's will? Itsuka muttered absently, that's possible, as she listened to Shinso's remarks. Her knuckles turned white when he said that Izuku was fortunate to have a quirk at birth, but this guy was unaware that Izuku was a late bloomer. He is unaware of the struggles Izuku faced and thinks he will always be a worthless oddball, despite her best efforts to lift his spirits until his odd behavior manifests itself. As the nerd attempted to push Izuku out of the bound, Itsuka held her breath until Shinso punched Izuku's face, causing the purple-haired boy to reach out and grab Izuku's hand instead of his face. Oh? Katsuki asked, blinked, watching in shock as the nerd whirled around with a roar, flinging Shinso over his shoulder with a backflip, and hurling him smashing out of the ring. Midnight proclaimed, Shinso is out of the ring, and gestured to the panting nerd who was the winner with a swing of her right arm. His classmates and the spectators applauded him, saying, Midoriya moves on to the second round. Katsuki clenched her teeth. That jerk, he had just taken her move. Goodness gracious, said Present Mike as Shinso and Izuku bowed to each other in different ways. We're off to an uneventful start. Well, put your hands together for our fierce competitors. Izuku looked at the boy and said, Shinso, why do you want to be a hero? Shinso turned away and walked away in despair, saying, we don't get to choose the things we naturally admire. Suddenly, he heard someone call out to him. You had us on the edge of our seats, Shinso. His classmates waved at him from above as he looked up. You were awesome out there. You're the shining star of us general studies guys. Shinso hears some heroes talking about his quirk and how someone wants it. You did just as well as the guy who got third in the obstacle course. Hear that, Shinso? You're awesome. They'll consider transfers to the hero course depending on the results here, Shinso said to Izuku as the nerd began to remember that. Maybe I failed this time, but I'm not giving up. I'll show them I've got what it takes to make the hero course and I'll become a greater hero than all of you. Izuku nodded, right, but then stiffened at Shinso's oddity. Oh, he understood me. Shinso grinned and said, people who respond to me tend to stiffen up like that, so just promise me that you won't lose in a sorry way out there. Then he released Izuku from his control. All right, Izuku answered, only to be amusedly subjugated by Shinso. Shoko strolled down the hallway and around the corner to the entrance, but as soon as she saw this bastard, she stopped dead in her tracks and gave him a hard look. Get out of my way, Shoko angrily commanded her father. You disgrace me, Shoko. Endeavor yelled with crossed arms. You could have crushed both the obstacle course and the cavalry battle if you'd used your left side. His daughter passed him with rage. Grow up. Stop rebelling like some petulant child. Remember, your duty is to surpass all might. Understand? You're different than your siblings. You're my greatest creation. That's all you've got to say to me? Shoko grumbled. I'll win this with Mom's power alone. I'll never use your power in battle. While he watched his daughter go, Endeavor muttered, you'll reach your limit soon enough. Following Recovery Girl's treatment of his finger and his sharing of his strange vision with Yagi, Izuku jogged toward the seat aisle, where his classmates were seated. Ochako saw Deku right away and gave him a big smile and cheery wave. Good job, Deku. Pony cheerfully pumped her fists and exclaimed, way to go, Izu. Itsuka shifted to a different seat next to Ochako and asked, how's your finger? So that he could take a seat beside her. Izuku turned back to the stage and said, did I miss anything? With a smile on his face. Thanked, guys. He then showed his childhood friend his bandaged finger. And it's fine, thank you to Recovery Girl. The girl with orange hair stated, no, we're still waiting for the second match, with a shake of her head. The hero nerd said, oh, that's good because I don't want to, just as two arms wrapped around him and pulled him in. He then felt something soft press against the back of his head with a glomp. GG, you did wonderful out there, Izuku, Kami breathed into his ear, making him flush. When he realized the blonde girl was giving him a back hug, he froze, trembling all over and jaw-dropping. I totes know you have it in bag. Yeah, right, she was met with blank looks from a few students who remembered her freaking out when Shinso brainwashed him. Itsuka gave her a deadpan look and said, Kami, can you please let him go? The smug illusionist clenched his chest and biceps, making the poor nerd spit out in a fit of rage and dart his eyes wildly, saying, after few cops, fam. Kami released Izuku to his relief as he tried to calm down, and the orange-haired girl raised her hand up with a twitching eyebrow and her eyes had a glint of something before the loudspeaker cut her off. Present Mike yelled, the wait is over. Let's move on. Here they are, the best of the best. As Shiro and Shoko entered the stage. Yet this guy's still as plain as they come. Shiro Honta of the hero course. The student said, winking and grinning a little. Versus, the best of the best. Strongest of the strong. Todoroki Shoko, also of the hero course. The girl said with a somber expression, start. As Shiro shot his tapes toward Shoko and they were ready to catch her, Mina asked, how long do you think it will take for her to? But Shoko attacks him without warning and envelops him in a towering pillar of ice. Her shocked classmates and her eyes almost burst out at the pillar a few inches from her face as it all happened in a matter of seconds. Holy fuck. Shiro shuddered. Oh overkill. No, Midnight muttered. Shiro, admitting that she had been caught in the crossfire and that the ice had completely covered her left side. Can you move? Shiro winced a little and deadpanned. Are you kidding, right? The shivering pro-heroine exclaimed. Shiro is immobilized, thus Todoroki won this match. The crowd and the professional athletes chanted, good try, showing sympathy for the young player who had just experienced the shortest match ever. Shoko produced enough heat to melt the ice, saying, sorry, I overdid it. I was just annoyed. Isn't that annoying? The audience applauded the dual quirk wielder as Shiro shuddered at her deadpan expression. I hate to see anger. When she used her fire ability, Izuku felt that something about her was depressing. Abara stood up from her seat and said, I'll be heading down for my upcoming match against Bondo. Wish me luck. A number of students applauded her. It was a very basic and straightforward match. Bondo tried to catch the vine-growing girl by forcing her into a corner with his blue attacks and defended himself with blue wall. However, he had no defensive underneath him when her vines erupted from below ground, entrapping him up in air and covering his face to prevent him from using his quirk. Present Mike spread his arms out, nearly hit Aizawa, and Abara entrapped Bondo with her vines from a distance while the glue lit her all over the stage. Midnight exclaimed, and so Shiozaki advances to the second round. To the applauding crowd. Ochako applauded for her classmate, but her expression was tense and anxious. It broke sooner when she heard Izuku mumble something incoherently, and she turned to face him slowly while wearing a spooky expression, trying to keep up with his rambling. Shiozaki placed fourth in the entrance exam. Izuku grumbled as he wrote in his notebook quickly, mightn't her vines be the same as those of Kamui of the Woods? As expected, her strength lies in binding and restraint, and it's not often you see that binding unraveled. It's simply not possible to edge in any attacks while dodging her innumerable vines, so in the end your only recourse is to tear them off through pure force. But no, of course. How simple. Naturally it's for that very reason she aims to bind you to begin with. I see. Ochako leaned closer, startling him out of his muttering mode, asking, it only ended and you're already forming counter-strategies based on how you see it playing out. Izuku's hand fluttered to his mouth in an embarrassing way, His eyes brightened as he turned his notebook to face her. Oh, speaking of which, I actually compiled tons of notes on everyone in Class A, too. That includes your zero gravity, too, Uraraka. No, it's just what I do. It's always been a bit of a thing for me. And seeing as this is my chance to observe the amazing quirks of everyone outside our class. The hero nerd blinked at her perplexingly. You've been incredible since we first met, but Ochako laughed softly after she stared at him in silence. Now during the sports festival, you've been giving off even more of a, serious business vibe. Izuku turned back to the stage, blinking when he saw his lunch buddy wearing strange gears and a cunning smirk on Mei's face. All right. Present Mike cleared his throat. Here come the next matchups. Sprint to the top. He's coming across like a center fielder. It's Iida Tenya from Hero Course. Versus. She was fully decked in support gear. Hatsume Mei, of the support course. When the match began, the nerd felt uneasy because it turned out to be the strangest match ever, lasting 10 minutes. As several girls stared blankly, Kaoruko's sweat dropped. Is she pitching her products? Yeah. Mei exclaimed, wiping perspiration from her brow and stepping over the line. Everyone was able to view my lineup so thoroughly and now I have nothing to regret. Iida fell to his knees, saying, you played me for FOOL. Midnight deadpanned. Iida advances to the second round. Izuku muttered nervously, shocked at Mei's crafty plan to achieve her objective. There's no doubt she saw how super earnest Iida is and fed him a nice sounding line so she could take him for a ride. Ochako said as she stood up and shuffled past her friends. I'm going to the waiting room for a sec. I'll be back. Some of her friends didn't seem to notice, but Izuku noticed something and got up to chase her after giving Itsuka an explanation. He had watched the next two matches, which resulted in Momo losing to Tokiyami and Mina winning against Aoyama, a French student. Tokiyami attacked Momo before she could use her quirk. Looking away from the slugfest between Kirishima and Tetsu to two separate empty seats, Toru asked, I don't know which one to root for. The next one after this match is Tsuyu and Iwata, right? Even though the ghost girl is unable to see Reiko's bobbing head, she nodded to the invisible girl, saying, you don't have to if you can't decide. It's a draw, declared Midnight as the two fighters passed out. We'll have them arm wrestle for the right to advance when they both wake up, she added. Two teachers arrive and remove the two boys who are unconscious, and then Tsuyu and Kaoruko enter from opposite sides. Izuku hurried back to his seat next to Itsuka and said, I'm back. Everything okay? Itsuka asked, observing his anxious look. Yes. He responded, I just checked up on Uraraka in waiting room. The martial artist hummed, so she was nervous? Her best friend nodded. You can't blame her for feeling that way since she's going up against Bakugo after this match. Itsuka scowls bitterly, knowing that the explosion girl will unleash her full force, even against her own allies. That is an additional reason for her dislike of this person, and she is unsure of Bakugo's situation. Here's our next match, Present Mike said loudly, the chilliest girl with straightforward personality and face that you can't read. Asui Tsuyu of the Department of Heroics. Versus. The girl with, girl next door. Vibe, but don't let her appearance fool you. She somehow makes it all way to this final event. Who knows what she gets? Iwata Kaoruko of the Department of Heroics. The two women exchange glances. Start. The sound hero announces the start, and Tsuyu's tongue shoots out toward Kaoruko at high speed, narrowly avoiding it with a low crouch. The frog girl's tongue zooms back in a matter of seconds, but not before the blue girl quickly races toward her with a kick, attempting to attack her before Tsuyu can reel it in. It did, however, give Kaoruko enough time to move closer and deliver a round kick, and at the same moment, a dozen different colored bubbles began to float out of her body. In an attempt to evade her round kick, the frog girl hopped away, causing a bubble to collide with her arm and release a rancid scent that burned her nose. URK. Tsuyu couldn't resist covering her nose with a drying gag because the smell reminded her of the last time she went to the restroom following her father's appointment. Her eyes widened as she saw the impending punch, and she shook her head sideways just in time to avoid Kaoruko's sucker punch before it scraped her cheek. The frog girl is forced to inhale another unbearable stench as Kaoruko buries her right knee in Suyu's stomach, causing her to lose consciousness. The blue girl uses the same hand to grab the back of the frog girl's head and pull her head down into a bubble behind the blue girl. Just as she let go of the coughing frog girl, Kaoruko felt something encircling her left ankle. She looked down to see Suyu's tongue coiling around the ankle, just as she was about to deliver an uppercut. Kaoruko's eyes widened as she said, "Oh, crossing." Suyu then leapt back, whipped her head left, and threw the screaming blue girl out of the bound with a tongue flick. The blue girl grunted as her back hit the ground hard, and she groaned in disappointment when she heard Midnight say that. As the crowd applauded, Suyu and several professional heroes debated whether Kaoruko or Suyu was the better player. Midnight exclaimed, "Awada is out of the bound. Asui advances to the next round." Setsuna whistled, "Awada really don't hold back. That has to be expected since her quirk isn't suitable for combat." Jiro responded, "If she hasn't go all out at the beginning, Asui would get her out in one go early like Todoroki did with this Zero guy." A few classmates nodded in agreement as Reiko remarked, "True, but she put it to good use during this match. Think what she will be like when she gets enough experience and more training." Itsuka stands up and says, "I'll better head down for my match." She then smiles and looks down at Izuku, saying, "Wish me luck." "Why yes, I wish you luck, Itsuka." Izuku smiled back, and the fighter turned to wave goodbye. He returns to his notebook and continues to write about Kaoruko's peculiarity and how to use it in various contexts until a quiet voice draws his attention away from it. Yui asked him, standing with a food tray box and staring blankly at him, "Have Itsuka gone downstairs?" "Why yes, she did." Izuku responded, Her match is you up next in few minutes." "So, may I take a seat here?" she asked, pointing to the vacant chair beside him. He waved it off with a nod, and the quiet girl sat down with a tray on her laps. Sure, Itsuka won't mind it." The boy with green hair glanced at her food. She had 2 hot dogs, cheese nachos, and a medium soda. Yui picked up a hot dog, peeled off some of the foil, and held it out to him. Yui asked inarticulately, "Would you like one?" Oh, Izuku said, looking confusedly between her and the hot dog and debating whether or not he could handle it. "Why yes, I'd like one if that's okay," he said, taking a bite out of the hot dog. Thank you. I'll buy you a snack or something." This is the first time a girl has offered him anything, other than Itsuka, who usually tells him not to worry about it. "I'll hold you on that." The emotionless girl gives Izuku a quick nod before they begin sharing her snack. "Almost done with the first round," Present Mike exclaimed. "This is the second to last match. The girl with the golden heart, she has the spirit of a hero and treats people like a big sister. Kendo Itsuka of heroic course." The girl blushed awkwardly at being called a sister, but she didn't let it stop her from maintaining a serious expression. Versus, "He's the sweetest man you've ever met and a dang great baker." The confectioner of Class B, Sato Rikido of heroic course. Rikido, looking embarrassed by his title as confectioner, muttered under his breath, "Where did they get these info from? How should I approach that one?" As they awaited the signal, Itsuka observed her opponent intently. He seems well built, and his quirk is that he can increase his strength by consuming sugars for 3 minutes per 10 grams. She recalled him telling her team prior to the cavalry battle. "But I don't know how much stronger he'll get, and he never told us about his weakness. I need to take him out as soon as the match starts and faster before he get a chance to ingest sugars," she pondered. "Start!" exclaimed the boisterous hero, and Rikido swiftly took a sugar can from his pocket, flipped the lid open, and held it up to his gaping mouth. Abruptly, Itsuka slides in, crouching low with her right fist glaring back and slamming her weight behind her fist to strike his solar plexus. A backhand smacks the can out of his hand. When her attack took away his breath, Rikido would have fallen to the ground, but she didn't stop there. A split second after the blow, her fist grew larger, sending him flying backward. The large student fell a few meters in front of the bound line with a few backflips, and when he tried to stand up, Itsuka's dropkick met his face as she launched herself using her outstretched hands as a launchpad. With a crash, the martial artist is knocked backward and over the bound line. Kendo advances to the second round, Midnight said, holding up her hand to Itsuka. Sato is out of the bound. "Gee, good try," some students chanted, showing sympathy for the enormous student who seldom gets the opportunity to flaunt himself like his classmate and showing understanding through their expressions. Present Mike covered his mic and looked at his mummified friend, saying, "I really pity Class 1B because they are getting steamrolled by Class 1A. Aizawa just shrugged his shoulders, showing no concern. Before the next match, they have a 5-minute break, and one student knows what comes next. Suyu worriedly said, "Say, the next match is that match. That's bound to be the most upsetting." She put a finger on her lip. "I feel like I might look away the entire time." Jiro realizes what the frog girl is talking about right away, and as soon as she and Katsuki walk onto the stage, several classmates start to worry about Ochako. Izuku swallowed and Itsuka hurriedly took the vacant seat next to him as she ran back up to watch the next match. Present Mike cleared his throat, versus the kid I'll be rooting for, Uraraka Ochako of Heroics as well. That face ain't the face of a kid on the straight and narrow. Bakugo Katsuki of the Department of Heroics. Katsuki sneered at her opponent, versus the girl who's been somewhat famous since middle school. Ochako frowned determinedly. "You're the floaty one, right, round bitch?" Katsuki was remarkably composed. "If you're gonna back down, do it now. 'Cause crying uncle later won't cut it." "Our round bitch. Is she saying I'm fat or what?" Ochako thought, frowning nervously. Is she really unaware of where Bakugo got the idea for the round? "Start," Ochako yells as he charges Katsuki, his hands widely spread. The glaring gravity girl yelled, "Backing down's not an option here. And if I know Kachan, she won't dodge, she'll confront her." Izuku nodded in response to Ochako's action, pumping her fist. Even just by accidentally touching her, she can send her floating, so she'll want to keep her distance. Katsuki swung her right arm and burst a large explosive right in front of the gravity girl, nearly blowing her away as the brunette skid back against the blowback. As Katsuki saw something whooshing toward her from behind the smokescreen, she growled and smashed it down, saying, "Now die." "Don't underestimate it," she said, realizing that it was only a floating jacket and that she had glimpsed movement behind her back. With a few skips, the yelling gravity girl skidded across the stage as her right arm swung back, unleashing a river of explosives. Retightening her teeth, Setsuna watched the gravity girl roll back up onto her feet and then sprint toward the explosive girl. "Damn, that's one fast reaction," she exclaimed. "If she's this fast, then Uraraka get no chance if she can't touch her." "Too slow," Katsuki bellowed as she swung her right arm toward her, causing her opponent to skid back once more. The audience became uneasy at the sight of the repeated action. "Oh no," Habuko scowled as Okacho continued to charge, "so Bakugo's that kind of girl." Monoma laughed and crossed his arms, giving his classmates a sly look that said, "What an idiot." A few professional heroes requested that Cementos end the game, but the cement hero did not respond. A random hero yelled from the sidelines, "Hey! That's not the way someone who wants to be a hero acts." The crowd began jeering Katsuki, saying, "If you're so much stronger than her, just throw her out of the ring and finish it. Stop toying with the poor girl." Present Mike perspired, but to be honest, I agree. As someone in the crowd began to boo, there was a loud smack, and someone cried, "An elbow. What's the big idea?" As the one who said she's toying with her a pro, Aizawa asked, "How many years of active duty? If that's what you're taking away from this, then you can leave. No point in watching. Go home and start looking at job hunting sites." That seems to stop the jeering. She's come this far, and she knows her strength. Her caution shows that she recognizes her as a worthy opponent. It's exactly because she wants to win so badly, that there's no room for carelessness or holding back. Katsuki glared at the gasping girl, saying, "Not yet." Ochako wiped some perspiration from her cheek and said, "Not dead." "Very nearly ready." Ochako gasped as Katsuki stiffened. "Thanks, Bakugo," she said, putting her fingers together. "I appreciate you not letting your guard down." "Huh?" Katsuki asked, initially perplexed, until she noticed something in the air and looked up to see debris falling. "These have to be from when she used her explosives," she said, her eyes widening. This rotund jerk just touched every piece of debris and launched it into the air beneath the smokescreen. As the meteor storm descended toward the stage, Ochako yelled, "I'm going to win," and everyone believed that was it. But Katsuki detonated the biggest and most potent explosive, destroying all the debris and sending Ochako back to the ground. They were about to charge, but Ochako's legs give out and the gravity girl falls. Katsuki growled darkly, "Must have been all that hanging out with Deku." "Huh?" She flexed her hand as Ochako shakily got up, "Close one." "Right." She glared heavily, "Time to get serious," instantly. Midnight leaps to the rescue to see how the girl is doing. "Dad," Ochako said, trying to coerce her body to stand up, but it was unresponsive. Midnight called for the stretcher and said, "Bring her to recovery girl." Uraraka is unable to continue. She shook her head. Bakugo moves on to the second round. Izuku stood up and shuffled down the aisle, saying, Excuse me. I'll check on Uraraka. Itsuka yelled, Be careful. After Izuku's match, she will check on Uraraka. Damn, she was so close to beating Bakugo. Kami moaned, almost PK her there with Meteor Smash. Mina winced and turned to face Itsuka. Yeah, I don't think I get a chance of Snowball in hell if I go up against her. Sucks to be you. Your next match is against Bakugo. We'll investigate that, Itsuka scowled. Katsuki walked up the stairs, growling fiercely when someone came into her line of sight. Yua, Kachan, exclaimed Izuku. Yo, what the fuck did you think you were doing? Why don't you just fucking die, you piece of shit? Katsuki continued to snarl. Izuku shuddered, no, I was just going to get ready in the waiting room. And congrats on the first round. He takes a robotic step. My match is next, so. Hey, you put that shitty plan in her head, right? Katsuki said, peering out of the staircase. The plan that had her fling herself so dangerously. The hero nerd blinked. Don't fuck around and. She glared at him. He turned to face her again and said, no, that's not it. The plan was all Uraraka herself came up with to beat you. Uraraka was the one tossing you around. He jogged quickly away from her, and Katsuki twitched her eyebrows and gritted her teeth as she stared at his back. Is that all? No matter how strong my quirk gets, nothing changes, the blonde girl stomped. How can I get rid of this round bitch? How can I so easily and forcefully overpower her plan? Just circles around that and this, that's all? Just wait until she wins, then fucking Deku won't have anything else to talk about. Damn, guess I lost. Haha. Ochako grinned broadly and rubbed her head sheepishly, almost startling Izuku as soon as he opened the door to the waiting room. Huh? Izuku blinked slowly and confusedly. I thought I'd be able to make it to the finish and got carried away, damn it. Uraraka laughed. The hero nerd shuffled closer, worried. Uraraka. Are you hurt? Ochako pumped her fist with gritted teeth. God, Bakugo is really that damn strong. She really annihilated me. I've gotta step it up and give it my all, too. And pointed at a bandage on her cheek. Nah, it's okay, Ochako said, pointing at the bandage. I got recovery ed, but so as not to shave off too much of my stamina. They just stare at one another silently until Izuku asks, Are you okay? In a worried tone. Deku, you always look straight ahead, and because I lost, I can't stand to lose again. Ochako looked down at the table and said, Even I'm surprised how fine I am. She waved it off as her cell phone vibrated in her other hand. Aye. Izuku nervously raised his hands while listening to Present Mike's announcement about Kirishima and Tetsu's arm wrestling match to break the tie. He bit the inside of his lower lip. There was something off about her demeanor, and the forced smile told him she was trying to hide something. He is at a loss for what to do in this circumstance. How can he encourage someone who is among the select few who has his back? His right hand rests atop her head as his body effortlessly moves to give her a side hug. Deku? The gravity girl exclaimed, her rosy cheeks glimmering with excitement at his abrupt move. As his friend fell silent, the blushing nerd stammered, Why, you did great out there. The plan you came up with, how you fight without thinking about giving up. How brave you were. You'll become a great hero, I know you will. Just as he was about to continue, the loudspeaker boomed again. And so the tie is decided, Present Mike said, the winner is Kirishima. And with this, we have all of our contenders for the second rounds. Speaking of which, shall we begin shortly? Izuku muttered, already? Before realizing he was still hugging his friend, he then quickly released her with a yank, acting as though she were on fire, and removed his bright red face from her. Oh my god, what did I just do? I better getting going now. Why did I act in that way? She will perceive me as strange or a pervert. Was I wrong to say that? Ochako got up and said, sorry, Deku. You weren't able to prepare at all because of me. She waved to him and smiled brightly. I'll watch, so do your best. Before leaving the room, he stammered, Why yes, I will. Ochako picked up her phone to speak with her parent again, but her cheeks were still red from the nerd's actions. Izuku approaches the stage after a brief run-in with Endeavor and looks into Shoko's unblinking eyes. Shoko calmly said, You came. The boy with green hair took a deep, apprehensive breath. And now for this go-round of the sports festival. Both competitors are at the top of their class, Present Mike stated, and the world ain't big enough for the both of them. Midoriya versus Todoroki. Itsuka and Yui observe the tense situation until Ochako asks, "Have they started yet?" to them. Itsuka looked up and said, "No, you," but she stopped when she saw Ochako's swollen eyes. The gravity girl clenched her fists and said, "I have to see this." Concerned, the orange-haired girl said, "Maybe you should go see Recovery Girl right now." She wasn't sure if the swollen eyes were from her match, and they looked awful. She rubbed her eyes and said, "I did already." She sat down between Yui and Itsuka. "This is from something else." "Ah. You will grow and learn from this loss, so don't feel bad and move on," Itsuka nodded sympathetically. Ochako turned to face the stage and nodded, "That's right. But how's Deku going to handle the ice?" The loudmouth hero exclaimed, "Start, she's going to attack me with that ice first. It'll be dangerous if I let her fire off that power freely," Izuku said, quickly raising his left hand. Shoko kicked her foot to send exploding icebergs flying at her opponent, but he saw her coming and parried her blow with a simple middle finger flick, breaking icicles in his own finger as the shockwave blew cold air away. With a tiny skid, Shoko held her ground and said, "I expected as much." She then sent another wave of sharp ices, but Midoriya broke through with his index finger and she clicked her tongue. He's determined to counter, even if it means destroying himself. The boy with green hair bit his lip more tightly to numb the ache of broken fingers, saying, "I'll have to learn while fighting. I don't get enough info on her quirk or how she fight. The ice behind her is most likely a counter strategy to keep herself from getting blown away," he said, winking at his throbbing broken fingers. "Observe and find the openings." Shoko sneered, "You're..." And Izuku noticed something about her. She then sent a jagging flow of ice toward him, forcing him to give up his middle finger in order to smash it. "Man. There is no way Midori can get closer," Mina grumbled, "not when Todoroki can fire many crazy strong attacks as much as she want. That's totally overpowered." "Don't be a moron," Katsuki scowled. "Half-bitch gotta have some limit." She cast a quick glance at her right arm, recognizing the power limit she could reach with her quirk. Midoriya destroyed the wave, but his left hand was completely broken. Shoko took advantage of this and dashed across the stage and up the slope of rising ice. "So you're trying to stretch the match out?" Shoko attacked with another wave. "Not happening. I'll end this quickly." The dual-haired girl spins around to send an ice pillar with a swing of her arm, catching Izuku by the leg, and the green-haired boy instantly breaks the ice slope with his right middle finger. He then leaps back to avoid Shoko's slamming punch. "All right." To the surprise of the crowd, Midoriya sent his opponent skidding back against the howling wind by throwing his powerful right arm down to break free and create a massive shockwave. "Are you trying to tell me to stay back?" Shoko asked coolly as she relaxed her guard position and lowered her arms. "Now that's a lot stronger than your earlier attacks." "Ugh." Izuku growled in response to the pounding pain in his right arm, which he had just broken. He stared at her, saying, "She's much more than just her quirk. She has excellent judgment, execution, and mobility. Everything about her is strong." Shoko shivers and frowns. "Only defending and dodging? It's taking a toll on you." She takes a step. She's trembling. As a few heroes were chatting about Shoko, he noticed her trembling body and asked, "Is that how it is? Oh my god." The dual wielder turned to face the audience and apologized for everything. "I appreciate it, though, Midoriya. Thanks to you." He doesn't look too happy. Midoriya turned to face him again and realized she was referring to her father. "With both hands destroyed, you can't fight anymore. Let's end this." She unleashed another ice wave attack. To her surprise, Midoriya broke it with his left hand once more. A few other people were equally taken aback by his action. "Who says I'm done?" Midoriya exclaimed. Shoko squinted at his bloody, broken fingers and said, "You. Why go that far?" "You're shivering," he muttered, "Todoroki." He forced himself to bring his broken hand up tensely. Quirks are still just physical abilities. You must have a limit to how much of that cold you can bear. But then, he looked at Shoko as she looked on. "You could always use your left side to thaw yourself out, right? Everyone's," he winced, "giving it their all, to win, to achieve their goals, to make it to the top. And you're gonna win with half your power?" Izuku shouted, "I still haven't put a scratch on you." He clenched his broken fist. "Gimme everything you got. Come at me." Shoko charged. "Now you're pissing me off," and asked angrily, "What are you planning?" "All my might? Did my shitty old man pay you off?" Just as quickly, Izuku was right under her, saying, "The second I raised my left leg." With her teeth clenched. She was growing slower due to her ice side. Izuku used his enhanced strength to punch Shoko in the stomach, causing her to react slowly and skipping backward while Izuku let out a painful grunt. "Why?" Shoko said as she slowly stood up, wincing and holding her stomach, just in time to have the ice spread out beneath her foot and Izuku jump over it. Izuku yelled, "The power of your ice is weakening," as his pain subsided and his adrenaline started to flow. He began fighting with Shoko, mostly dodging, using one for all to defend himself while also hurting himself more. Shoko mumbled quietly as she skidded back, "Why are you going this far?" He tackled Shoko back a few meters. "I can't even begin to understand your circumstances or your resolution. But even so, now I think the idea that you'll become no one without using your full strength and that you're doing this to disavow someone is a fucking joke. I want to live up to his expectations." Izuku dashed. "I want to be able to answer with a smile." His misty, determined eyes met her eyes. "I want to become a super cool hero." Something triggered in Shoko's head. As ice covered her entire body, Shoko was hit by a wave of recollections from her early years. "Shut up," she said, recalling her mother. The boy with green hair said, "That's why." He punched her, breaking his fist and flipping her over, proclaiming, "I'm gonna surpass you." Shoko was struck by another memory. She recalled the incident involving her mother and how the man had sent her away as a result. "My dad," she muttered. Izuku yelled, "It's yours. And, it's your power." Shoko experienced another memory, but this one was the most significant. Her mother's voice comforted her, saying, "It's okay, Shoko. You can become the woman you want to be. You aren't a slave to your blood." Present Mike exclaimed, "What's this?" as flames shot out of Shoko's left side and the atmosphere heated. Shoko looked at Izuku with an awkward smile and said, I'm going to be a hero." She heard someone calling out to her, but chose to ignore it and instead stare at the boy in front of her while wiping her face with her forearm. "Even though you want to win," she said shakily. "Goddammit. Going out of your way to help your enemy. Which one of us is the joke?" "That's incredible," Izuku grinned. The left side burned while the right side grew colder. "I dunno what else you can do now." Shoko interrupted, asking, "What are you smiling at?" and added, "With those injuries, well, look at you. You might as well have lost anyway." It seemed as though a gun had been fired as both opponents charged toward each other. Cementos and Midnight decided to intervene because they felt the match had gone too far and the boy's body could no longer manage it. Something broke inside of Midoriya as he jumped over the ice, saying, "Just a little more. This is all I have left." His teeth were gritted. "Come on over here, and let's fight." "Midoriya," Shoko said, extending her right hand as the fire roared, and the boy pushed his fist forward, saying, "Thank you." A massive explosive nearly knocked back the first few rows. As the smoke billowed everywhere, Cementos mumbled, "Sure, they're powerful, but that's just ridiculous." Present Mike shot his eyes, but after that explosion, "It's hot, I can't see anything now." "Hey, so who won?" The crowd held their breath, waiting for the smokescreen to gradually clear. When it did, they saw Midoriya slump against the wall outside the ring and Shoko standing on the stage looking a little confused and dazed. Midnight winced at a bump on her head and exclaimed, Midoriya is out. Why does she always end up in the crossfire? Todoroki advances to the semifinals?" A person in the audience muttered, "That Midoriya kid kept prodding at her and got beaten because of it. I can't tell if he wanted Todoroki to win or lose. In any case, that's an amazing power, don't you think? Gotta admire his vigor. That guy's been interesting since even before the cavalry battle." "Deku," Katsuki said as she calmly gazed out at the field, but a closer look would have revealed that her hands were clenching her pants more tightly. "I'm going to check on Izuku," Itsuka exclaimed, hurrying to get up and, worried about their friend, head for the hospital with a few girls in tow. In a matter of minutes, the group arrives at the infirmary room, where they slam the door and cry out, "Izuku! Deku! Izu! Midoriya! Ga!" Yagi gasped for air and choked on his own blood, clutching his chest. "Why, you surprised me." "Oh, I apologize," Itsuka said, raising an eyebrow at the slender man in the suit. She had never seen him before and wondered if he might be related to any heroes. Unsure of himself, Ochako said, "Nice to meet you? You guys." Izuku groaned and leaned his head up, his arms entirely encased in slings. "What about the next match?" In response, Tsuyu said, "They are taking their time to rebuild the stage." With concern for her friend, the Gravity Girl said, "We were worried about you." The group began to fuss over the boy until Recovery Girl urged them out. "You went overboard out there," Itsuka grimaced at her childhood friend's state. "Look at you, haven't I scolded you enough?" "Pipe down," Recovery Girl murmured. It's good that you're worried about your friend, but he needs an operation after this. In shock, almost everyone exclaimed, he needs surgery? Izuku heaved. Said anything to Todoroki then? He muttered, sorry, I couldn't do it. Should I not have? Yagi could hear him. After Recovery Girl pushed the concerned group out, Yagi remarked, my boy, it seemed like you wanted to bring something out of her. Todoroki was definitely distressed about something. The ninth inheritor spoke slowly, and thought it was no one's business but her, but she was wrong. And after that time, I was frustrated, but I couldn't see from anyone's perspective but my own. I'm sorry. Well, I suppose it was somewhat unfortunate, Yagi said, but that's the past. Calling yourself foolish won't make a difference. But, caring about people as much as you do. That's what makes you a hero. With a hint of pride, he looked at Recovery Girl, who abruptly shoved him out. Okay. You say your piece. Recovery Girl sighed and shut the door on the world's greatest hero. Now just let me do my work, she exclaimed. Since she was forced to leave the hospital, Itsuka has been distracted. She finds it hard to believe that Izuku needs surgery, and she hardly even notices that the few matches are over. Kirishima narrowly defeated Tsuyu with his hardened quirk, while Ida defeated Ibara by pushing her out of the ring with his speed. Tokiyami also defeated Mina with Dark Shadow because her acid had no effect on his quirk. When her match arrived, she was able to concentrate once more. Her eyes grew accustomed to seeing her childhood foe, Katsuki, who was glaring menacingly with an ugly sneer. Present Mike yelled, "Start," as Itsuka slipped into her stance and Katsuki simply stood there. Get ready for a rumble. Itsuka threw her enormous palm at Katsuki, who launched herself at her opponent with explosives acting as thrusters, causing the explosive girl to leap over it with a tiny explosive. Die. Did she say to die? Nearly all of the spectators perspired tensely. Before the violent girl could summon her explosive quirk, Itsuka dodged her swing and rolled away, and the martial artist swung her enormous hand in a chop motion. The violent girl grunted as her hand found its target, right in Katsuki's side, and forced her to jump sideways away from Itsuka. Itsuka should have followed up with another move, but her body was acting automatically and her mind was not fully focused on the situation. Itsuka countered Katsuki's right swing with a palm thrust after dodging it with a sidestep and said, "Izuku, why do you keep pushing yourself like that? You want to prove something, I know that, but why? Why don't you stop there before it's too late?" Izuku said as a flash of memory of herself lying on a medical bed as she delivered a flying kick that Katsuki avoided and then returned with an explosive that knocked Itsuka back a few meters. "You are aware that you can always count on me." Her eyes slightly widened as she said, "No. When did he last rely on me?" It struck her like an explosive punch that she had just taken from the aggressive girl. Since the start of high school, Izuku has grown and has begun to depend less and less on her, but she never notices it because she allowed it to happen. She constantly pushes him to gradually come out of his shell and stop depending on her. Itsuka has said repeatedly that she wishes he were that way, but that is too abrupt. A part of her wanted Izuku to continue being the person he was, someone who looked up to her, listened to her advice, and relied on her in difficult times. She is against him changing, she is against Izuku leaving her behind, she is against everyone focusing on him, she is against the girls getting closer to Izuku, and she is against. Hold on, why am I feeling like this? At the last moment, Itsuka gave a clear shake of her head and managed to dodge her blonde opponent while delivering a few light blows. Why does she get upset when her classmates are kind to Izuku until she becomes envious? Katsuki glared, irritated at her opponent's lack of enthusiasm for this battle. "What the fuck is wrong with you, handy bitch?" she exclaimed. She wants her to give it her all in order to establish her dominance and teach this handy bitch where she belongs. Itsuka softly whispered, her eyes widening, "I like Izuku," as she carelessly sidestepped her opponent's swing. The blonde girl said, "Wah," and then something snapped inside of her, causing an ugly scowl to form on her lip. "What the fuck, you fucking bitch? You're thinking about Deku in this damn match the whole time. Forget this fucking quirkless shithead. That is a place for hero, not your disgusting fucking love." She unleashes a barrage of exploding fists at Itsuka, who narrowly avoids each blow. "Get the fuck out of here, you bitch," she yells, thrusting her fists outward, addressed her opponent. Midnight yelled, "Kendo is out of the ring. Bakugo, move on to the next round." The blonde girl, who had been anticipating this match all day, gave Itsuka a deadly look. However, Katsuki was even more enraged by what the handy bitch had just said. As Itsuka got up with a few scratches, Katsuki snarled at the martial artist, saying, "That is the fucking worst. I don't want my match to be like that." Izuku felt a stronger bond with his idol, Yagi, after his surgery and a subsequent conversation with All Might, during which he learned that Yagi shared his quirkiness. He hobbled back to the sidelines before glancing at his right hand. Its gnarled appearance and a few scattered scars are evidence of his misuse of One for All. Izuku turned to face the stage and monitor, shocked to see that Kirishima and Katsuki were competing. Izuku sighed, "Aman." He had just missed a few games and was taken aback by Itsuka's defeat by Kachan. "Midoriya!" exclaimed the boy, glancing over his shoulder to smile at Iida. "I see you made it through the surgery safe and sound." Ochako had just informed him of the news when he had gone to see how his lunch partner was doing. Izuku grinned and said, "Yep." He then looked at the monitor and said, How did you win against Shiozaki's vines?" Izuku nodded and said, "I've made it to the top 4 so far." The tall teenager looked down at Izuku and said, "So I'm going to take what inspiration I can from you and Todoroki's match, if that's alright." Iida adjusted his glasses as he walked up to the nerd's side. "I just used Reciproburst, grabbed her back, and took her out of the ring the second the match started." He paused. Why yeah. Izuku shyly looked at his shoes before turning back to face his friend. "Why, maybe your brother Ingenium is watching you put out all that extra effort too. I actually called him just before you got here." The fast guy responded, "He's in middle of work, but I think it's better this way. After having come this far, it's only proper that I report back to him as number 1. The boys yelled, "Now die already," as Katsuki mercilessly attacked Kirishima and knocked him out. And with a nasty carpet bombing, Bakugo advances to the semifinals. Present Mike said loudly, "The top 4 contestants have all made themselves known now." "All right." Iida firmly turned his back on Izuku and pushed himself away from the rail. "See you later." His next opponent is... Izuku glanced at the monitor, Todoroki. He shifts his weight as the nerd chooses to stay at the rail rather than go to class and makes some mental predictions. "Midoriya?" he asked, almost startled by a voice from behind him. Peering over, he saw Habuko holding a medium cup. "Your surgery's done already?" He gave a shaky smile and said, "Yeah, recovery girl was very thoroughly." "Thoroughly?" Habuko asked, glancing at his appearance. "You seem to be wearing a lot of casts and bandages. Shouldn't she just handle everything?" Well, she said that she wouldn't heal me CCC completely to teach me a lesson so I don't have to abuse my strength. Izuku chuckled sheepishly. "I understand," the snake girl muttered as she waved to the front row. "Will you be joining us?" she asked. He shook his head as Iida and Shoko entered the stage, saying, No, I want to wait up here first. I'll join later." "Okay." Habuko moved up beside him as they watched the field, and as she stood by his side and noticed that the boy had been looking at her the entire time they were talking, she realized that he was feeling a little more at ease. She finds it strange that most people avoid looking at her face because of her peculiarity and snake-like appearance, aside from Suyu and her family. She cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "And he don't even look scared." She was intrigued by him because, as she mentioned, he was like that on the first week when Suyu introduced me to him. Present Mike exclaimed. Iida is unable to move. As she quickly blinked back to the stage. What had she missed? Todoroki advances from the semifinals without showing us her flames once. Izuku turned to Habuko and winced at the sight of his male friend screaming angrily inside the ice case. "Iida," he said, carefully pushing himself off the rail with a quiet groan. We better get to our seats before the next match." As they make their way to the aisle and find their respective seats, Habuko answered, "Yeah." By the time they got to their seats, Bakugo and Tokiyami's match had already started. "Deku, you made it," Ochako exclaimed as soon as she saw him. Everyone turned to face her, and some expressed concern about his appearance. Present Mike interrupted Izuku as he was about to say, "You look a lot better than before." She got behind him. They exclaim as they turn back to the match and witness Katsuki use a new move in which she thrusts her palms together before they explode in a bright light, covering everything in smoke. The blonde girl was seen standing over Tokiyami, holding him down with her beak while threatening him with a burst of explosives in her other hand. "There's too much smoke. What's happening?" Tokiyami exclaimed as the smoke cleared. Tokiyami gritted his teeth and said, "I give up." "Bakugo wins," declared Midnight. Tokiyami surrenders. Present Mike smiled broadly, and so, that means Todoroki and Bakugo will compete in the finals. Ochako sighed, "That's gotta be frustrating for Tokiyami." "I'll say." Izuku gave a nod. It looks like Kachan have figured out his weakness during his matches." "So light's his weakness, huh?" Kaoruko murmured, I guess it's not surprise since his quirk appears to be based around dark. Tetsu moaned from the aisle of his class. Damn it, it ended up being a showcase in the end. I wonder how their match will turn out, Midoriya swallowed nervously. Observing that Iida was leaving his seat while holding a phone, he wondered if Iida was making a call to his brother. Izuku also noticed that Itsuka had been oddly silent since his arrival, and Momo seemed upset about something, possibly over her loss or something else. Itsuka, he asked, looking at her with concern as her head lifted just enough to meet his. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Itsuka cracked a grin. I was just thinking about the next match. It's going to be an unpredictable one. Yeah, Izuku replied with a nod, and Present Mike began speaking as soon as the finalists took the stage. Todoroki vs Bakugo. Our final match, Todoroki vs Bakugo. The finalists stared at each other down. Starts now. Shoko immediately smashed her fists on the ground to create a giant pillar of ice in an attempt to take Bakugo out in one go. But Katsuki read her move and blew through the ice wall with her explosion. Present Mike grinned. We reach the finale at last. Shoko lunges forward, but misses as Katsuki flips to launch herself into the air, and the aggressive girl grabs hold of her shoulder and hair. Don't. Katsuki flipped to her feet and threw Shoko away with an explosive, saying, Look down on me. You little maggot. Shoko quickly parried Katsuki's exploding punch away with her forearm before the explosive girl jumped back with a sneer. Her hand touched the stage to crease a wall of ice to keep herself from falling off the ring. With bloodshot eyes and popped veins, Katsuki glared murderously before swinging her hands down several times. How long are you gonna keep fooling around? I'll kill you. What I want is an overwhelming victory. There's no meaning to beating a half-assed bitch who don't want to use her full power, she barked, fiercely. How can I prove myself if I defeat you so easily? Don't stand in front of me if you no longer have the will to fight. Shoko stood there bewildered, saying, Why are you still standing there, you bitch? I apologize, Bakugo. Gazing at the growling girl as she approached, Shoko thought, after the altercation with Midoriya, what should I really do? I'm not sure if what I did was the right thing to do, but at that moment, I completely forgot about you. I'm confused right now. Izuku abruptly yelled from his seat, Come on, don't give up, startling those nearby. At his voice, the dual quirks wielder's eyes widened. The fuck? You're rooting for her instead of me, Deku? Katsuki asked, turning around in midair in preparation for her next move. This bitch. How dare she divert his interest from her? That will be covered by half-bitch. Shoko firmly called forth her firepower, saying, I shall fight, with all my strength, for him. The aggressive girl yelled, Schneider bomb, and then let loose a barrage of powerful explosives before everything fell silent. Huh? Katsuki asks as she lies on the ground, shocked. What the fuck? Huh? Katsuki growled at her as she propelled herself up from Shoko's slumped position on the ice pile beyond the stage. She jumped off the stage onto the mound of ice and grabbed Shoko by the shirt, saying, Are you kidding me? This kind of. This. She eventually passed out from Midnight's antics. She didn't want her match to end in such a lackluster manner again. Bakugo wins because Todoroki was off the arena, Midnight shouted as she raised her hand. And now the tournament comes to an end, Present Mike said. The winner of this year's Class 1 Sports Festival is Class A's Bakugo. Setsuna whistlingly exclaimed, Damn, what she said just come true. Toru questioned incomprehensibly, What are you talking about? The girl with green hair turned to face her and asked, Do you remember what she said before the race? She said she's going to be first. The invisible girl realized and snapped her fingers, Ooh, yeah. As the students began to rise in order to descend, Mina remarked, I bet you she won't be happy when she wake up. Midnight motioned to the podiums occupied by Tokiyami, Todoroki, and someone who appeared to be a prisoner and had chained Bakugo to a cement wall while wearing a mask. Now then, let's move on to the award ceremony. When the violent girl started thrashing around in her chains and glaring at Shoko with muffled snarls, Mina realized she had to be corrected. What the devil is she doing? Jiro scoffed. Kaoruko looked at her and said, She looks like she wants to bite her head off. With a finger pointing toward her mouth, Midnight winked. Third place could have gone to Iida as well as Tokiyami, but due to home life circumstances he was forced to leave early, so please understand. Tsuyu observed little Iida's excitement prior to the festival and remarked, It's a shame, too. Little Iida was all fired up for this. Izuku starts to worry about his lunch buddy and hopes it's nothing major. Team to confer the medals, and the one who'll present the medals this year is. Clad in medals, All Might leapt down from the roof and exclaimed, "It is I. And I am here with medals." "You jump in too early," Midnight whispered under her breath, grinning, "our hero, All Might." "I apologize." All Might gave her a shy look before he began congratulating Tokiyami and offering him a hug and some words of encouragement. He treated Shoko in the same manner. When he finally removed Bakugo's mask, the group froze at the sight of her gobbling up All Might. She even tried to refuse the medal, but All Might just grinned and pushed it into her mouth. Jiro pinches the bridge of her nose, asking, "Really?" And there you have it. All Might turned to the crowd. This year, it's these three. However, take heed, folks. There was a possibility for everyone in this arena to stand there. It's just as you saw with your very own eyes, ladies and gentlemen. He looked at the pupils, they competed, and boosted each other up, everyone climbing to ever higher, advancing even farther. The next generation of heroes will surely sprout from the seeds planted this day. He looked up at the sky, and to that sentiment, I'll add one more thing. Everybody say it with me now. Everyone takes a deep breath. And, great work. Plus, PL, huh? Plus, wait, what? That was a plus ultra moment, you dimwit. I apologize, All Might shivered in humiliation. Izuku feels sorry for his hero, All Might. Takayama and I'll organize all the nominations from the pros and present them after the break. Be sure to get in some rest and don't push yourself if you plan to sneak some little training in. Shino grinned at her students in class after they had changed back into their school uniforms. Class dismissed. Be careful on your way back. She clapped her hands together. As the teachers left, Yu shot him a look and said, "Midoriya, y'all hear that? Don't do anything crazy." The boy just laughed nervously. Some of the students immediately depart while others begin to gather up their belongings. Ochako asked, "Deku, did you try to tie your tie?" Pointing out Izuku's uneven tie. "Yeah, it's pretty hard to tie it with one hand," he said, looking down and raising his wrapped arm with a sheepish laugh. Itsuka sighed and reached for his tie, bringing him closer before tightening it with a few turns. "Come here, Izuku. You can always rely on me anytime," she says, her eyes tightening as she looks into his. "You shouldn't have done it by yourself when you're like that, you know." Hi, I understand." Izuku grinned at her, "Thank." Itsuka nodded, picking up his bag. Oh, you don't have to. I'll carry it until train station." She grinned at him and said, "It's okay." No one noticed a certain sparkle in her eyes, so they said, "Let's go." "Yup." Ochako exclaimed, grinning, as she and her friends left the sporting event and discussed various topics, including the festival and their opinions on certain people or events. She finds the ideal candidate who satisfies the traditions of her family, she finds the ideal husband for the clan, she finds her future husband. She didn't give him any thought until the sporting event. Midoriya Izuku is more powerful than she realized, and when he fully masters his quirk, he will become even more so soon. His disposition is positive. Imagine what he will look like in a few years. His body is fit and in good health, just like her ideal man. Perhaps he'll end up like All Might, a bodybuilder, a kind man, the ideal husband. It's unfortunate that he lacks the complete package at this point. He's not as tough, rugged, or any of those things. But she doesn't mind, and that's okay because he will grow into that and bear some scars from his heroic career. Though it may seem like she's after his strong quirk or has some sort of fetish, this is untrue. Her clan had this custom long before the first oddity showed up. Every woman in her family marries a stronger man or a bodybuilder. She will wed a stronger man in order to carry on her tradition, just as her mother, aunt, grandmother, great-grandmother, and so forth did. She only needs to woo Midoriya and declare him to be her spouse. That Yanagi Reiko will succeed is a given. Reiko walked back home at a leisurely pace, saying, "I'll ask Aunt Oboro for tips and advice when I get home." When Toru forced Midoriya to flash his torso to the world, he reacted in a hilarious way that made Setsuna laugh as she sipped her drink and strolled down the street. If her memory serves her well, his reactions are always exaggerated in a humorous way, which excites her to consider playing practical jokes on this adorable boy. With a playful smirk, she took out an old manga Karakai Jozu no Takagi-san and began looking through it for some good games to play. "I am so going to have fun teasing him," she said. Izuku did his best to eat his dinner with one hand while listening to his mother at the Midoriya residence. Her son nodded. "Since the cavalry battle, I fainted 7 times. And the last 2 times it was almost like severe dehydration." Inko raised 7 fingers in the air. Izuku answered, "It seems like you had a rougher struggle than me, almost." "Right, by the way," Inko bit into her rice. "I mean, About the quirk you told me, suddenly appeared, and such a bone-breaky, risky power at that. I'll keep cheering you on, but it's not exactly something that puts my mind at ease. Why yeah, I know. He nodded once more while wearing a guilty look. Ah! Exclaims his mother, I forgot to tell you. Your father will be home soon. His job ended earlier than anticipated, so he will take the first flight home. She then beams brightly. Really? Did he say which day he'll come ba? Izuku asked, her eyes brightening. There was a loud slam, and then a shout as the front door swung open. Son, why were you wearing this kind of cheering uniform? What have they done to my little cinnamon bun? Inko hurried to greet her husband, saying, Darling, you're home. Their son simply blushed profusely as a result of his father's reminder. As the teachers go about their business in the office, the aforementioned hero looks up from grading papers to Shino and says, Excuse me, Cementos. He asked, May I ask you something? As his desk was in front of hers. Cementos nodded, Yes, you may. What is it? He asked. Shino looked at the schedule, perplexed. I noticed that we have a Parents' Day a few days after the break. Why's that? I mean, isn't it kinda early? It's only been 1 month since the school started? Oh, it's a little different here. The hero of cement replied, In UA, we have roughly 5 Parents' Day a year for few reasons. Sometime we discuss the process of their children with their quirks, sometime their grades and other things like their heroic training in different area. This one is just a little getting to know the parents and a tour around the campus, plus a short discussion on a student's training, how far they have take a grasp on their quirk and their grades in some subjects. Yes, I understand, the telepath heroine nodded. Thank you. Cementos grinned and nodded again before returning to his grading. Shino looked at her schedule once more and wondered what kind of parents she would meet today.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.